scheduled for February 3rd, 2021 at 10 a.m. This meeting is being conducted on a remote electronic basis using Zoom with live streaming on Facebook and YouTube. In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10:4-10, and the regulations governing remote meetings, NJAC 5:39-1.5, I hereby announce that
Wendy, you went silent. You
muted yourself. Okay.
I don't know what happened. Was posted on the bulletin board on the main access door of the Township Hall, filed in the clerk's office, and posted on the Township website at www.holmdeltownship.com. Please be advised that the agenda for today's meeting is also available for download on the Township website. Members of the public wishing to provide comment at the designated times may do so over the Zoom platform by clicking Raise Hand button or dialing *9 if accessing this meeting by telephone. Public commentators are asked to provide their name and address prior to comment and shall be limited to 3 minutes. Public comments may not include disruptive conduct such as profanity. Public commenters are also reminded that this meeting is being live streamed on the internet, which will be archived on the Township YouTube and Facebook pages. That recordings of the public meetings and public records subject to the Open Public Records Act. Mayor Bontempo?
Here.
Ms. Weber?
Here.
Mr. Critelli? Unmute him. Oh, I'm sorry.
Here.
Mr. Lucarelli?
Here.
Mr. Santana?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Wendy. Everyone, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence to honor our troops both home and abroad who work tirelessly to protect us each and every day. Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. This is a Township Committee workshop for 2021. The purpose of today's session is to allow each of the various department heads to review their goals and priorities for the year, and then come together at the end of the meeting for the Township Committee to discuss some of the goals and priorities the Township Committee has as a team for the 2021 calendar fiscal year for Holmdel Township. Appreciate all the hard work our administrator did help putting this and collaborate with all the members and putting this together this morning. So with that being said, Administrator, I'll turn it over to you to kick off the presentations.
Thank you, Mayor. I am going to start by sharing my screen, or attempting to share my screen. So you can bear with me as we deal with technology. Everybody can see? Perfect. Okay, yeah. So welcome. I just want to go over how today is going to work. We've got a lot ahead of us and we're trying to pack a lot into hopefully not too long of a time, so bear with us. I'm going to go over just very briefly the purpose and the process, and then we have presentations from our department heads. We will take a little break for lunch so everybody can fuel up. We'll come back, we'll review all of the goals or the initial goals that have been set up. Township Committee will discuss them. We will have a public comment portion, and then we'll close out for the day. So the purpose of this, I think it's really important to remember that this meeting is a what meeting, not a how meeting. So the goal of this is to prioritize what the TC wants to work on this year. So you'll hear from the department heads to talk about what they think is important to their departments and to have their departments run smoothly. And then we will take a collection of ideas that have been thrown out there to figure out what the township committee wants to do. And then we'll go back to the professionals, and whether they're township employees or are contracted professionals, to figure out how we can do it and come back to the township committee with that plan. So I think it's just really important to keep in mind that today is about what, not necessarily how. You'll see the overview of the department needs. You'll review all of the proposals that have been out there, and then we're going to ask the township committee to prioritize those goals. While this is not a budget meeting per se, by prioritizing the goals and knowing where the TC wants us to focus, it will help us develop the budget, which you will see in the next couple of weeks, the administrative budget. So this isn't a budget meeting, but it will help. It's the building blocks to creating the budget. As you hear from the department heads in the next couple of minutes, I want you to keep in mind, we sent out a questionnaire for all of the department heads to start thinking about. And while we simply don't have enough time to go through everything that was asked of the department heads, you'll see a lot of that in the budget narrative that comes out with the budget in the next couple of weeks. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of what these presentations, what started these presentations, and what various departments might be thinking of as they present to you. Again, there's simply not enough time to go through every single thing in detail, but we did ask department heads to start thinking about what were the highlights of 2020, what were the accomplishments, what did they do? What are their goals for 2021? What do they see as what's needed in this upcoming year? COVID-19. There were many, many lessons, a lot of challenges. Some positives came out of COVID-19, so you might hear a little bit of that. We did ask in a hypothetical scenario what a budget cut, what effect it would have on their department. Potential revenue generators or shared services ideas for their department. If there were any major operating changes for this upcoming year, any recommended staffing adjustments, as well as what their capital priorities are. And then we did also ask every department to kind of forward think what might be coming down the pike, whether it's things that are within our control or outside of our control, such as potential legislation. So those are kinds of the kinds of things that departments are already starting to examine. And again, we'll go more in depth with all of these in the budget narrative that we present. I do want to make some apologies and excuses. Public Works has had quite a challenging 3 days. I think Victor Stevens hasn't slept, I think, in 72 hours. So I sent him home to get some rest, and he will do his presentation at a TC meeting before a TC meeting. Also, inadvertently, OEM and First Aid, because they don't have they're not typical township departments. They don't have employees per se of the township. They inadvertently got left off the presentation list. So I'd like to ask the township committee to have them present at a township committee meeting in the future if they choose to do so. And a lot of their information is already incorporated in what we're going to talk about. One thing I just wanted to remind everybody is time is of the essence. We are trying to put a lot of stuff in a little bit of time here. So what I would ask is department heads are here. You're going to hear from each one of them. They're happy to answer any questions that the members of the township committee have. What I would ask is this portion of the meeting isn't the time to debate the merits of a particular idea. Ask questions, get facts and information, and the second half of the afternoon is when we can talk about what we're actually prioritizing. So just so we can keep it moving, we budgeted about 10-15 minutes for each department. If the questions for the department heads can kind of be more information-based, and then as a whole, we'll discuss the merits of whatever particular proposal there was. Does that make sense? Does anybody have any questions?
Hey, Sharon, it's Mike Collins here. I'm
Yes.
just going to point out, as we discussed earlier, and just for the members of the committee and also for any public and also the department heads participating, this is obviously a policy-making endeavor as part of a public meeting, which is exactly, how things should take place in an open and transparent manner. And I'm certainly excited to hear about all the stuff that Sharon has prepared. Just a friendly note that if there's any aspects that either the department heads or any committee members want to speak about that you think may touch upon personnel litigation or something else that would ordinarily be a privileged topic, please just kind of raise that and ask if that should be discussed in an executive session rather than delve into that publicly, in order to protect our employees and any, prejudicing of the township on any litigation. So if there's any questions, please ask those first, and we can determine if they need to be discussed in an alternative forum. But otherwise, I think Sharon's got everything ready to go, and I'm looking forward to listening in.
Okay, thank you, Mike. That's very important. So we're going to jump right into it, and our first department today is IT. So if we can promote Jason up to panelist, please. The first time I've done one of these electronically, so bear with us.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Good morning, Jason. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Mayor Committee. I just want to start off by thank you for putting this together. I really appreciate the time and effort for the documentation and creating this process. I'll start off by saying my name is Jason Wegg. I'm the IT director here at Holmdel Township, and we're going off over 2020 accomplishments. A majority of them are COVID related. What we had to do was originally to start was to actually remote Zoom meetings. So we had to actually make sure that we had the township committee, any of the boards that we have, to function outside of the building, and that was a huge endeavor. And then making sure that the employees could actually function and learn how to use that. Another issue we had to do for COVID was to implement remote workstations for a majority of the township employees to make sure that they could work outside of the building and inside of the building seamlessly. We had to do that for the police department as well. And then if there was anybody who had to be either quarantined, they had to work remotely as well. Through COVID, we were able to institute Chromebooks at first due to the availability of actually IT assets. And then recently we were able to procure fully functional laptops so that employees can work from the building, and then they could also take those home and function. One of the other aspects we created was we procured Office 365 for the township employees, for the committee, and around 120 users, so that people can operate outside of the building, transfer documentation, and work in a collaborative form, unlike we've had to do in the past. One of the other options that we are doing is we're providing remote processing for the police in case there's somebody who could possibly be infected. We extended the office outside of the building, so this way we can keep personnel safe. Trying to think goals. One of the goals that we have for going forward is to actually complete projects that we slated for 2020. Due to the COVID, we weren't able to fully implement things like two-factor authentication that we wanted to for the police department. We weren't able to fully implement a remote backup procedure for the township due to COVID. We have an off-site place already set up, so this year, one of our goals is to make sure that we have a backup implemented. We're going to finalize the two-factor authentication for the police department. We would like to also train users in a more structured fashion to utilize Office 365 in a more collaborative manner, to utilize Teams, SharePoint, and hopefully we can bring trainers in to provide that training that the users could use. We'd also like to make sure that we're utilizing the cloud structure. Currently, right now, we're using Office 365 to share certain documents. What we'd also like to do is use the Teams for video conferencing, and we'll also use cloud backup. So right now we have backups on premise. We're going to have one very close near site, but we'd also like to have that outside in the cloud in case there's another disaster that happens. Lesson learns that we have learned from COVID is equipment. IT equipment becomes scarce very quickly, and the supply chain is affected almost instantaneously. Almost overnight, everything was unavailable because other organizations, corporations, purchase the equipment and they purchase it in bulk for the thousands of employees that they have. So making sure that we have certain assets on hand so that we can respond would be a good way moving forward. So well, we don't have to have everything on hand, but just so we have a couple spares so we don't have to worry about the supply chain. Going through the budget, one of the things that we could cut is desktops that we have for the township. We're migrating to laptops for the township employees, which we purchased during COVID, and we were able to save some of the desktops. Currently, I have desktops slated as a capital cost, but if that needed to be cut, we could move forward and do that in an upcoming year. Revenue generation, unfortunately, I did not have something slated for IT revenue generation. I'm sure maybe in the future we could look at some sort of shared service to provide something to other towns, other areas, but as of right now, I did not have anything slated for revenue. I think that has all I have for my list. If there's any questions.
Jason, this is Prakash. Good morning. How are you? So I have a question. I know the last time we spoke, you had mentioned that at least starting next year, that was this year, you'd consider using pen testing and vulnerability management services to certify us annually. Is that part of your goal this year?
Yes, it is. There's a company called Cyberfire that I've been in talks with, and I have a meeting with them. Well, we're scheduled for this week, but due to the snowstorm, it's put off to discuss the pen testing that we're going to be included. That would be included in the budget under contracting, so outside third-party support, so that person can come in and do the pen testing for us.
Okay, and this would be an annual service?
Correct.
Okay, great. Second question, I know you're in charge of dispersing two-factor to both the township and the police. Who's your backup?
Who is my backup for IT support? For the
specifically for disseminating or dispersing two-factor and management of two-factor, which is revoking privileges, enabling privileges, changing privileges on devices, etc.
Right now, we only have the two-factor for the police department, and then that backup would be Lieutenant Ackerson.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Committeeman, I think you hit on a good point, is Jason doesn't have a backup in the township, which is something that we really need to think about.
So two questions there. So we need to identify a backup this year for you for the township side. And the second one is we want to administer two-factor on the township side as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
I could just state that Jason's done an amazing job supporting the township through the entire pandemic. He's gone above and beyond, nights, weekends, taking calls from home, helping myself, the TC, all the employees. I mean, he's the backbone. You don't hear much, but he was critical in keeping the town functioning and keeping all the employees connected and allowing them to continue to communicate with all of our residents. I really applaud the job that Jason has done for us. It really is. He's gone above and beyond.
I concur.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have the clerk, and I actually already have messed up because I reversed those. I apologize, Jason and Wendy.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Wendy Petrovich. I'm the Holmdel Township Clerk. I just wanted to give everybody an overview of the clerk's core duties. I have 7 core duties that are specific to my job, and one of them is to be secretary to the governing body. I'm also secretary of the municipal corporation, chief administrator officer of all elections, chief registrar of voters, the administrative officer, and the records coordinator and manager. In my office, my duties include preparing agendas, running township meetings, corresponding with township committees, administrators, attorneys, residents, and the general public. We prepare raffle licenses, food handlers licenses, solicitor permits, and as registrars, we've prepared death certificates, marriage license, and birth certificates. So that's just an overview of what happens here in the clerk's office on a daily basis. During the pandemic, there were a lot of changes that had to be made, and one of them was to handle the township committee meetings via Zoom. When we were told that we were going to do it, both myself and Deputy Township Clerk Carrie Callery had never even been on a Zoom meeting, never mind run one. So Carrie and I made our own sign-ons, and when we were working from home, we were practicing and trying to figure out the best way to utilize it, and also with the help of Jason and Sharon, we were able to get it into a good format. And then after a couple meetings, I think that we've gotten it down to a good science, and it works well for everybody. And with that, we've also been able to help other boards and committees in utilizing it and help them out. We have had a general election, and we had a primary election. And everything was so changed up with the executive orders. It was a very different time. And there were a lot of changes to be made. We had to go over, we had to mark out the elections, the polling places. We had to have everything safe. And it was an all paper election, which was, very testing to the public. And the primary, it went well. It was new, and there were a lot of changes. And by the time the election, of course, the primary also, it contained the county committee, which made it 10 times worse. And then when we came to the general election, we had it pretty much down to a science, and everything, fortunately, in such a contested election, went smooth. And I am so grateful. I have to say, in Holmdel Township, I'm very blessed because I have the best poll workers out there. They really, the residents that are the poll workers, they were just amazing, and they made everything go smooth. As registrars, we do marriage licenses, we do death certificates, we do birth certificates. When everyone was working from home, Kerry and I would come in every day, and we would handle the matters for the registrar, because no matter what, the township business still had to be conducted. And even to this day, if a couple wants to apply for a marriage license, we go outside, we meet them outside, and we do their license with them. We have many brides calling us, their weddings were canceled. So we try to be sympathetic, and we try to do the best we can for the public. I think that what we've learned the most through 2020 is that no matter what, we can all still do our jobs, whether from home, whether from the office. We are here to serve the public. We can give good customer service, and and also deliver it with compassion and be understanding, because these were such unprecedented times, and people were scared, and they were calling our offices. And quite frankly, we were scared as well. We didn't know what was going on, but we still could deliver good customer service, and the township still ran, pretty smooth considering everything. And I was really glad to be a part of that. And one of the things that, as far as compassion goes, I had an elderly gentleman call me during the pandemic, and he was beside himself. He has a medical condition, and couldn't go to the store. So with the permission of the township administrator, I went to his house. I went in his mailbox. I got his list. I went to the store. And then when I was going through his list, he wanted to make a birthday cake for somebody in his family because he wanted the whole kit and caboodle. I had to go to Target and get a mixer, but it was just such a nice thing to do for him. And he was so grateful. He sent me a nice letter. And that is just being human, compassionate, and being a good customer service. I think that in 2020, also the lines of communication have really opened up as far as the township committee and the township and the clerk's office. And it's all going in a good, positive direction. And I'm really glad to be a part of that. I think for 2021, our goals are, for my office, are to continue to go through all of our paperwork in the basement. There is quite a bit of it. We were able to go through some of it this year, and we filed documents for destruction. We've gotten rid of a lot of things, but there is a lot down there. So that is one of our goals, is to kind of get a better grip on that. And I would like to, for this office, Oprah. We do the Open Public Records Act, and I get inundated with Oprah requests. I think last year I had 500. The year before I had 502. And some of them are really detailed and intense. And I'm going to look into ways to maybe streamline that to make the process easier for my office as well as the township. And I think that I'm going to start looking around and see if there's any kind of shared services we can do with the registrar services. I think that can bring a little bit of money into the township and, help us out a little bit. I would like to see the meetings that we're having through Zoom continue until it is safe. But I would also like to be back in and see everybody in person. I think that it would, when it's safe to do that, it would be a blessing for everybody. And I think that's about it for me.
Thank you, Wendy. That was one of my favorite stories of the pandemic, you going shopping for that man. Anybody have any questions for Wendy?
I just have a quick one, Wendy. You're talking about kind of going through the basement and purging paperwork that we don't no longer have to keep. Are we, first of all, digitizing all our current records? And second of all, are we looking at potentially digitizing historical records, which all of that might make it easier for you with Oprah requests and certainly eliminate the paper?
Yes, currently we are part of RIMS. So from 2019 forward, we have been scanning all of our documents, and Kerry has even gone, I believe, as far back as 2013, 2014. But it's time consuming, and we have to go through everything. But we're getting there. That is our goal. So we started it. Thank you, Kathy.
I just have a quick comment, Wendy. Thank you for all your great work, and I think you managed all this online Zoom stuff exceedingly well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I also make a quick comment on Wendy? It was really nice to hear you say a couple words there, customer service. It's not something you normally hear in a government agency or a municipality, because it's not a free market, right? So people have to come to you and the other people that work in town hall. And coming from a world of customer service, it's just nice to hear that. It's refreshing that attitude, and you guys take that initiative there. I think it's really important, and it's a nice way to treat the residents. And thank you for that. And I hope that resonates through all the departments there.
It does. Thank you.
So Wendy and Carrie have done a great job in managing the transition for us from about a year ago when we started this process to now. And I know our meetings have gone smooth. I think one of the things we also really threw into the mix last year was the live streaming of our meetings too. So we kind of kicked off 2020 with the live streaming of the meetings, and then through the pandemic on top of it. So really added a bunch of different layers that Wendy's organization, her team, and department had to manage, and she's really done a great job in keeping it and keeping our focus and keeping it transparent, allowing people who maybe can't come in person to the meetings, right, which we thought last year was the reason why we're doing the live streaming, to allow them to view it either live, from office, home, or see it after the fact, recorded that we, archived on our website. So a lot taken on, and I really thank you and continue to do a great job in managing clerk's department, which is huge, because a lot of our residents interact with the clerk's department on an annual basis. So she is a focus and a very important a part of the township running smoothly. So thank you, Wendy, for everything you guys have been doing.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, if there's no more questions for Wendy, thank you, Wendy. Next up, and it kind of goes in line with Committeewoman Weber's comment about digitizing, because this next department is working very hard to digitize old documents, but it's quite a bear and quite a monster. So it's our Department of Community Development. Steve Winters is our, there we go. Hopefully.
Good morning, Mayor, Township Committee. Can you hear me okay? So I'd like to start off a little differently. I want to proffer a rhetorical question. So ever wonder why we watch TV? Sometimes we see major building collapses or major earthquakes in other countries, and we see large losses of life. 10, 15,000 people die, but we rarely see or hear that here. In the United States, in 1977, 6,500 people died in fires, civilians, not including fire department casualties. And today, that's cut in less than half. And you're probably asking, well, what does it have to do with why we're here? Actually, it's a lot of why community development is here. And what the town council is doing is a great opportunity for us and for the town residents to really get the word out on what we do, because a lot of people don't understand what community development does. My name is Steve Winters. I am the acting director of community development. I oversee the construction, the fire bureau, zoning, code enforcement, the zoning and planning board secretaries. And I'm also the construction official who directly oversees the building department. What we do here is critical part of planning that directly affects life safety. And I think what the town council is doing here is a great goal for us to show the townspeople that we do care about life safety. What we deal with, building codes and standards, construction inspections, fire prevention bureau, code regulations, land use regulations, housing regulations. It's all of what we do here. We ensure that buildings are safe for the occupants. That's our primary goal. When we talk about large losses of life, we look at Bell Works. Bell Works is a very large building. Everything that we approve for materials and for the construction methods goes through community development. So we essentially verify code compliance, we perform plan reviews, we perform inspections. In 1977, actually, is when the codes first came into effect. The Uniform Construction Code started in 1977, and the Uniform Fire Code wasn't enacted until 1983. Both of those legislations were signed in by Governor Brendan Byrne. And we apply those life safety, building, and fire codes to everything that is built and renovated in the township of Holmdel. And we enforce those codes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that's a little bit of history with the community development. I want to move on to our goals and what we've accomplished. With the support of Sharon and the town council, we've accomplished a lot. But before I get into that, I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize the effort of the staff. Bonnie Impazamato, Carolyn Eckert, Lonnie Lucino, Loretta Kasha, Dave Olson, Dawn Hornacek, Dennis Sassa, Michael Quigley, Artie Ravel, Alan Russell, Alexandra Blasi. These are all great people that are dedicated to this department. They went out of their way for the entire year to help people. It has been very, very challenging for our department. As all of you may know, our interaction always is directly with the public. So going virtual is very difficult because we are a hands-on department. So with that said, there's 8 specific items that I would like to address that we've accomplished. Most of them are done. Some of them we're tweaking and we're rolling into the 2021 year. The first thing, as Sharon mentioned, is the upgrade of our management software, Spatial Data Logic. It's an advanced software, probably the most advanced in the state, very, very detailed, but it has very extreme capabilities. This software is going to help us move into the digital age. Coupled with the iPads that we purchased from Spatial Data Logic, we can do virtual inspections if we need to. We do online inspections. We do inspections through the iPads. There's full integration with electronic inspections. We are in the process of completely eliminating paper. Everything is going to be digitized, from applications coming in, payments coming in, the notes on inspections down to the details of whether it passed or not, all digital. The second thing works hand in hand with SDL is our online portal. This is going to be, I think, a huge event. Many towns do not use the online portal, and even ones that do don't use it to its full extent. Holmdel Township is going to use that online portal to its full extent. This is a great advantage to the town employees, to the town people that live and work in the community. They'll be able to access their inspections. They'll be able to request inspections online. Applications are going to be done online. You know, little things like the cost of the permit. Those permits are very expensive to the township. There'll be no need to buy as many because everything's going to be done online. Archiving is going to be a thing of the past. We had spent a fortune in scanning and archiving our files. Pretty much every piece of paper that comes into the building department has to be maintained for the life of the structure. We have a huge amount of paper in archive still that has to be archived. So our goal is focused on getting rid of our responsibility to scan paper documents and move toward the digital era. This is going to help greatly with what Wendy had mentioned with OPA requests. OPA requests online, a lot of people will be able to look up their own data. They won't have to burden townspeople by submitting OPA requests. They'll be actually able to log on to a specific property and actually retrieve the data themselves. The third item is partnering with Municipay. This is a great company. A lot of towns in New Jersey use it. This will allow people to actually pay for applications online, or if they don't want to pay for with credit cards, they can use electronic payments with checks. A lot of advantage to this. There's immediate payment to the town. There's no more chasing people down for bounce checks. There's full integration with Spatial Data Logic. And most importantly, there's no fees for the town. All the fees are paid by the user, and all the training by Municipay is provided to the Township of Holmdel employees for free. So that's a great advantage to us. They'll be allowed to pay for essentially anything they can file in community development. They'll be able to pay online. The fourth item is the rebuilding of the Fire Prevention Bureau. Now, in the past, the Fire Prevention Bureau typically had one, it used to have a full-time and a part-time, then we went down to one full-time. I wanted to build the Fire Prevention Bureau because it shows the township that the town cares about fire safety. So with the hiring of 2 part-time fire prevention specialists that are experienced in this field, we are well on our way to building a top-notch fire prevention. We have integrated our procedures with the new fire management software program. It's going to ensure the hazard and non-life hazard structures are inspected, registered, and the fees are collected. We're going to confirm that all commercial structures and businesses are registered and that the necessary inspections are performed. We're looking to establish a dedication of penalties account for any penalties that are issued for violations that would be dedicated for firefighting and fire prevention use. We are in the process of developing an active fire prevention program for schools, which is pretty exciting. Kids get all their little free fire hats and stuff like that. And we're developing a more proactive relationship with the Holmdel Fire Department, something that didn't really exist in the past. That's critical because a lot of the data we're collecting through Spatial Data Logic is going to be made available to the fire department. Certain hazards, how to gain access, where the peoples will congregate during fires. Some important things that fire departments need. Most importantly, this all means revenue for the department, for the township, because there are fees that have not been collected in the past simply because we didn't have the staff to do that. We're going to be doing it now, and there's some exciting things going on with the fire department and the Fire Prevention Bureau. The fifth item is the state housing inspections. So one of my goals was to assume state housing inspections, and we did that. We are finalizing the program with the state. It's under the state local cooperative housing program. It's where the state does all inspections on multi-dwellings. We never did that in the past. We took that over. That means revenue for the town. We are now going to do that. Aside from revenue, it allows us to keep the quality of the inspections within the town. So we control the inspections. We control the quality of the inspections. We don't have to rely on the state to do that. The sixth item is the rewrite of the township ordinances, which the township committee knows they just recently adopted. We spent a lot of time on rewriting 3 major chapters, chapters 10, 12, and 20, all dealing with community development. It brought the fire prevention fees up to date. It addressed items that really didn't serve the town well, and just really updated a lot of the issues that created problems in the ordinance and issuing violations. So that was a great help to us and for the town people. The seventh item was workflow. We changed a lot of workflow procedures in the office. Don't want to get into the weeds, but there was a lot of efficiency we could have worked in. We did. And there's a lot of things that we're integrating with spatial data logic that are making things more efficient for us. And the eighth and final item that I wanted to bring up was the partnering with Fovionics. That is our data archiving company. They worked with us to get through some problems we had with the prior archiving company, DRS. They did a great job in scanning, and they're working on cleaning up our files. They are currently digitizing anything that we cannot or are not yet digitizing. Our goal is to get most of the documents into digital format, so we do not have to pay a significant amount of money for the archiving of paper documents. So those are the 8 items that we've been working on. Our future goals and where we're going. A lot of great things I think I'd like to focus on. We're going to finalize on publishing our new online portal. So I look forward to that. It's a great announcement. I'd like to work with the mayor and the town committee that we can get that announced to the public. I think that should be announced formally. That's going to be an awesome thing to see. The elevator inspections. For some reason, we do not do our own elevator inspections. We have nearly 100 elevators, and we should be doing our own. I'd like to do that. We can hire a part-time inspection individual to do that. We have enough elevators in town to be able to sustain that program and increase revenue from it. So again, increase in revenue and quality of control of the inspections. This is something I spoke to Sharon about. I understand we don't want to get into now, but the Board of Health. When the pandemic settles out, I think the Township of Holmdel should have its own Board of Health. There's a lot of quality of inspections that we need to be doing. Inspections on grease traps, which can really cost the town money, clog the sewer system. I'm not sure where the county is even doing that. And licensing of businesses. We should maintain control over that. That will increase revenue, and be able to have our own department would, I think, better serve our interests in the Township of Holmdel. And finally, I think that we could be poised, if we continue the way we're going, is to assume some other smaller construction departments. You know, some of the biggest challenges in New Jersey is a lot of construction departments are so small, they have nighttime inspections, part-timers. I think that is worth looking at into the future. So that's all I have for about now. Is there any questions?
Hi, Stephen. This is Prakash. I have questions for you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So a couple of questions. The first one is on the Oprah request. You mentioned a self-service portal where residents can go in and do their own search. Will residents have to create an account, because you need to be able to log who is it who's searching and what are they searching for?
Yes, so there are two options. One, they can create an account if we choose to create that configuration, or we can make it open to the public. That's something, when we get to that point, I wanted to talk to Sharon about, because there might be legal issues we need to also talk to Mike about, to what extent we can or should allow access to the data. The type of data, unlimited. It's essentially whatever we want to turn on. We can limit the data. We can make it unlimited. With respect to who has access to it, we can configure it so that they sign on to an account. We can configure it so that anyone can sign on. There's so many variables that need to be discussed with Sharon and the council as to how far we want to go, but there are fully configurable limitations on that.
Okay, thank you. My second question is related to your fire prevention plan. There are a lot of COA housing units coming up in northern Holmdel. It's high density. Do you have anything specific in your fire management prevention plan targeting these multi-complexes? Because there's a higher probability of fire there than in other areas.
Yeah, so what we would like to do, there's minimum inspections depending on the projects. Typically, those are inspected on 5-year cyclical inspection programs. We would like to get out at least once a year to all of the primary establishments, and the primary establishments would be establishments that either create a large life hazard or that have the potential of having higher fire rates, for example, those types of occupancies. So we would like to get out an inspector at least once a year. In addition to those inspections, we also, when we send out the building inspectors, we're also inspecting the properties to see if there's any other type of violations that might create fire risks. So we have a program in-house where all inspectors that go out, whether they're the zoning inspectors, whether they're the building inspectors, that are always looking for hazards, that refer those particular hazards to fire prevention. So yes, those types of buildings we do focus on.
And is this information public? Will this be made public, or can this be made public?
The specific program?
No, the fire inspection violations.
The fire inspection violations typically are public, yes. Unless our council says for some reason it's not public. So I did some tests. I ran some tests on other towns to see what they were doing. There were towns actually that I was able to log on to and retrieve the information. I didn't even need to set up an account. And it had violation information. So for example, with SDL, they have what's called the SDL online portal. That's different than the portal you would file an application. So for example, I could go on, type in an address, see, assuming that we have no restrictions on the data, I would be able to see all the OPA requests, all of the violations, the certificate of occupancy, the inspections, whether they pass, inspection notes. I mean, the level of detail is incredible. Whatever data we have could essentially be made public if we choose to do so. So the answer, I guess, is yes, it could be made public.
Yeah, so I'd like to see if we can include that feature that you just mentioned that other towns have, where all this violation data is made available to the public and they can do their own searches on the portal.
Sure, that's a great point. I would invite the town committee. We can actually set up something where they can actually see exactly what the data they can retrieve. We could set up a test template where they can actually go in, see the violations, see, we could do it on the township building. You can go in and see the level of detail that you can actually retrieve without signing in on a passcode. And we could do it also on a passcode, so you can get a feel of the differences of data that you can retrieve.
Great, thank you.
And this goes hand in hand with, I know what the town council wants to do, which is to be more open with the public. If you want to be open with the public, SDL will allow, it'll just open the doors wide open if you choose it to.
Yep. That's the way we prefer. I prefer, at least.
And jumping on that, I'll add, I'm welcome transparency. I think that's super important. I just want to follow up and confirm the state housing inspections that you'll be picking up. Will that cover like our senior apartments such as Crepe Myrtle, that type of facility?
Yes.
And might we be able to
Multi-dwellings
then
and
do
any-
those on an annual basis as well, instead of, I know the state was only doing them every 5 years?
Yes, the state does them every 5 years. My goal is to send an inspector minimum once a year to all of those establishments. So
I'm
anything that the
particularly
state,
concerned about the safety and well-being of our seniors. So thank you for that. And then my other question is, we're talking about, violations. And to me, that's great. We should have more transparency, but that's on the back end. I'd like us to be able to get ahead of it a little more. And we've had a lot of turnover in town lately in terms of real estate, more people moving into town. And I think there's a general unawareness of what are key things that people need to be aware of. When do I need a permit? Do I need it for this or that? Or if I'm just replacing something, or if I'm doing something new. And a long time ago in our township newsletter, we used to have a little section that was like from the, at that time, construction office or whatever. And it was, things to know. And they would literally, it wasn't a full long list that somebody wouldn't read, but they just highlight like one thing each newsletter. Like, I can't think of an example now. Adding a patio, you need a permit, or replacing something, you don't need a permit, or you do need a permit, or what, or when in doubt, call us. Just short and sweet. And I know we've really been working with Sharon's staff on the newsletter and our communications, but if we could do some more of that. I remember I used to read that and found it very helpful, because there were things even I wasn't aware of. So I don't know if you're planning on something like that, but if we could do that in conjunction with Sharon's office, I think that would be helpful, and then hopefully minimize the number of violations and the number of exceptions that keep coming up.
yeah, that's a great point. I did get out one article on the newsletter. I would like to get out at least one article on the newsletter. Time constraints, it has been extremely busy in this office. So the last newsletter, I didn't get anything out. I spent a lot of time in the last 2 months completely rewriting the entire building department website. I spent a lot of time on it. I invite you to take a look at that. And I think it will answer the questions you have. What it does is it creates a sidebar. You go down the sidebar in order for the types of work you would need permits for, what permits you would not need, what types of work you do that would not require permits, how to save money on fees, a whole list of items that in my experience, felt that people are always asking. So, and that's really the primary place they go to. So I think your point is well taken. And a lot of those questions are already answered on the website. If they're not, I invite you to go through it and let me know, and I can add those questions or additional pages to answer those questions. But yeah, that's violations are problematic because they take a lot of time from us. Each violation takes over 2 hours, maybe 3, depending on the complexity, to research it, to document it. And every violation we have to assume we're going to court on, even though most of them we don't, because it's got to be properly documented. So we'll continue working on that. And I look forward to hearing what you think about the website from the building department.
Great, thank you. I'll check it out, and then we just have to get the word out to people. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm all for that.
I just have one comment, Steve. First, I obviously would love to say that you're doing a great job. I think we all think you're doing a tremendous job on all your current initiatives, and future initiatives I think are spot on, and I applaud you for that. My only question is, I might be off base here, but I just wanted to know, when you were speaking about digitalizing everything from paper, does that apply to actual architectural drawings and blueprints, or is this only for applications?
No, that's for plans. Great question. We are actually one of the few beta testers for SDL's online plan review program. They have not officially released it yet. They offered it to me after a couple of towns dropped out because it is labor intensive. It takes a lot of time to research it, but hey, I got nothing but time. So I took it on, and we are looking at the online plan review. So you might know that a couple of years back, the state legislature passed laws that allows engineers and architects, design professionals, to submit digital seals and electronic signatures. The problem with that is, of course, that if you take that, there's no way of inspecting on the job. The Uniform
Right.
Construction Code and the DCA requires that paper copies be on site. So with the new legislation, that changed everything. We're hoping that shortly the state changes the legislation for sealed copies of contractors. Then everything's going to be digitized, including the plan. So this is the way it's going to work. The online plan review, the plans will come in digital. We put in for COVID money. Actually, the status is unknown at this point for large format screens. We are going to perform plan review on the screens in the digital format, mark up the plans in digital format. They will be transmitted to the iPads in digital format. Everything's going to be digital. We're going to be requesting these documents digital. I already had some architects submit digital documents. The software works awesome. I can download the documents digital, navigate them, mark them up, send them out to the iPads. The inspectors can use them. Everything in formatted, digital, locked plans. When we're done, the application is closed, certificates are issued, everything is archived digitally. No need to scan those plans. And I don't know if you're aware, but those plans, some of these plans can cost $25, $30 to scan.
Oh, no, I know very well,
At
yeah.
times, hundreds of
Crazy.
plans. What was our last, Sharon? $90,000, our last scan.
No,
I
I
mean,
know.
that's absurd.
And then they get
It's-
misplaced and other things happen. Okay, great. Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
So Stephen, thank you for jumping on this morning. I know your department's been extremely busy with the pandemic, more people working from home, which has created more work at home projects, either changing their office, expanding their homes, et cetera. So you guys have really done a lot of work to keep up with the demand, and greatly appreciated. One comment that you made, I thought really caught my attention, was on the Board of Health. This is not the topic or the forum for that, but it's interesting that you're thinking that way, because myself and I think some of the other township committee members have also been trying to analyze, what can we do better for the township, in-house versus outsourcing, and that's one that I think requires more discussion. I don't think that during the pandemic, as you mentioned, is the right time to probably approach it, because there's too many moving parts right now, but something for the future that we should, consider and ponder about how we can, improve efficiencies and, create a, safer environment, because it really does have an impact on some things that may be occurring that could affect our source system, could affect our fire safety in town. So appreciate you bringing that up. Applaud you for being proactive like that, and look forward to in the future having more discussions around that to see what's in the best interest for the town.
Yeah, thank you. And Mayor, the interesting thing that a lot of people don't realize, it's the quality. I keep mentioning the quality of the inspection. That means a lot. I worked for a private company. I worked for a lot of towns, from Trenton all the way up to Newark. The quality of inspection is important, especially for a township like Holmdel. The people care about the people that come into their houses. And when state inspectors or county inspections come in, I have a lot of people ask me, do you work for Holmdel? It seems like a silly question, but a lot of people actually ask that. They want to know that the people are local, that they care about what's going on. And so those inspections, by having your people, you control your people, you can train your people, it means much more to businesses, especially businesses that are shelling out a lot of money for taxes and for these fees. And they really do appreciate that. State inspectors, you have no control over them. sometimes they show up, as we talked about, some inspections are 5-year cyclical inspections. We want to get down to 1. That makes a big difference, and it shows the township committee cares.
No, thank you. Thank you for bringing it up. I appreciate your time again this morning, Stephen.
Great. Thank you, Steve.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have a double presentations. We have our recreation department and also the swim club. And so we have, okay, Allison and Bob are going to join us for that. And what I will just say is I know that in terms of planning and priorities, there's a lot of ideas around the swim club, and we'll discuss that at the second half of this meeting. Just remember, if we can ask the questions to get the information to figure out what you want to prioritize. And I think Bob and Allison will be showing their faces soon. There you are. You're muted though.
Of course I am.
Hey, Bob, Allison.
How's everybody doing? We'll just wait for Allison to turn her camera on.
It's on.
Is your cover off, Allison? Off of your camera, the little, there you go.
Hi, everyone.
We're all still adjusting to the new laptops. We'll give Jason a plug because Jason was phenomenal in getting us all set up with our laptops. So before we get into my presentation, we'll give Jason a plug how great he's been through this whole thing, as you guys all know. So, and before I get into that too, I'll vote for a Board of Health for the being that we run a township committee that township facility that relies on the Board of Health. If we had one in-house, that would help too. So I'll put my vote in for that. Sorry, I know that's off topic. So Sharon, what am I doing first, rec or swim?
I would start with rec, okay. But it doesn't matter, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Okay. Since we're recreation, for those of you that don't know, I'm Bob Ward. I'm the recreation director here. Allison Gibney is on here too. She's our recreation supervisor, and we have 2 other people in our department, Lori LaRussa and Debbie Dow, and we all work very well together. So since we're recreation, so you don't have to, you'll hear my voice, but you don't have to watch me the whole time. I do have 2 presentations for it to break things up, because we're recreation. We'll do things a little differently. So let me bring that. Do I have to share my screen?
Yes, Bob, you're going to share your screen. On the bottom, it says share screen.
So we got that one.
There you go.
So where am I, Kara? So people can see that? Because I have 2 monitors up, so I want to make sure that everybody can. Thank you, Committeeman Lucarelli. Okay, so for recreation, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through what we did in 2022, what we didn't do in 2020, and what we hope to be able to do in 2021, basically for the first quarter of the year, because we're still in the unknown. We still don't know when executive orders are going to be issued, when different things, because I was just, while you guys were talking to Steve, it looks like the governor is going to up the indoor limits in time for Super Bowl weekend. So that could, moving forward, affect what we're able to offer too. So in a good way, not in a bad way. So this is a constantly changing thing. So I'm not going month by month. Don't worry, it just starts out that way. But January, everything, as everybody knows, started out well. From the standpoint of we had no problems, everything went well. Who would have thought that our daddy, daughter, and mother son dances were the last things we were able to offer basically for the public. But for those of you that aren't aware or weren't able to make it over there, our daddy, daughter dance attracts annually 300 people. We typically hold it at Jocks. We're going to talk a little later about our plan for this year. With the COVID situation, our mother son dance is about 140 people. I know the mayor was able to make it over to the second, to the mother son dance and meet everybody over there. So that's where we were. And then March hit and things went downhill from there. So who knew we'd still be in it right now? But we had to immediately pivot from everything we know how to do, in-person programming and in-person events. We had to now pivot immediately to virtual programming. So we were trying to come up with almost daily virtual content on Facebook for our residents. So we did things like we came up with lists of things they could do outside to be active. We did lists of things they could do inside. I created a special subpage on our website with virtual programming ideas for, museum tours, for indoor activities. Allison was coming up with creative things. We had Lori in our office do 2 cooking videos for COVID cuisine. And if you hadn't had a chance to check those out on our Facebook page, check them out because they really came out well. We did trivia
Yes, but if you're
contests.
gonna check them out, make sure you're hungry and ready to eat.
So those came out really well. We did, National Pet Days. We tried to come up with any day we could, things to keep people involved and get them out. It was great that you as a committee decided to keep our parks open for our residents when a lot of people are shutting down parks. I know that went over very well with people from inside Holmdel and outside people because they ended up at Holmdel Park and it was closed, and they ended up at Cross Farm Park or Bayonet Farm. So it exposed our parks and the quality of those parks to other people as well. We did cheer cards. We had over 300 submissions for our cheer cards. We got those out to the long-term care facilities, Care One, the Willows, and the Villages. We got those out as I did my rec meeting the other night. I said before the holidays, forgetting what year we're actually in. And we got them out right before Easter. Allison's smiling. We got them out right before Easter to all these things. And we still have some people are still submitting them. We still get them dropped off. And I'll be honest, this was not an original idea. I stole it from another rec department, and another rec department stole it from us, and it went over well. One of the things we did, which was one of our first pandemic things, was we did a day to celebrate our local superheroes, and we did this to celebrate doctors, nurses, firemen, first aid, delivery drivers, mail people, everybody, grocery store workers, everything that was anybody that was helping us work through the pandemic. We were kind of disappointed with the submissions we got for this. We hoped for more, but I think we were it sounds sad, but we were too early in the pandemic for it. It was right when it started. So we're working with Brian and Allison in Sharon's office now to offer this again in 2021. We hope to have a bigger response. We asked people to do short videos and things like that. And we want to do a better job of getting it out to the people that need to see it. We did grab and go craft kits. For our spring one, a Mother's Day craft, and we did a holiday one. And we have another one actually going out this week, which we'll talk about in a little while. These are what we were not able to do in 2020 due to COVID for recreation. All our indoor in-person programming, unfortunately, had to be canceled. Our flashlight egg hunt, our community day, HYA opening day, Older Americans Luncheon, Memorial Day ceremony, we did not do in person. But Dave D'Arcy on our police department did a great job editing the video together, and that came out very well. Our annual daddy-daughter camp out at Bayonet Farms was canceled. Our summer camp, Harvest Fest, senior Halloween party, which we did a version of that, which we'll talk about a little. The Christmas tree and menorah lighting, and the Santa dance party senior Year's Eve. So everything that we normally do, we weren't able to do. So we had to pivot into that virtual thing. But the good thing is we were finally able to get back to some in-person programming in the fall. And there's our deputy mayor and our mayor with Spider-Man at the Drive Boo trick or treat, where we had over 400 residents participate. I see Greg smiling. I know Greg and Kathy and Prakash was there. I didn't post that picture, but you guys had a really good time talking to the residents and greeting them. It went over very well. I have some other pictures here of the other groups. These are actually 2 of our lifeguards that volunteered that day to help out. Our police department, the PBA, these are 2 more lifeguards, fire department, our first aid squad, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. I went one too many. So that over went very well. We were very happy to get some in-person programming back, safe socially distanced programming, and our feedback from that was phenomenal back from the residents who participated. We got some emails back right away from that day, how much their children enjoyed it and how much they enjoyed it. So that's already on the calendar for 2021. And the other thing we were able to do is we did have a version of the senior Halloween party. We rented a tent. We put it in the community center parking lot. We had 2 seatings with a box lunch for the seniors. The morning seating, we had about 18 people. The afternoon seating, we were full with 50 people. And as Terry Dukey, who's the president of the Half Century Club, said at my rec meeting Monday night, how she's very appreciative, all the seniors appreciated the fact to get out and socialize and see each other in a safe atmosphere. And we have another event that we'll talk about in a little while. We were able to do some fall programmings. Fall program, we had 2 sessions of yoga outside at Bayonet. We ran a basketball clinic with Dawn Carpel, who is the St. John's coach, but she's also a Holmdel resident. We had over 100 kids participate in that. Again, safe, socially distanced, followed all COVID protocols, went over very well. And we were finally able to get the in-person Veterans Day ceremony done at Veterans Park. So that over well. The other thing we did is we worked with our user groups. And this is basically the sports user groups to get them back on the field because the governor allowed them to return to play on June 22nd. So we had to work with the user groups to make sure their COVID protocols were in place, that they were working to follow their parent organization, whether it's New Jersey Youth Soccer or the United States of Amateur Baseball League or AYF, and make sure our signage was up and make sure they were doing that to get back in play. And when I say this is the sports user groups, we worked with all user groups, and we worked with the Boy Scouts, we worked with the Girl Scouts. The Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts were reserving the pavilion at Veterans Park and the pavilion at Cross Farm Park for their meetings, so they could have socially distanced, safe meetings outdoors. And we've already got requests for that for 2021 from them. And we've worked with our other user groups, FOHOS and CELU. Allison's working with them to hopefully provide some socially distant, safe hikes coming up in the future as the weather breaks. Obviously, we can't do it now with a foot of snow out there. And this is just, so if you guys haven't seen it, that's a project that was finally completed this year with the turf field project at Phillips Park. That allowed HYA baseball to actually have a fall rec league, which they've never had before, and they weren't able to have a spring league, so they had a fall league. I went up there a couple times when they were playing at night, and the kids were just having a great time. It was a great thing to be able to do. But I think we've done a good job of branding this park as a Holmdel Township park, so that people know when they get there, they know where they are. I've been very cognizant of that, being a Holmdel kid myself, to make people aware that it is a Holmdel Township park and when they come to things. So. What we plan to do in recreation for 2021, this coming Friday, we have a grab and grow craft for National Send a Card to a Friend Day. Allison's going to work on that and get that out. Allison and Brian are going to help us get the word out to the people. Coming up next week, we have a senior Valentine luncheon at Texas Roadhouse. Texas Roadhouse is working with us. They're not normally open for lunch, so they're going to open the doors for just our seniors. So we have a social distance safe event with tables and the plexiglass. Allison and Lori in my office have worked with Tom Clayton over there. To date, we have about 40 people registered for it, but they're going to get a full Texas Roadhouse lunch. And again, a chance to get out and see each other in a safe atmosphere. We're going to have next week, we're also going to have a grab and go Valentine's craft. We have our senior workout. We're working on a virtual craft. One of the things that shut down, which we felt really bad about doing, was our senior workout class had over 40 people in it. And when the pandemic hit, we had to shut it down. And we weren't real comfortable doing virtual stuff at the beginning, but we've got 10 to 12 requests from people asking if we can do it virtually. We've reached out to our instructor. We're working with Jason to set it up. We're working with our GIF, and hopefully Mike is reviewing the waiver. And we're hoping to get that started very soon. National Walk in the Park Day. The other thing we have is our outdoor numbers are still only at 25. So we're coming up with different ideas for our egg hunt come the springtime. And we have a bunch of different ideas for in-person things. One of them is they would all be registration based, where people would actually register and we would go to their houses and we would hide the eggs in their yard. And we would put up a sign that says basically you've been egged by Holmdel Township or Holmdel Recreation. The other one we're toying with the idea is actually people would register for almost a private egg hunt at Cross Farm Park. We'd have different soccer fields at different times, similar to the Drive Boo thing where they'd have different times to come. So it would be safe, again, social distance. They'd be in their family pod. And then the other one we have is if the numbers do go up in time, but my recreation colleagues, we don't feel that the numbers are going to go up before April 1st. And Easter is April 4th, where we'd still have it on a registration basis, but we'd have our normal large egg hunt where people would register for given times for given age groups. And we do it that way to get people there and then clear people out and have the next group come in. We talked about our thank you for community superheroes that we're going to do again this year. I've also signed us up with the mother-daughter, daddy-daughter dances. I skipped ahead a little there. We are planning on doing those at Bayonet Farm this year. Bayonet Farm is already set up for weddings. We're used to doing events up there. We put the tent up there. The only thing is with Daddy, Daughter, Mother, Sons, which we're looking into renaming as well for 2021 to be more inclusive with the naming. Is we'd have to split up the daughter dance part of it into two separate dates because of the numbers. We couldn't have 300 people up there at one time, so we'd have to have one on Saturday and one on Sunday. And the son dance would be probably Friday night. We're still working on the details of that. I've signed us up to be a host site for the Major League Baseball pitch, hit, and run, which includes baseball and softball. I'm going to work with the HYA coaches on that. The senior tee, we're hoping to bring back. That was one of the things we had planned for this year. We're going to continue to work closely with Victor and his guys to keep up the park upkeep and field usage. As I talked about, we continue to work with all township user groups, not just the sports groups, to get everybody back out and active. And one of the things I added, as Steve said his thing, I added this as we were going. This is probably my 20th version of this presentation too. I changed it again this morning. Is we are looking to change our recreation platform, our registration software. Our current one has become very, it's not very customer service on the user side, and their customer service on the admin side has gotten, since they got bought out, has become very difficult to talk to. So there's a bunch of rec departments in town, in the state, that are switching over to this other platform. But I can't really do that till 2022 because of the swim club and everything that's involved with registration with that. So this is the new inclusive playground that is going to be built at Alaco Park. One of the views of it. I'm very excited about this. It's been a project that's been on my list for many, many years. So I'm finally glad we're able to do this and get that going. One of the things we hope to do in our bid that's going out for the tents for Bayonet Farm and also the swim club, we have in there is as a tent to put up temporarily in the parking lot of the community center. So those programs that we may not be able to offer indoors due to the numbers or due to safety concerns, we would be able to offer outdoors under the tent for our residents. And one of them is our Music for Aardvarks parent-child class. We normally held it in the Bell Works room, our senior workout class. Again, the seniors are very anxious to get back together and get active. We want to find a safe space for them to do that. And we've talked to the instructor about making it more low impact because we know it will be on a parking lot outside. And we also have an idea to do the cooking classes outside that we normally do inside, using a flat top grill and doing the cooking demos outside with the groups. As I said, one of our things that was canceled is the summer playground program. We're looking to bring that back at a new location at Cross Farm. Start going fast here. Monmouth County Drug Alliance now falls under our department. Debbie Dow is now the representative for Holmdel under the Drug Alliance. Monmouth County Office of Aging, the Holmdel contact, is now a member of the rec department. That's Allison. I am going to recommend when we sit down with Billy and Sharon with budget, the basketball courts at both Alaco Park and Ackerson Park need resurfacing. They're both severely cracked. So that is something we need to address. And also, I'm going to give you my spiel for a decorative concrete pad at Bayonet Farm. The number of weddings last year during the pandemic was outdoor weddings were trending away, but this year they've trended back. We have 15 booked for this year at Bayonet Farm, which is great. But the problem is we put the tent over grass and the grass takes a beating. So early in the season, it's great. By the time we get to September, October, it's dirt. We've worked with our vendor to provide a temporary floor. Again, that kills the grass underneath. What I'm hoping to do is to put, and it's not going to be a big gray piece of concrete there, but a decorative concrete with exposed aggregate that would look like the pea gravel that's in the driveway, or we could even do stamped concrete. But that's just my spiel for that. In the long run, it would pay for itself with the amount of money we would pay for the floor each time. And if for some reason weddings go away, we can move picnic tables up there and it becomes a picnic area. But again, I'm a Holmdel kid. I'm not going to recommend anything that's going to be a detriment to that property because I've grown up here. I know what it means to people. So that's just my spiel for that. And that would be recreation.
Thank you so much, Bob. You, Allison, and the team were quite creative and pivoting last year. Do any members of the TC have questions on this recreation aspect? Questions, comments?
I just
Maybe
want to
one-
thank Bob, Allison, and the team for doing a great job. I've been participating, so continue the good work.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. One is with the governor just lifting some of the restrictions on indoor space. I'm wondering if perhaps you may want to look at the use of our community room at Bell Works as a potential location to do at least smaller group activities. So that's.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. One of the things I've learned through this whole thing with the executive orders is sometimes what's stated is not what comes out written.
Right.
So once we actually see the executive order and see what it says, absolutely. Because again, we would love to get people back, into the programming aspect of it, even on a smaller scale.
Yep.
And the sooner we can do that, the better.
And then the other thing is, I'm really glad to see you're working with the DPW on a proactive comprehensive maintenance plan for all our park facilities. Along those lines, I think it might be time to re-examine our fee structure because I know maintenance of parks is costly, and that might be something to kind of look at going forward.
Absolutely. We can have the rec committee start looking at that to recommendations to the township committee. Absolutely.
Great. Thanks. And thanks for everything. Like really,
Yeah.
really good. And that Halloween dry booth thing, I think I had more fun than the kids did. That was awesome.
Anything else on rec before we move into swim club?
I think the Bob and Allison and team did a great job in 2020, and heading into 21. Had to pivot a lot and create some events I thought were great. I think for the daddy daughter dance, mother son dance, that potentially, Bayonet, it's a great idea, but splitting it up may be a lot more challenging for you guys.
Yeah, we've thrown pros and cons out all over the place. It's definitely going to be a challenge. It's going to be all my friends are going on Saturday. I want to go with them. So we're still throwing things around on that. We haven't put anything out officially on it. But we know there's definitely pitfalls to it as well.
Yeah, no, it's just an idea. Brian, myself, and Wendy were out at Bell Works last week for a ribbon cutting, and they mentioned to me again that they have some massive meeting space in the building that they'd be willing to work with the town to host events there. So they have a theater that can seat up to 300 people, and then they have the meeting space right next to it that they can hold weddings, bar mitzvahs, and that would be more than efficient. So I think you may be able to do something right in town at a great facility.
Oh, absolutely. Is that the old the event space? Is that the old cafeteria they cleared out with all the windows looking out over the pond?
You got it.
We'd love to be able to keep from the start. We'd always said we'd love to be able to keep the daddy daughter dance, at a Holmdel facility. And up until Bell Works, there really wasn't a Holmdel facility, a banquet facility that would be able to accommodate us.
So if we could take you offline, but if you're interested, they mentioned it to us last week.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's something great to pursue. And I think would help you guys out a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Okay.
I just wanted to say to Bob again, great job this year. I know it's hard shifting gears, especially when you have probably a lot of plans and a lot of things in motion, and having to switch gears with COVID and all the things that you came up with. Great job to you and your team there. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Let's roll right in to try to keep this moving as much as possible to the
Absolutely.
swim. Thank you, Bob.
Carrie, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
By the way, I think Bob wins on the most the funniest slides.
Oh,
of
just
the
wait,
day.
just wait. Where, Carrie? I don't see the swim club one.
Hold on.
can I do it off my screen? Sorry, everybody.
That's okay. While you're setting that up, Bob, I'm going to make my swim club comment up front and set you up. As a nearly lifetime member of that swim club, this past summer was absolutely amazing, and people were so grateful and so appreciative to have a place to go and to be able to get outdoors and to keep it safe and clean. And so that's my segue. Take it away. There you go.
What I'll add is you did it in a little bit of time. So I will personally thank you for that.
Yes, and I'll hear that again. So I'll try to go through this as quickly as I can because I know it took a lot of time with recreation. But for the swim club, when we talk about accomplishments for 2020, this is all I have to say. Okay. We were able to get it open with delays with the governor. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to open. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to open it safely, but we were able to get it open. And again, we talked about, I know Steve talked about it, DJ reiterated on it from the standpoint, but these are the three things we preach with our swim club. We preach it from the day I got hired 7 years ago. We go through it every day, every year in staff training. We talk about it all the time, and safe, clean, and friendly are the three things we preach. And I think we were able to pull that off even more this summer from that standpoint. So how do we operate in 2020? We opened on July 3rd. We started preparations on June 10th. I got a text message from Sharon on the night of June 9th that we are opening the swim club. I called Allison. Once I talked her off the ledge, we were ready to go. I sent out text messages to our managers the next day, and we had a great group of people, a great group of contractors, a great group of vendors that we were able to complete 3.5 months of preparations in 23 days. And this included, we had not interviewed anybody. We had not hired anybody. We had put our people that we knew were coming back on hold. So we weren't even sure if they were getting different jobs. So from that day, we started taking applications. We started getting the word out. Allison set a table out outside under the tree at Town Hall, and a 6-foot table. So she was 6 feet away. And she sat out there for a week straight, interviewing people and hiring people from that. And so in that short time frame, we hired and trained over 70 seasonal staff. Allison handled the training of it. I handled the nitty gritty of working with the contractors and getting the pool up and running. Because what most people don't understand is the majority of work and pre-season work up at the swim club is done by our seasonal staff. We are lucky to have a man named Frank Sulak still with us. We are entering either the 48th or 49th. Frank and I disagree on what year it is, and we'll talk about that a little later. But Frank has been with us for 45 of those 48 years. And the fact that we have that man still with us and willing to help us out whenever we need it is phenomenal. And he got things ready to go. Open and closing is done by an outside contractor that goes out to bid. We have a great contractor with that. One of the things that did send us for a loop, every 5 years, we have to have bonding and grounding done. And that's where any metal comes in contact with the concrete. When we had our bonding and grounding test done, we failed in multiple places. So we had to do a $13,000 repair within a very short amount of time, so that Steve and his people would come back and inspect it. We can give our bonding and grounding certificate. And again, we had a great contractor, from the electrician that did it to the mason that stayed up there till 10 o'clock at night working with the lights on to get things done so we could open when we needed to open. Our membership revenue was only 35% of what it was in 2020 of what it was in 2029. Because our membership was only 30% of what it was. So you can see the difference in revenue and where we were. And we're hoping to get back to some semblance of that in 2021. The nice thing about it is we're getting several emails, phone calls a day, people asking when registration opens. So that's a good sign for us. In 2020, we changed our hours of operation from 11 to 8 to 10 to 8 for two reasons. We didn't have swim team and swim lessons. So it allowed us to have the morning open, and we wanted to spread the people out. We weren't sure what our crowds were going to be, and we wanted to give more time, that extra hour, to spread people out. Some people took advantage of it. We had people, the same 8 to 10 people in line every day at 9:45, and then they were out of there by 3 o'clock. So it spread people out. People picked their times of day to come. We never really had a day where we were worried that we were going over our 500 capacity limit that we were set. we were worried. The Board of Health told us to worry about, as far as the pools go, don't worry about social distancing in the pools, but just worry about the number of people in the pools. So our management staff did a really good job of keeping an eye on that. We didn't have guests this in 2020 because we weren't sure with the short period of time how we were going to capture everybody's information that we needed to capture for contact tracing if we did have an incident with COVID up there. And you can see the difference in the membership families from 2020 to 2029, because we were all gung-ho on 2019 going into 2020. We had the best year membership wise, the least number of complaints, everything was going well, and then 2020 just threw us for a loop. We didn't put chairs and lounges in circulation for sanitation issues. We've had positive feedback from people, more than we thought, as far as people really didn't mind not having chairs. The initial thought was, oh, we have to carry our own chairs, but the club was a lot cleaner and a lot more open without chairs. So that's something we're thinking about for 2021. We didn't have any lost and found this year. Anything was thrown away. Our capacity limit was set at 500. As I said, we didn't come close to that at any given time. Arts and crafts, sports, DJ nights, anything we normally held, we didn't. So you can see that we didn't have loaner sport, and the playgrounds were finally allowed to open on July 2nd. The playgrounds weren't allowed to open. On July 3rd, the playgrounds were allowed to open. So, that was a good thing. And we sanitized them with bleach and water at times when people weren't on there, just to have something there. So you can see the difference. This is not a typical day. There's not people there, but how open the pool club is without the chairs in place. On top of everything else, we had the tropical storm that knocked power out for 4 days. So we lost 4 days of operation in the middle of all the season. And that generator's there where I was able to keep the pool vacuums running in the pool to keep at least some kind of water circulation. The middle picture here is members of the Holmdel football team that Coach Jeff Reynes put word out on Facebook if anybody needed help. I reached out to Jeff and he sent members of his team up to help us clean up sticks and everything and help get the pool ready. And this is our staff that came in from to do storm cleanup, from guards getting in the pool, diving down to 12 feet down to the bottom of the dive tank to clean leaves off. So they did a great job. So come that day when we got our power back, we were ready to open. We didn't really, and we extended the season through September 13th to make up for that. What we were able to do in 2020, we used some of the CARES Act money to install touchless sinks and toilets, which the members really appreciated. We installed tempered glass around the front desk to protect the staff. We had changed the arrival point for staff. We initiated more stringent hourly cleaning. These are all things we're planning on keeping in 2021, COVID or no COVID. We created new lap lane rules. Our locker rooms were one way in and one way out. We had new tables at the snack bar area. We had no contact entry for the members, so they were scanning their own IDs. Our staff was not coming in contact with them. And we established social distance zones around the lifeguard stands to keep the members away. We had DPW came up and painted blue blocks around it. So from that standpoint, the 2020 season went much smoother than we could have ever anticipated. We were very happy that the people were thanking us daily, how great it was that we were open, gave them some sense of normalcy. So we hope to bring those people back again last year. We did a survey at the end of the season, came back 99.75% positive. I was talking to Deputy Mayor Weber a little yesterday. One of the questions she wanted on the survey was a cost value thing. Does cost exceed value? Is cost greater equal to value? Or does cost, is the cost, everything other than 4 people, cost was either equal to value or value exceeded cost. So that was very happy for us. What do we expect for 2021? Again, we're still programming in the unknown because we're planning on 2020 rules, but that could change. So we're going to have to increase fees. We know that with pre-COVID or not, we haven't increased fees since 2018. I'm working on that now. Minimum wage is going to be $11.10 an hour. So that means our seasonal slot in our budget is going to go up a little. We may not have less staff. We had staff that we were required to have last year that we may not be required to have this year by the state. Our operating season is going to be May 29th to September 7th. We're looking to keep our 10 a.m. since some of the members like the 10 a.m. opening. On the weekends when we don't have swim team, we're not going to be able to do it during the week, at least in June and July, because of swim team and swim lessons in the morning. We're going to have to change our structure of swim team and swim lessons for that based on COVID rules. We're still deciding on chairs or no chairs. We're going to see how that goes. We're going to bring back guests on a limited number. We're kicking around members only day. Again, this is nothing set in stone right now. These are all things we're kicking around. We're planning on bringing back our Friday nights and DJs, and bring back birthday parties for members. And we hope to be at like 60 to 65% of where we normally are. So we're hoping to get back to 250, 300 families. And you can see the difference between where we were in 2019 to where we were in 2020. So some of the things to think of for the future of the swim club. Okay. This is not me, even though I was a member back then. This is my neighbors. This is my neighbors from Holmdel, but this is when the swim club opened in 1972. And you can see the construction in the background. This is the dive tank here, the baby pool, the intermediate pool, and still construction back here where the tennis courts are. So they weren't even finished when they opened. So there's some things to keep. The pool's almost 50 years old. So we still get compliments about how it's one of the cleanest, one of the nicest properties in the area, especially from members of our swim team. When they go to different areas, when the different clubs around, they come back and go, we knew ours was nice, but once we've been to other places, this is really one of the nicest places around. You have to remember that the main pool and dive tank are still running on the original sand filters from 1972. And again, Frank keeps them going. We joke with duct tape and gum, but he keeps those pools sparkling and keeps them going. The dive tank is the only original pool left. The other three pools have been redone and redone in past years. The dive tank is still that original pool. We do have repairs we have to make on that this year, but so far it's holding up, but you never know with a 50-year-old pool. The bathrooms still have 1972 plumbing, and all the water lines run in the slab of the building. So luckily we haven't had any problem with that, but that is something to consider. If we have a problem, we have to rip up the slab. The playground equipment is coming to the end of its life cycle. So that's something to consider as we move to look to replace that. The vendor who's doing the playground at Alaco had mentioned to me that we could replace it something similar, the same type of cost. Again, it's a big chunk of money. I don't know the exact number, but with a wet, dry playground, which would be great to attract new members and young families up there. Something to consider. And then the asphalt apron in front of the pool needs to be repaved. It's cracking up. Again, it's the first thing people see when they walk up. So we want to get that repaired and repaved. So that's where we are with the swim club. Try to do that quickly for you.
Thank you, Bob. You have a lot. I know we didn't offer a lot of time, so thank you for getting it all in. Questions for Bob or Allison? Nope. Okay, we'll keep it moving. Next on our list, we have finance. Thank you guys, Bob and Allison.
Hey, Bob,
Thank
real
you.
quick.
Yes,
Oh,
Greg, sorry.
Initially it was the Holmdel Swim and Tennis Club. We ripped out those tennis courts years ago. I think that it would add to your portfolio if we look at reestablishing, courts over there. We don't have any. During the pandemic, it was clear to me, as some emails came through, that we had no tennis courts available for residents to be able to use. And in a safe social distance environment, even with the pandemic going on, it allowed people to get outside on nice days and play a sport. I know your committee's been doing a lot. You guys have taken on a lot, but I think that may be something you may want to revisit in the future to see if there's something we could do to kind of add more variety of recreation facilities for our residents, and then give you the ability to run additional programs or camps, etc., with the swim club, and having that literally right on property for you like it was in years past.
Yeah, I think that's twofold where, we have the only public tennis courts we have in town are the Monmouth County Park System and the high school, which would be great to have camps, because our tennis program, we don't really have a home. And we really haven't had tennis lessons since our instructor passed away 2 years ago. Vonage was nice enough to let us use their courts for a little while. And then we had some issues with, smells over there from the pond over there, whatever it was, I don't know. But it would be nice to have a home for our tennis program to bring that back, because we had, back when I worked here in the 90s, we had a huge tennis clinic program up at the tennis center. And the other thing I didn't mention on there, and Kathy shaking your head, is our tennis courts, even though it is still I call it the Holmdel Swim Club, but it is still the Holmdel Swim. There are 3 tennis courts that go along with the swim club that are usable, but they're not usable for competitive. They're just usable for like recreational hit back and forth. We've had the cracks repaired, but they need some love as well.
And this town has an amazing tennis program in the school system, and I think this would just and help enhance that, and maybe allow more people to be able to start playing tennis because we have it available. And you can start introducing it to children in all different ages, that start teaching them about tennis like you do about all the other sports, and maybe continue to help enhance their program, because you've done a great job, and I think that asset would be very valuable.
Yeah.
For us.
Yeah, and pickleball's taken off too, which can be played on tennis courts as well.
100%, Bob. I see it down the shore a lot.
Yep.
Thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you.
We're gonna just keep rolling along so we can get this portion done. We have our finance department, which includes financial administration, the tax assessor, and the tax collector's offices. So I will throw it over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Just to let you know, I will start. I run the finance. I'm the finance director, Bill Antonides. Also under the finance department is the tax assessor and the tax collector. I will start with the finance office itself. 2020 was a very challenging start to the finance office. As you remember, we had one full-time person in this office, and we also had two other people working 14 to 16-hour weeks. Basically, for the most part, we were trying to put out fires. Every week we came here, the days we were here, we were just trying to, keep up with day-to-day operations. It became a hassle. We made it through. On August 1st, again, they hired myself and an assistant, and that gave us the time to, make any improvements that we noted. When we first were hired here in April of 2019 as part-time, there were 19 areas that were identified that needed improvement or changes. And I'll just go over some of the bigger ones that we have changed. The first one, we realized there was no cross-training in the office. We had somebody doing the payroll, somebody doing the escrow, somebody doing deposits, somebody doing the purchase orders, and God forbid that that person wasn't here, nobody knew how to take up the slack. That, of course, was changed. That was completely rectified by December of this year. At this point, there's at least two people that know every function of this office. So if somebody's out sick or takes vacation, we can now function. There's only one remaining issue, though it's not in the finance office, it's the tax collector's office. We only have one tax collector. Right now we have two certified finance officers. One of the initiatives I'd like to do in 2021 is send somebody from the finance office to school so that they can become a certified tax collector, which will give us the ability to, cover that position. Also, the payroll system that we utilized was taking at least 2.5 days to complete each pay period, which was just taking up out of a 4-day work period. Most of it was taken up for payroll. We switched payroll companies beginning on December 15th of 2020. This should now allow the process to go between 2 to 3 hours instead of over 2 days. Also, the ACA reporting, which is the Affordable Care Act reporting, will be done in 2 hours by the system instead of taking, at least 2 days to complete manually. One of the other issues we noticed that the township was paying very large bank fees. For example, in one bank, we had $5 million. For the privilege of having that $5 million, we weren't getting any interest, but we were getting service charges that $5 million deposited in that bank account. We only have about 2 accounts remaining in the other banks. We moved over to Ocean First Bank. And again, Ocean First Bank is paying us interest. We're getting no service charges. And also they provide the courier service for our deposits. There's also a lot of duplication of efforts we noted. The escrow accounts. The escrow accounts are maintained in-house and also by the bank. It did not make any sense why we had it in 2 areas. So we eliminated the one by the bank, which we were paying for, and we brought that all into house. Also, fixed assets. Fixed assets were done manually and also on a computer system. I really don't know why it was done manually. We discontinued that. Other accomplishments that we had last year, we now have with the finance department 3 shared service agreements. Those 3 shared service agreements are with the boroughs of Allenhurst, Seabright, and Lakehurst. Those 3 shared services pay for, let's see, 48.1% of the new employees that you hired. That's substantial sum. And I think one of the initiatives we should look forward to is not only the finance, but also other departments of, shared services. The smaller towns, it benefits both Holmdel and the smaller towns. The smaller towns do not have the ability to hire somebody that has the qualifications.
And, what they're paying will probably pay for, in a lot of cases, substantial sum of the salary of the person that's being hired. Other initiatives for 2021, we're looking to eliminate paper. This office was loaded with paper when I got here. They print out everything. We do not print out anything at all unless we really have to. Also, we're moving over to electronic billings. We want all of our vendors to please send us an invoice electronically. We do not want to receive them in the mail anymore. Potential problems, although I really don't know where this is going. Problems for 2021. We do have state aid. Our state aid is $1,985,000, or 7.94% of our budget. We don't have any word from the state as to what's happening with that. That depends on, the state budget for the next fiscal year. Again, we really have to keep an eye on that. Those are all the comments that I have regarding the finance office. If anybody has any questions.
Just one quick question. And maybe we have this and I just don't know it, but I know a large number of our residents do not have escrow accounts. They pay their taxes directly. And you send out a thing and you got to do your check and drop it off or mail it in. Is there any way to set that up on an auto pay type system?
Yes, we do offer that. It's the ACH. Jill can probably talk about that a little bit. They have to sign up for it, and it's taken out on a quarterly basis.
Okay, so we might want to communicate that more, because I wasn't even aware of that. And then with the last storm coming, I thought I should just be doing this electronically.
We do it electronically. It's on our tax collectors page, all the information on the Holmdel Township website. So all the information to sign up for the direct withdrawal program is there. They have to fill out a form, provide us a copy of a check from the checking account that they will be using, so that all of the information we know is correct. And once they sign on to the program, they remain in the program until they give us written authorization to take them out of it. So Great. It is available to them. They also have the bill paying option from their banks. They can do it electronically that way. They set it up electronically, and then the bank sent us a paper check. So that's another way for them to do it from their home.
So Sharon, again, that might be something to feature in a newsletter. Did you know? Because I don't think most residents are going onto our website to look for this data. And it's nothing against our website. It's just people's crazy busy lives. So thank you. Great.
And you could also pay by
it's already on
if
it.
you need to.
Messages that it'll be in the next newsletter.
You can also, when you log on the website, you can also pay by yourself by either credit card or check. That's also permitted. So there are a number of ways to pay.
Okay, keeping it moving. I don't know who's next.
Okay, so could I quickly make a comment?
Of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Bill because he has provided a lot of information and spent a lot of time with the Finance Committee and Sharon as well, to ensure that we're fully transparent and have enough information to see where we are going and how good we are in terms of our financial health. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate all the help.
Thank you.
Bill, next was Eric, Jill, you.
Jill, do you want to go next?
Go ahead, Jill.
You want me to go next, Bill?
Yes, please.
Okay, that's fine. Mm-hmm. Am I on?
You are on.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Jill Stone, and I'm the tax collector for the township. I just want to start by giving a little overview of our office and some of our responsibilities. My statutory duties as tax collector include the billing, collection, reporting, and enforcement of all municipal taxes. In addition to these duties, the tax office bills and collects residential, commercial, sewer, utility taxes. We perform an annual audit of the residential sewer rates, calculate pilot charges, process septic permits, and also issue dog licenses. I work with 2 staff members, one part-time, clerk and 1 full-time clerk. Our office remained open and staffed throughout the pandemic to handle tax tasks that could not be done remotely, such as processing tax payments, preparing bank deposits, and printing and mailing tax bills. We kept the residents updated about executive orders that affected our tax collection via the township website, the Notify Me email program, the electronic signage at the entrance of town hall, and of course, telephone. Work that could be done outside of the office was done remotely, and we were able to continue the same level of service to our residents that they had received prior to the pandemic. Last year, we were able to move our annual tax sale online. This allowed bidders from all over the country to participate in our tax sale. We updated our utility software module to allow for e-billing of residential and commercial sewer accounts. And we outsourced our property tax billing and mailing, which was a very, very time-consuming process to do in-house. It took 4 to 5 days of work. So that was a big load that was taken out of the tax office. Our tax collection rate remained stable. At the end of last year, it was at 99.16%. My goals for this year is I would like to move the pilots into a new module within our software that would allow payments to be made online. Currently, they do not have the option to make pilot payments online. I would like to change the residential quarterly sewer bill to an annual bill, which would reduce printing and postage costs. In order to do that, we would have to change the sewer ordinance. And the last thing that I would like to do would be to actually begin the e-billing program by having our residents sign up for the program and have it in play by the 3rd quarter of this year. I think we would be able to do that. That's my goals.
Hi, Jill. I have a question. And this is related to dog licenses.
Yes.
I know it's an honor system, primarily because we can't afford to have somebody going around enforcing that, making sure that people pay for their dog, get a license for their dogs, like other towns do. So the question I have for you is, in 21 or 22, how could we better educate our residents to get a dog license because it's required by law?
Well, we can send out mailings to all of the residents. We have the dog licensing up on our webpage, on our website. We used to canvass certain areas to see if residents had licensed their dogs. The Boy Scouts did that, several volunteer organizations, but it didn't work out very well. So I would really have to think about how we could be able to get everyone involved in this. We have people that are very regimented. They know that they need to license their dogs. They will call in and tell us that they have neighbors that haven't licensed their dogs. We have the information in our handout when we send out our yearly tax billing that we do dog licensing. So I would have to really think about other avenues that I might be able to explore to get it out to us that we haven't thought already.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, we'll go to Eric.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eric. I'm the tax assessor for the township. First and foremost, I just want to say that it's a pleasure working with such a competent and conscientious staff here in Holmdel. And Bill, Jill, and Eileen in my office make my job much easier on a systemic level. There's many aspects to that comment. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to try my best to summarize a somewhat complex topic. All right, you see my screen, right? We're on? Okay. So the purpose of the tax assessor is really, despite the name tax, really I have nothing to do with generating taxes or establishing how much money the town has to receive in money. What the purpose of the assessment function and the tax assessor is to distribute the tax levy. And not just of the township tax levy, which is what's highlighted right here, the $14.6 million. What I'm responsible for is the distribution of the school tax levies, $59 million, and the county tax levy, which is about 10.3, and so on and so forth. When you add it all up, it's about $87.8 million that we collectively have to raise through property taxation. And that amount gets distributed based on the values within the township. To put it very simply, if your property was worth 1% of the town, you would pay 1% of the $87.8 million. Now you could see historically the amount that has to be raised is increasing, the total amount that has to be raised. And a lot of people will ask, and I'll generally get the phone call as the tax assessor, why are my taxes going up? Well, there's a lot of moving parts here. And you could see what's highlighted on the township municipal budget portion is it's relatively flat. And many of the years that have gone by, the township committee, mayor and committee were referring to flat taxes, which is absolutely true on a municipal level. But there are other aspects of this, particularly the school, which you could see has gone up by about $5 million since 2016. Now, none of this has anything to do with the assessment function. It's really just one of the moving parts of the taxes of the township. What the assessment function does is it distributes whatever. In 2016, 82.9 million. In 2020, it was 87.8 million. In 2021, I guess we'll see what happens. Back in 2015, we implemented reassessments. And as everyone knows here, the market is ever changing, and the values of properties do not appreciate or depreciate all at the same rates within the township and within really any municipality or any state or country for the world for that matter. Different price points change, different locations change at different rates, different types of properties, commercial properties, residential properties. This year is really an unprecedented year from many aspects, but certainly from a real estate value aspect. We have commercial properties that arguably are struggling a great deal, not collecting rents. You have higher end properties moving at different levels than lower end properties. The closer you are to the shore in other towns, seems to be the higher the market appreciation has been, and things are always changing. So again, going back to the distribution of the taxes, it's not just on a township level, but also on a county level. And what you could see in 2020 versus prior years, the county budget actually decreasing by about $700,000, the Holmdel Township share of that. And it's not because the county budget went down, it's because Holmdel Township has lost market share to the other 52 municipalities within the county, mainly because the shore towns are appreciating at significant rates. So they're absorbing more and more of the roughly $300 million county tax levy, alleviating it off of us. And that's all due to the reassessments throughout the county that are being done. Essentially, what has to happen is everybody pays their fair share based on their proportionate share ownership of the county, of the town, and so on and so forth. What's in front of you here is the 2021 reassessment report. This is a document that I produce each year after I conduct the reassessment in the fall, which sets the assessments for the subsequent year. So this is the 2021 reassessment was done in September, October of 2020, based on the market at that point. What I do is I analyze sales data from various price points, various neighborhoods, different characteristics of different homes, renovated houses versus not renovated houses, ranches versus split levels within certain even subsets of the township. And I modify the modeling of the assessments accordingly to target market value. The goal here is always on a statistical level to generate the most accurate assessments possible so that the distribution of the taxes is as accurate as it could possibly be. So kind of reflecting on, and this is something that we've been doing since 2015, reflecting on the assessment accuracy from last year, 2020. Each year, the Division of Taxation publishes these statistical studies, and our ratio, so the typical house assessment was the target's 100%, and we were 98.72%, was what our assessments were representative of market value in 2020. So we were very close to the 100% target. More importantly is what's known as the coefficient of deviation. And I'm not going to bore you with the details of how it's calculated, but what you should know is that the lower the coefficient of deviation is, the more accurate the assessments are. Essentially, it's a measurement of how reliable the ratio is, how tightly clustered the ratios are from the average ratios, from the average ratio. 2020 coefficient of deviation was 6.36. It's actually the second lowest coefficient of deviation on record in at least 30 years of data that I have. Prior to annual reassessments, our average coefficient was around 10.64. And you could see the trend since we implemented the reassessments, we're down at 6.36 this year. Does that mean that we'll continue to decline and decline? At some point, you can only get it as accurate as it could be. The market itself is not perfect. There's no such thing. You can't have a coefficient of 0. So we're pretty close to being at the bottom of the barrel in terms of the most accurate the assessments could possibly be from a statistical level. And also we're at the mercy of the market itself. And of course, this year, particularly in the last 6 months, there's been a tremendous amount of volatility and prices really all over the place. So it's a very difficult market to analyze, and we'll see what happens in the future. Things will obviously stabilize at some point, but the assessments will continue to mark what market or target what market value is. That doesn't mean that taxes go up. If all of the assessments tomorrow double, the tax rate will just be half of what it is. What matters in terms of the reassessment is if certain segments change at different rates than other segments, it changes the distribution. A very simple analogy is if 3 people went to dinner, the bill of the dinner was $100. It doesn't get split up based on what the people at the table ate. It gets split up based on what the values of their houses are. And what may be happening in this current market is certain properties may be appreciating or depreciating at different rates, and it's going to change the distribution of who pays what of that $87 million tax levy. As part of the reassessment process, we're required to inspect all properties within the town once every 5 to 8 years. We're on our second cycle of inspections, and by the way, the purpose of the inspections is to gather accurate data on each of the 6,300 properties that we have, so that the analysis of what the value of those properties are could be as accurate as it possibly can. Obviously, renovation, the size of houses matters in the market, the age of houses, the renovations. You renovate the entire house, it's going to change the value of the house. So we need to know about it. We need to address that from the modeling within the model, so that property pays its fair share, effectively relieving those taxes off of other people. 2020, we started the second cycle of inspections. You could see what's highlighted here was the area that we targeted for the inspections. About 33% of the town, believe it or not, in that small chunk, because most of the properties in Holmdel are actually located right up in this top section, well, not most, about 30 something percent is up here because there's a lot of townhouses within this area, and you have Cedar Village and Village Grand. Unfortunately, we started this project in February and bleeding into March, and you could see that red highlighted area. We kind of pulled the plug at some point, even though we transitioned to virtual inspections. It was very early in the pandemic, and things were a lot different a year ago than they are today. People were very scared to do any sort of inspections. So we postponed this area, which we will put off until this year with the 33% that we were going to do this year. Surprisingly, the area that's highlighted there is only about 200 or so properties. We actually got the bulk of it done up in this area and in Bow Ridge. This document's available to you. I'm sure it was sent to the mayor and committee. It's a good read. I would certainly take the time and read through it. It highlights the differences, the changes that happen, and just some general comments about the real estate market, which I'm kind of touching on right now in this presentation. It has the tax levy, the historical tax levy for the past few years. And as far as the 2021 assessments go, the 2020 net value of the town was 4.307 billion. When you add up all the assessments, 2021 is about 4.375. It's only gone up about 68 million, of 1.59%. I'm sure right now you look around and you're seeing sale prices that are significantly higher than the current assessments. And the reason for that is when I do the reassessment, I'm analyzing sales from the past 2 years. So it's a stabilizing force. I can't just take the current sale prices in the last week and then suddenly snap the assessments to what's currently happening now. It would be far too volatile. So there's always going to be this trailing, stabilizing force of the prior year sales. So going into 2021, really the sales that were used were 2019 and 2020 sales. Well, think about 2020. You had January and February, which are generally low volume sales months. The pandemic hits, there was almost no activity in March and April. So now there's 4 months out of the analysis for 2020 sales data. And then suddenly things start to pick up in May, June, and then come July, August, and then certainly in the fall, that's when we've really seen this market explosion of these prices. So really that's happening right now. So what I certainly anticipate going fast forward to 2022, when I do this analysis about 8 months from now, I certainly expect a significant appreciation of the town. The 2019 sales are going to drop out of the analysis for the most part. I'll be looking at 2020 sales, and we'll have all fresh 2021 sales data. I suspect there'll be some volatility in terms of how neighborhoods have changed through this period. And of course, like I said, I'll continue to try to provide as much stability as possible by analyzing it in the fashion that I am. This document has a breakdown of the 2020 final assessments and the 2021 preliminary assessments. You'll see share of the township residential slightly grew, not just because the residential now represents about 88.42% of the township versus last year at 87.92. It's not just because the residential have appreciated, it's also because the commercial properties have declined. So commercial properties in this pandemic have certainly decreased in value, and that's been to some degree reflected in the assessments here. We'll see how this transitions, but again, things need to be stable. We don't just drop the commercial properties in half because of the pandemic. This may be a small blip in time, and we'll continue to monitor it. And if this continues, the longer this goes on, the worse off it is for the commercial properties, meaning that share of taxes of commercial properties will be peeled off of them onto residential properties. So it's certainly a concern that residential property owners should have. As far as the changes, assessment changes going 2020 to 2021, this is really an impact report. Relatively stable going assessment wise. The baseline change at 1.59% should be seen. The township value change at 1.59% should be seen as the baseline of change. Essentially, anybody whose assessment has gone up by less than 1.59%, you went up by your assessment change by 0.5%, you're actually decreasing your share of taxes. Does that mean your taxes will go down? No, because it depends on the tax levy. If the tax levy remained flat, the total tax levy, not just the municipal portion, if the total tax levy remained flat, absolutely, the taxes on someone whose assessment went up by only 0.5%, their taxes would actually decrease year over year. You could see that the majority of properties changed between 0 and 10%. Actually, most of them 0 and 5%. 2672 properties change, residential properties change between baseline and 5%, which is really 5% is really 5% less than 1.59 is if you want to determine how their proportionate share is changing. You can see more residential properties are going up. They're increasing their proportionate share of the tax levy versus decreasing. And again, that's because the commercial properties were decreased. So another interesting aspect here is that blue line. What that blue line represents is the median value of each grouping, assessment value. And what that's really portraying there is that there's a compression that's happening in this market. You have higher value properties that may be appreciating, but they're not appreciating at the same rates as the lower valued properties. The lower valued properties are certainly most impacted by this current environment that we're in a good way, from a value standpoint. But it's a double-edged sword when you're talking about taxes, because taxes will be shifted onto the lower value properties because of that dynamic. And why is that happening? It's probably because the interest rate situation. With the interest rates being so low, you have people that buy properties because of what the monthly payment is going to be, that will be able to afford significantly more. That will be more predominantly happening in the lower value properties than in the higher value properties, particularly because the higher value properties come with a very high tax bill. A $1 million house in Holmdel pays $20,000 in taxes. The interest rate does not help the tax situation there. So you're going to have limited impacts on the higher value in relation to the lower value properties. Okay, so one other aspect of the assessment function is obviously a need to defend the assessments. Property owners have the ability to challenge their assessment. I submit the assessments, I send them out to the property owners, and they have the option to challenge it if they don't think the assessment represents market value. Historically, we had over 100 appeals a year at the county tax board level. 2015, we spiked up because that was the first year we implemented reassessments. So there was kind of a shock to people changing to a new system. And you could see how appeals have declined since that point. And I think that's attributable to not only more accurate assessments and a better economy will generate less tax appeals. There's a lot of forces that are not in my control, but also education of the public. And I think the public, for the most part, understands how the process works, and most importantly, have confidence in the process. And I think that's really why we're down to this year only 45 taxpayer filed appeals at the county tax board. It's even half of last year at 82. So hopefully that trend continues, because that makes my life a lot easier. As far as state tax court cases go, and these were at the county tax board level. State tax court cases, we remarkably only have 15 open cases. If we estimate what the worst case scenario exposure is on all those cases, if we were to lose them all, I would say it's probably about $300,000, $400,000 of exposure that we have. That does not include 2021 tax appeals. I expect that we're going to get an influx of commercial properties filing tax appeals at the state tax court this year. The deadline for them to file is April 1st, but we'll see. That remains to be seen. We're protected from some of the larger taxpayers. We had some open litigation on Kimco, Holmdel Town Center, and Lowe's that we resolved, and we resolved it in a manner that they had to agree to numbers for 2021 and gave us actually some protection stretching out to 2022 and in Lowe's 2023. That was important for us to negotiate that because obviously in this pandemic, it's a huge unknown. So I think we were able to avoid any sort of refunds from those particular cases and gave us some stability and assurance moving forward in this really kind of strange time that we don't know what kind of risk we see ahead of us here. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Eric, I'd like to make a comment. I'm sure many of you know that when somebody appeals their assessment and wins, the money comes out of the Holmdel municipal budget, because even though we may have paid that tax to the school district, the school district is no longer on the hold for repaying that amount. So it's extremely important to understand what Eric has done. His work is extremely important because it impacts our municipal budget, and his excellent work has reduced the number of tax appeals, as he pointed out, and he shared that information and analysis with us, with me, and with the Finance Committee. I'd like to commend him on his excellent work, because that impacts our revenue and our budget, and I want people to know that. Thank you, Eric, for the great work.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, we are running a little bit behind schedule, so if there's no other questions, I'm gonna keep moving. Next, we have municipal court, and I know we have Judge Casey and Lindsay. I don't see Lindsay. There she is. Okay. We can't hear you though.
I keep myself mute all the time. My name says connect to audio because I do that a lot during court. Because then people who are not connected to audio, once I start talking and they see my screen, it just says connect to audio really big, and then they connect to audio. And being this is a webinar, I'm not really sure how to rename myself. So I'm connect to audio. The municipal court is responsible for processing all motor vehicle tickets within the Holmdel jurisdiction, as well as all township ordinances, disorderly persons offenses, petty disorderly persons offenses, SPCA, weights and measures, fish and game, solid waste, local park commission, and forest and park complaints. Me as the court administrator, I manage the administrative duties that are essential to the proper operation of the business of the municipal court, such as trial dates, issuing process, probable cause determination. I'm just going to go over the budget narrative, if that's okay. Starting with the highlights and accomplishments using the goals identified in our budget from last year. So last year I had wanted to cross-train the staff because when I came, only some people did traffic, some people did criminal. So we were able to accomplish that and get everybody cross-trained on both sides. Destruction had previously not been done for many years. We got rid of about 45 boxes of old files that we destroyed, with continuous destruction being handled daily. We did a complete reconstruction of the municipal court website, providing people with fillable and printable forms, many court and outside organization resources, information on virtual court, and frequently asked questions. The update is key to navigating through the building closure so that people had access to documentation that they may require from the court. And when COVID-19 is all said and done, the website will still continue all these features and save the people the trip to having to come down. measurable goals for the coming year is to now have cross-train the staff in all various virtual procedures, since obviously that is new for everybody. I would like to organize the office layout to be more functional. Last year, we were supposed to go through renovations of the court. So with all of our destruction and purging that we've been doing, we cleared out all of our section in the basement. That is all completely done. But what I would like to do is get everything now so that the office is more functional. The renovations obviously didn't take place. So we didn't really start getting everything in an order because we were kind of waiting for that to happen or to see what's going on. But so that is, one of our goals for this year. And then finally, I would really like to enter a shared service agreement with another town and take on the responsibility of 2 courts, at least, maybe 3. Please explain any challenges and lessons experienced by our department as a result of COVID-19. We're the court. We are a public operation. So obviously, with not any public conveniences going on, we completely had to change what we were doing. It forced the municipal court to shift from in-person court sessions to virtual court sessions. After a month and a half of planning and learning the ins and outs of Zoom, virtual court began on May 18th, 2020. Myself, the judge, and the prosecutor all remained in sync. Working together, we were able to find out which procedures worked best to run court efficiently. Due to COVID-19, the Administrative Office of the Courts issued an order to stop the issuance of warrants for failure to appear in court, with the exception of DWIs being re-implemented, as well as stop the court from being allowed to suspend a defendant's driver's license until further notice. This order has made it hard to get many people to come to court, being they face no consequences for their decision to miss court. This has proved to be very challenging and hopefully will not continue too much longer through 2021. Due to COVID-19, many system changes have been made to the municipal court's operating software. The old system of Max has been replaced with a new system called PC-SAM. Expungements are now received through a computer system as opposed to through mail. The filing of expedited expungements now falls into my hands rather than the defendant attorney's superior court, creating a whole bunch of different paperwork. The procedure for handling indictable private citizens' complaints has changed, has become much more time consuming when they're indictable. The private citizen, we have to enter it and then send it out to the county to be reviewed for a period of almost 45 days, which doesn't really sit well with many private citizens, but it's the process. Pleading not guilty is no longer only handled through the court. Now there's an enhancement to an online program that allows defendants to no longer have to appear in court and plead not guilty, and they can plead not guilty through the web. This has also added much additional paperwork for myself, the prosecutor, and the judge. And due to the changes implemented, all court staff has had to undergo multiple virtual trainings to be prepared for each rollout to occur. The municipal court division granted permission for the court administrator, myself, and the deputy to bring home a state computer, which has been extremely helpful. The violations clerks are able to log in from home as well using township issued iPads. Having the computers home has allowed myself and the deputy to be able to perform all office functions from home, which has been huge. But working from home definitely comes with its challenges. Having 3 small children under the age of 7, one being in elementary school, has proven to be very difficult, to say the least. Nevertheless, working from home has eased the stress and worry about potentially being exposed and bringing the virus home to my loved ones. With all the incredible changes that has come with 2020, the municipal court navigated through every hurdle it was given. Each staff member pitched in and was flexible when needed to be, and helped out every chance they could. The dedication of this staff is truly inspiring. If I had to cut 5% of the budget, where would it be? I would cut 5% from the printing portion of the budget. With the implementation of the e-ticketing system from the police department, the amount of paper tickets needed will be significantly less. So I do not feel this will change the operation of the court. One area that could be considered for shared service, I think that we are a prime candidate to enter an agreement with smaller surrounding towns. As a shared court service, I originally came from Holmdel Township a year and a half ago, where we were shared amongst 3 towns. So I have years of experience and would be able to guide the court staff during such a change. I would eagerly welcome another town as court administrator and hope this is a possibility to the future. Says explain any operating expense change greater than 5%. In my budget, I actually increased the printing, even though I said that I would decrease that, but I increased it only because I put a couple line items together to fall under printing. There was a line for forms, which could just fall under printing. So even though it's a 133% increase for that specific line item, it's actually a 30% decrease overall when you put all of the line items together. The implementation of the e-ticketing from the police department should alleviate the cost for the traffic tickets. I also had a 33% increase in dues. They were under budgeted by $50 last year, and I added a small additional, I believe another $50 added just in case there was a rise in the judge's annual fee, because I haven't received that yet. The other one was a 100% increase in miscellaneous, only because there was nothing budgeted there at all last year. It's just a small, just because the state requires a line item for subpoena fees. So that could fall under miscellaneous, or if, to just add a line item, subpoena fees. Explain any recommended staffing adjustments. None at this time, but once COVID-19 is under control, we will need, I have a vacant position right now in the office that it will need to be filled. What is your department's top capital priority? Now, but capital, I believe, Sharon, correct me if I'm wrong, was anything $5,000 and more? Is that?
Generally speaking, it has to be over $5,000 with the useful life of more than 5 years. It's not necessarily a hard set rule.
Okay, so last week I was discussing with Jason, because we were just talking about the sound system in the courtroom. And one of the things that if we were going to redo the sound system in the courtroom that I would like to add is speakers into our court office. It doesn't hit $5,000, but it is, it was almost $2,000, $1,995 to have the speakers put in. And the reason why I would like to do that is because during court sessions, many times, when we're in person, and even not, but the women in the office come back and forth to ask questions. What did the judge say about this person? What about this person? And I know a few other courts that have the speakers in their court office that then the women can then hear what is actually going on. And it kind of, just alleviates that whole need to come back and forth and check it out. So that is our capital priority, I suppose. And then explain any items that we should be thinking about moving forward. The court office was set to undergo renovations at the beginning of 2020, which understandably was put on hold due to COVID. I think the renovations should be reconsidered, and if there's any round of the CARES Act or a program similar, to consider the court office to be part of any financial plan submitted. Our office, I'm not sure, who has been in the office and who has not, is very tight the way that it's set up, and just there's no flow. Unless the women are sitting at their desk to walk back and forth, if you're walking the same spot, you're going to walk by like this, or if there's a drawer open, you got to close it to move. Like there's really just no space anywhere. So to reconsider the renovations or to take them off hold and to go forward with them would be wonderful. And I guess that's it. I'm sorry, my face is so red. I'm very nervous.
No need to be nervous. Great job. Anybody
Judge
Casey, anything to add?
No, just because I'm here, I was here for moral support, hence her red face. It's nice to meet everybody. My name is Mary Casey, and I sit in the municipal court. Whatever you need in order for me to support Lindsay, she's kind of like a, sign here judge type of an individual. So things have been working despite the massive changes tremendously. Not to do a thumbs up for her, but absolutely. And I invite any recommendations or whatever you folks need. And I welcome you because I know there are new individuals on the council as well. Nice to meet you unofficially. Okay, that's it.
Hey, Lindsay, great job on the presentation. A couple of things. Any anomalies that you guys may be anticipating this year or even into next year that aren't normal? on
Well,
your-
I mean, I guess if marijuana becomes legalized, but aside from that, not too much.
Well, I mean, the warrants though too, Linz, would you agree?
Oh,
I mean,
yes,
that
yes.
mayor has done a tremendous flip on us, because where we had that opportunity to bring people before the court, that has all been taken from us. So we can't even suspend a license. And I mean, wherever your opinion is on that, it's just, that's a tremendous shift.
Right. There's no consequences there. I have a whole drawer out in the main office, this whole entire drawer. There's probably like close to 300 cases of people that we just haven't been able to get to come into court all year long. And they're just going to sit there because we can't do anything about it.
Yeah, their hands are tied. They've tied them. So, I mean, I think that's a huge difference. I don't know what the relationship is between, the AOC and the township, but maybe if individuals spoke on at least getting them forward. I mean, we don't need to put them, in a grave, but if you have accountability, then at least we can move a little bit easier.
That's a good point. I appreciate that. The other thing is that you brought up is a sound system. I've been here a while. I struggle with the sound system in there. I'm not sure if it needs to be fixed, Sharon, because you're here over a year, or it needs to just be ripped out and replaced with something new, because we can't keep putting Band-Aids on a system that it affects us when we're in person, and I'm sure it's impacting you guys negatively as well. And I think that bringing that up was an important part as well, Lindsay, because I think that needs to be addressed, but addressed in the proper manner. I'm tired of the Band-Aids. We're just wasting money by augmenting and trying to fix a system that doesn't work. We can't hear, residents can't hear. It just goes on and on and on. Then you have the planning board, zoning board on top of our meetings, and you're using the court. It's too important of a room not to have a solid and efficient sound system in there. That's all I have.
Anybody else? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would just suggest that if we're going to do it now, and just make it a priority while it's not being used. I think it would make more sense to have it ready for when we're back in person than waiting until we're back in person and then doing renovations. So I think it's something that we should, if it's necessary, let's do it, now.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And Mary, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, folks.
Time, yeah.
Take care of yourselves. I'm sure this is unprecedented on top of unprecedented. So everyone take care. Wendy, it's good to see you too as well. And Sharon, thank you guys. I'll take my leave.
Good to see you both. Thank you. Good job, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dave D'Arcy for the fire department. Dave is the township's fire training officer. He is a lifesaver to me, and I have to apologize in advance because he is one of the people that had no notice about this. Again, inadvertently, fire department not being township employees, but he jumped right in, and I said, I promised him he only had to do like 10 minutes, and we're running behind, so if you do it even sooner, that's okay too. So thank you, Dave.
Not a problem. Happy to be here. Hello, everyone. Good to see you again. Hope your 2021 is starting off better than 2020 did. So I'll review. It's my understanding we're reviewing 2020 goals, objectives, 2021, and then I'll point out a couple of highlights for you as well. So in 2020, we set out some ambitious goals. The mayor's been working with us on recruitment for quite some time, and it was definitely one of the top priorities for the volunteer fire service. You can really never have enough bodies. It's really a numbers game in having your staff readily available. You never know who's going to be available. So recruitment was definitely number one for us. In 2020, we recruited 14 new members. And when I say we, I'm speaking on behalf of the fire company. They really deserve all of the credit. They did a fantastic job. There is new leadership at the highest level of the officer levels this year. And a lot of praise goes to Eric Hernando, Nick Rybakowski, our chief and deputy chief, and their staff of officers. A fantastic job. So a big increase in recruitment in 2020. The buzz is kind of out there in the Bayshore that, you know, Holmdel is doing what it needs to do to get back on track. Their mutual aid partners are doing a fantastic job with them. Training is always at the top of our list of priorities for the fire department. It's an ever evolving, you know, never ending process for the fire service. They need to stay on top of their game. We are mandated by PIOSH to conduct minimum level of training on an annual basis for all of these guys. That's part of the reason why I was brought into the fold a couple of years ago by the previous administration to ensure that they're complying with a lot of those state standards. So I'm happy to report that we are doing really well there. In addition to the training that I provide for the fire department, they conduct their own training on a regular basis as well. So I would say 2 to 4 times a month, depending on the month, depending on the situation, they get that stuff done. One of the priorities we identified, and this goes back a couple of years for the fire department, was pump operator qualifications. In order to operate the apparatus, they have to hold a certificate in a specific course. They have to get wheel time, they have to get pump time, and we were able to provide that training for 17 members in 2020. So that's a really high percentage of the membership who attended the class and successfully completed it. Some, I don't want to say many of the members, but quite a few of the members already had the training and attended it anyway. So even though they had the certificate and they weren't required to be there, it's 17 new members, but there were in excess of 20 members who popped in and out and attended various portions of the class as a refresher as well. So that was good. Number 3 priority in 2020 was accommodations. This is something that's been ongoing for a few years in the town. Dr. Carter's report, one of the things that the town likes to point out is that we needed a centrally located firehouse. So thanks to the powers that be, we were able to make that happen and broke ground earlier this year. So I think once the fire department is occupying that space, we'll see some additional enhancements. We'll be able to report on that after the fact, but with the groundbreaking, that's definitely going to make a difference. And of course, funding. Funding is it's number 4 on the list, but it could easily be number 1. The township has done a really good job of providing additional funding that was really needed to get the equipment, not just the apparatus, but even things down to the tools that these guys use, and then provide a platform to help me deliver training to those guys as well. So funding definitely went up in 2020, which went a long way. I have to say it went a really long way. For 2021, our goals will start with training. One of the things that ISO had pointed out to us a couple of years ago when we had our audit was a couple of minor training deficiencies. So we've already started to address that. Pump operator training was one of them. Fire officer development will be something that we'll be focusing on this year, along with some other skills-based things. Once the new firehouse is occupied, I've been pressing the fire chiefs to reorganize their response plan for the town in terms of alarms and apparatus, and dividing the town up into a more efficient response territory. And otherwise utilizing the apparatus that they have available to them at the new firehouse and at Centerville to reduce our response times and increase coverage overall. Our third goal will be to develop future fire officers, not just the officers that are in holding rank right now. We want to develop them, but we're trying to plan for succession. A lot of times in the volunteer fire service, you may have good leadership for 2 or 3 years. And when those guys kind of filter out after being officers for a couple of years, you never know what you're going to get. They are elected by a majority vote within their fire company. So we want to make sure that Holmdel will be in good hands in terms of the volunteer fire department for years to come. And these goals are really in no particular order, but our 4th goal for 2021 And this is a shared responsibility between the township and the volunteers, is to prepare the town for another ISO audit. We can request that audit whenever we like, but they will eventually come knocking and ask to do the audit on their own. So I'd like to see us, jumpstart that process and do the things that we need to prepare for that audit and get that rating back to where it needs to be. Challenges, I see your thumbs up. Challenges were shared, I think, just like every other department in the town. COVID affected the fire department just like it affected everybody else. Social distancing is tough when you're occupying a very small space. It's very tough for those guys to spread out, and obviously responding to calls and having to, use breathing apparatus when you're in the middle of a respiratory illness pandemic, definitely provided a challenge. The supply chain was disrupted just like it was for everybody else. I mean, we're still waiting on fire hose that we ordered months ago. If some of the materials are purchased from overseas or manufactured in different parts of the world, the supply chain is definitely still disrupted for some of the things that we're trying to buy. But as far as PPE went, initially it was a problem, just like with everybody else. But Sharon, myself, Eric Hernando, Chief Meshesky, the mayor, I think we had a good team in place for COVID, and we were able to get our hands on a lot of things. So the fire department's good, I think, as far as COVID goes now, and exposures have been low, contracted cases have been low, so they've been doing a good job of taking care of themselves. Other than that, I think that's the short and sweet version. Budgets are submitted. We'll have our meetings and we'll see where we go from there.
Great. Thank you so much, Dave.
My pleasure.
Any questions? And I just remind, there's a lot, I know there's a lot of aspects of the fire department, and we're going to discuss those and what the TC wants to move forward with exploring after the break, which will be after police, which is our last one. But I don't know if there's any technical questions for Dave while we have him.
Yeah, I have a question.
Just one quick question is, what exactly is Dave's title again?
Dave has about 20,000
with the fire department. With the fire, yeah. Is it the fire department coordinator, or?
I think technically.
The title that Donna Vieira came up with was training officer.
Training officer. Thank you.
And I realize, DJ, that you're new to the committee. My responsibilities were first and foremost training. The township wanted to make sure that the volunteers were doing the minimum amount of training required. 2 was to oversee the municipal budget that the township gives to the fire company. And then the last thing was compliance with local, state, and federal fire department related laws and standards and guidelines.
Perfect. Thank you, Dave.
You're welcome.
David, hi, David, this is Prakash. First, I'd like to commend you. You've done a great job not only identifying what we need, but also providing the required training. So thank you. Second, I'd like to ask the question. You brought up the ISO rating. And for those of you who don't know, we went from a 5.5 to a 9 or something like that. And as a result, our homeowners insurance premiums shot up. Mine actually went up by $1,000. So our goal is to bring it back to 5.5 or actually beat it. So one question I have is, I know you've spent a lot of time training, and that's a huge component. Response time becomes a huge component of where our ISO rating is going to be, outside of having the required number of resources to handle a fire. So is there an objective way you can estimate, based on your training, how much we would improve in the rating itself?
So the ISO rating they changed the way that they issue the ratings in the last couple of years. And just to clarify, because when you say 5.5 to a 9, it sounds like a huge number. It actually went from like a 5, it's like a 5X to a 6X or a 6E or something like that. So it did, and the number goes up. So when you say it dropped, they give you the higher number is the lower rating. So just to clarify that, there are, the way that we run right now today, it would be a challenge to bring ISO in, do an audit, and expect a better rating. One of the big things is firehouse coverage per square mile. So we're going to fall short there, but there are things that we can do. There are other smaller things that we can do to overcome that. I'd have to pull the ISO report, the last ISO report, and we can certainly put those objectives in, but the officer training, the number of volunteers, and the apparatus were the other three things that off the top of my head. We had a Class A pumper that was out of NFPA rating. We replaced that, but we will have another Class A pumper that will be out of NFPA rating within the next couple of years. So that's on the forecast for capital improvement projects that you guys will have to make a decision about soon. It's on my list of things to discuss in our budget meeting, but we have a couple of years. The aerial, the ladder truck is another one that'll be out of NFPA rating in the next year or so. So that's another one. Apparatus, manpower, training are the ways that we can make up for it. And actually, it's not the fire department system, but with the police department upgrading the communication system, we're planning to go live on that new system tomorrow. I'm sure the chief and Lieutenant Ackerson will have more for you on that. That will actually help the fire department as well, because communications is a part of the ISO audit.
Thanks, David. My second question is related to volunteers. I know you had better luck this year in terms of getting more volunteers. What could we do in terms of, let's say, using some type of a targeted incentive program, et cetera, that could potentially improve our volunteer force, because that impacts our coverage per square mile. So what are your thoughts on specific targeted incentive programs?
So there are two things that we could do to try and improve in that area. One would be, and Sharon and I looked into this last year, where we could look into a third-party service that does your marketing, recruitment, and retention. And they kind of help you market yourself and use the best practices that they've found, throughout the country and other parts. They'll mimic a plan based on a community similar to Holmdel. So they customize a plan for you. It's an a la carte service, so you can kind of pick and choose what you want. They can do like your multimedia, or they can do everything. And obviously, based on what you choose, will determine the cost. So if we were to go for all of it, it would be a cost of in excess of $20,000 to partner with a company like that. We can explore lesser options, but that is one way that we can try and bolster our numbers. I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question? You're muted, Prakash.
I'm sorry. I was talking about specific targeted incentive programs to improve coverage.
Right, the incentive. So this is another one that it was a laborious project to discuss. There is a proposal. It's still in its draft stages to incentivize the volunteer base, monetarily through participation. And there are 2 or 3 different versions of that incentive program that have been discussed. It's never been finalized, but again, it would require a little bit of money to incentivize the volunteer base. It certainly will bolster the existing numbers. I think you might see a benefit in terms of retention if the members are incentivized beyond what we're already doing. But it certainly could be a draw to bring in additional volunteers. The data on that is wishy-washy. It works really good in some parts of the country, and in other parts of the country, not so much. It really is specific to your community. So there's no way, we don't have anything really to rely on to say whether or not it would be worth spending the money to do that. The only way to really find out would be to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not, we're not talking about a ton of money.
How much? Would you be able to share some of your ideas? You don't have to answer now, but would you be able to share?
Yeah, well, they're not specifically my ideas. We went to the volunteers and it was their idea. I think for year one, we'd be looking at around $25,000 based on the number of members that we have. But there's different levels of that incentive, and it's based on your participation. So the more you participate, the more your monetary incentive would be. So it really, there's no hard figures. It really depends on how much they get involved.
Last question, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Given the increase in housing, especially in North Holmdel, so there's going to be high density areas, given the population growth, could you share with us, if not now, later, what's your estimated number of volunteers that will be required at what times to decrease any potential vulnerabilities, specifically coverage?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we went down this road and looked into, what that number would be. If you had 3 fully staffed volunteer fire companies, that number is probably somewhere around 60 or 70. And you're not relying on all 60 or 70 to respond at the same time. You're relying on a pool of people to be available when the tones go off. And typically, the daytime is always the worst. This is a bedroom community, and people who volunteer typically work outside of town, so response times are a little bit more delayed and that sort of thing. But when the tones go off, you're hoping that 10 or 15 people are available to respond at any given time. Get on 1 or 2 apparatus and respond to the call. You're never going to get 50 people that come out for 1 call. It's just it's not realistic. But yeah, that number needs to be up somewhere around 60, based on how the town is currently laid out and population and that sort of thing.
And how are we trending?
We are trending up. I mean, 2020 was a spike. I mean, a 30% increase in membership in 1 year is really something to be commended. Eric Hernando and those guys really deserve a lot of credit for increasing that number. In 2020, they recruited 14 members. 9 are Holmdel residents, so that's a good number. And then the others, and again, the numbers of our members, we have a number of members who live outside of town, and a number of members who live inside of town. The way that our ordinance is written, we kind of expand the borders a little bit and allow people to apply and join our volunteer fire company. They have 51 members total right now. Of that, 41 are certified firefighters, all contributing a different degree of participation in terms of response to calls. Those reports, we can request them from the volunteer fire company. They maintain their own percentage reports if you really wanted to dive into how much each member is dedicating to responding to calls. There are 10 firefighters that are in probationary status right now, meaning that they're either attending the minimum certification training, or they're about to complete it, or will attend later in the year. So that number of total certified firefighters will definitely increase a little bit. There's 5 explorers in the program right now, and then they have 3 members who are fire police. They're not certified firefighters. They respond in a support capacity. The numbers always fluctuate, though. If you recruit 6 members this year, you might have 2 members who, this is no longer for them, or their life changes, or whatever the case may be, and they can't volunteer anymore. So the numbers do fluctuate, but I have to say that a 30% increase in 1 year is unheard of. It's really good.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, anybody else have anything for David? So just a quick comment, David. First, I think you take an initiative in the future leadership development for the fire department is commendable. I really want to highlight that, because people understand that the town is providing the facility now and all the assets that the volunteers use. They are volunteers, but they represent the town, and having strong leadership and solid training are the two fundamental things that are super important, because the work that these volunteers do reflect on us, on the TC. So I really, really appreciate your involvement in this. I've never seen more engagement in the fire department than I've done recently, in the last several months. So I know that a lot of it is driven by you and the leadership, Former Chief Farrell, new Chief Fernando. They really are putting in a lot of time and effort into making the program successful. And I think that with them and your involvement and your continued guidance is going to go a long way. And that spike in membership is awesome. I mean, we've been working hard to try to drive membership and advertising recruiting, but I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. So I really appreciate that and providing that update and feedback, and your, again, continued support, and appreciate you taking the time today to jump on the call with us.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so
Any other
much,
questions?
Dave. And
You
I
got
owe
it.
you one for the late. Thanks, Dave. So
You're
what I'd
welcome.
like to suggest now is we have one more department left, but despite me planning for overages, we went even longer than what I was expecting. So what I would suggest is we take a lunch recess now, and then when we come back, we'll wrap up with our police department, and then we'll jump into the rolling up our sleeves part of this workshop meeting, if that works for everybody.
What time is that?
That is my question to you. Do you want to do a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour? What works for you guys?
Half hour is good with me.
Half an hour is fine for me.
Half hour.
Hour? Okay, so
Here.
we'll regroup at 1:30. The webinar will stay open and live. Everybody just please turn off mute your microphones and turn off your cameras. The webinar will stay on and live, and we'll be back at 1:30. I will put something up, Wendy, so people know I have it ready to go.
Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you. I think we might be, we're waiting for Mike, but thank you.
Hi, everyone.
There he is. Hey, Mike. If Mayor, if you're ready.
Okay, I just wanted to do roll call real quick.
And yep,
Okay, Mayor Bontempo,
here.
Ms. Weber,
Here.
Mr. Critelli. He was here. He'll be joining us shortly. Mr. Lucarelli,
Here.
Mr. Santana.
Here.
Okay, Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Sean, you want to roll right back into the presentations?
Yes, we have one left. Hopefully everybody got some food in their bellies and are ready. We have our police department is next. So we will add our chief, and I think he has some people with him in his office. There we go.
Okay. Hello. You want to screen that? Yeah. Hello, hello.
You're not hearing them, right?
Oh, good, Chief.
Good, we hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
This was a strategic decision to wait till after lunch because you guys kind of looked hangry.
Smart. They say with court cases, you always want to have your court case heard right after lunch. You get a lesser sentence than right before.
Move that window with everybody's picture in, so you go to the screen. From the top. Yeah. That way it's not showing.
To here?
Yeah, wherever you want.
Are we ready? Everyone's
We
on?
are ready whenever you are.
Okay, I only see three of you. So anyway, good afternoon.
Chief, just so you're aware, we have 4 of the 5 township committee members. Committeeman Critelli is not on yet, but will be joining.
Okay. All right, so I'll start with hopefully tomorrow you guys will be receiving our 2020 annual report. I'm just going to give myself a plug for this right now. It's basically an expanded version of the status report that you receive each month. So once again, I'm offering to the TC members the opportunity to review the monthly or the annual with me in detail at some point during an executive session. If you have questions, you see how, what everything in that graph means or in that report means, why it's important. And if you would like something changed, we haven't changed it in quite a few years. If there's things you'd like us to focus on, or you think there's some things in there that are no longer important, we can take them out. We don't have to give them to you. Report on it monthly if you're no longer interested. So it gives an opportunity to update it, to give you guys what you want, and I think it's more effective than just giving you what I think you want. So starting with our 2020 highlights and accomplishments, our first one was to increase public engagement. Now, due to COVID, COVID in this situation was a hindrance and a help. While we were unable to hold many of our annual public-oriented programs, we couldn't do Youth Academy, we couldn't do National Night Out, we couldn't do Neighborhood Watch meetings in person, we couldn't do our normal national or our Neighborhood Watch ceremony we've been doing over at Bell Works in the theater. Town didn't do Holmdel Day or Harvest Fest. But we did use the opportunity of COVID to find alternate ways to connect. So first thing that I want to call attention to for our public engagement was our forward-facing documents. This is something that we had been working for over a year. We were able to get it in place during 2020. It's a program you should all know, but it is a program that enables us to place our policies on the department website for full view by the public. The public can download them, print them as they need to. The program updates automatically. So every time we change or revise a policy in-house, it automatically does it on the website, saves a huge amount of time, and we're never forgetting something and saying, oh, geez, that policy is 2 years old. It's always up to date. We've got a lot of positive feedback from the public. And it also helps with a lot of Oprah requests, because anything that you give to the public, you do not have to provide an Oprah. So when someone calls up and says, yeah, I want to Oprah your use of force policy, we just turn them to the website and it's on there and they have it. We also had a goal of increasing our social media presence. Our Facebook is currently at 7,500 followers. Our last post reached about 33,000 people. Our Twitter is up to over 1,500 people. So is our Instagram account. Those are all increases of about 10 to 15%, which was good. In addition to those platforms, we increased the use of our department website. We added traffic safety messages. We added crime prevention tips. We also put on our officer awards, which got a lot of positives and maybe one negative, but a lot of positives. And we also have a new lost dog policy where we are going to have the officer pose in a picture with the dog. That more than anything, when we do a dog related incident, we get tons of hits, and we're going to try to feed on that and get people to notice, more people notice our social media. So with that, we still continue to release information to media outlets and newspapers. That helps us to get more followers as well. So using all those techniques, we have built ours up, and we continue to do so. At the start of the pandemic, anyone that's been on the committee for any amount of time knows we have a very active neighborhood watch program, and we use the captains, and they're very helpful. At the start of this pandemic, we used them to add and update residents to the Code Red notification system. Prior to Sandy, we knew there was going to be problems, so we went out and we took that opportunity to get people to register for Code Red. We did the same thing when the pandemic started. People think about doing it, but then don't do it. So, hey, look, the pandemic's about to hit or Sandy's about to hit. You might want to get on here and get, up-to-date messages. It was important to get as many residents online as possible in order for them to receive the information the town was going to be putting out. But not only did we add over 250 people, it actually brought our total up to 20,000 phone numbers. We're about 20,100 phone numbers in our Code Red. In the paperwork, I noticed there's a typo, Sharon, in the stuff we sent you. I think it says 22,100, but it's actually 20,000. And this also gave us the opportunity to get people to update the information that even though they were previously enrolled, their information was a little out of date. Our officers created and coordinated several new social media initiatives to engage residents, especially children. All of them were designed to keep people engaged while quarantined. A few of them included the drive-bys we did for birthdays. We did that in conjunction with First Aid and Fire. We did a poster contest, a driveway chalk contest. We did virtual tours of our PD and our patrol vehicles that we made available on the township website. We had to assist with coordinating the virtual graduation ceremonies with the high schools, St. John's and Holmdel, as well as the SAT school and St. Benedict's. And, the positive of this, all this interaction we had last year, it led to township residents and groups donating to our department in terms of PPE, food, drawings for the officers, cards, and a lot more. So it was very nice. We have an Explorer program that's been one of the oldest in Monmouth County. This year, we also added a cadet program to that. Explorers are for kids ages 15 to 21. The cadets allows us to bring kids in that are 12. So now we can cover from 12 to 21, and both programs come under the Boy Scouts of America. Obviously, we were no exception to social justice rallies and protests. There were 2 rallies in Holmdel during both events. We met with the organizers. We assisted with planning to ensure a safe event for everyone. Obviously, in addition to these events, our officers were requested through mutual aid guidelines to assist in numerous other municipalities. We did over a dozen, 15 or more throughout Monmouth County. And then as well as we were also asked to assist mutual aid at the pro-police rallies that occurred after the initial rally. So that is all under our first goal, which was to increase public engagement. So our second goal was to hire a replacement officer. Unfortunately, due to COVID, the department wasn't able to meet that goal. The civil service tests were postponed. The eligibility lists were delayed. Police academies were closed for most of the year. So we were able to do most of the preliminary work for the hiring process. We did the backgrounds. We conducted oral board interviews. We weren't able to get a hire done. So while the department could be making an argument for adding officers at this time, our request is only to hire in order to maintain a head count in light of some pending retirements. And in the age of quarantine, we're always working short staff. So we don't really want to get our numbers, have our numbers reduced at this point. It's something we need to address, and we'd like to do it in the first quarter of 21. Third goal from last year was to purchase 5 vehicles and a trailer. We did get, the trailer was one of the message board. Knowing that we were going to have these issues and knowing the age of some of our message boards, we needed to replace one. We were able to do that, and that one's online. The 5 vehicles, unfortunately, although we did order them, due to production being halted throughout the year, dealerships were closed. It's delayed the car. So there's 5 vehicles on their way. And obviously this has a very negative impact on our fleet. Many of our vehicles have high mileage, which we consider high, over 100,000 miles. And when the car gets up that high in mileage, it causes some officer safety issues, as well as it costs more to maintain the vehicle. We have done a lot of research, as a positive note, and also for our 21 goals regarding electric vehicles. And it is our goal to begin moving our fleet to a hybrid vehicle when we order cars for 2021. Now, the last 3 goals, which were not accomplished, were finalizing the radio project, implementing e-ticketing, which I saw Lindsay hit on, and then implementing body-worn cameras. All those 3 are pending, and I'll talk about them in our 21 goals, which is the next topic. So our priority for 21 is to safely return to proactive community policing. COVID forced us to work defensively. It caused huge decreases in motor vehicle stops, in summonses being issued, and arrests being made. That's all covered in the annual report in detail. Department administration needs to address this and get our officers back to a more community policing style of working. Holmdel can be an attractive community for criminal activity, as you guys are all aware. The current motor vehicle theft, thefts that are occurring is a good example. In addition, many key policies were revised at a state level last year. Those include use of force, vehicle pursuit, internal affairs, and others. De-escalation training continues to be a current topic, as will the inevitable changes that will be triggered by legalization of recreational marijuana. And as you know, in New Jersey, that includes mushrooms as well. All this needs to be done. Our goal is to do this, to get back to working and get back to getting our guys up to date with all their training as we receive the updates. And it all needs to be done with the goal of reducing officer sick and COVID time off. We did a very good job of this early on. Lately, we've had some issues. Most of the issues are occurring with officers off duty, but that doesn't matter. It still affects us, on duty. As we sit here today, how many are quarantining?
We have 5 guys.
Right now, as we sit here today, we have 5 officers in quarantine. So that has a tremendous impact on a daily basis. That number goes up and down. So our goal is to do all those things, but also do it safely. So being limited by social distancing restrictions, our juvenile officers have been developing ways to be more accessible, to include, they've just talked to the school about coaching with the high school varsity baseball team. Both of them played baseball in high school and in college. And so our juvenile sergeant, as well as our SRO, have kind of volunteered to work with the baseball team, work with other sports. John McGuire has actually volunteered to work with the Unified Basketball League at Village School this year. So I'm glad it was their idea. It was something they did on their own. Very glad to see that, you know, my guys are looking for ways to still be able to interact with the community. That leads us to the radio project, but goal number 2 for 21. Obviously, we've kind of undertaken this for the entire township. That includes the road department, construction, first aid, fire, OEM, anyone that has a radio in town. So this ended up being, well, we knew going in, this is an extremely labor intensive and a complex project. It was even more time consuming than anyone had estimated. And of course, as everything, it was made even worse by COVID. So among other factors, but a lot of delays were caused by technicians that didn't have the resources to work. But the officers involved in the project are currently programming radios for emergency services and other township departments, as well as conducting training with all potential users. It's our goal to completely switch over to the new system by the end of February. So that's better than first quarter of 2021. So we will be online. Third, body-worn cameras. As you know, this project was partially funded through a federal grant that we received. This was before Governor Murphy announced whatever the state's going to be doing. So this required additional documentation on our part. It involves mandatory reporting to the state, and it also involved public notification that we had to do, that we were doing the system. We had to make things available on our website, and it was a lot more work by taking the Fed money, but in the end, I think it was worth it. In addition to that, the funding was delayed from the township side because our bond did not become available until September, as well as the federal side due to pandemic-related federal office closure. So the department is currently purchasing the cameras and the equipment, and the program should be fully implemented by the second quarter of 21. Our fourth is e-ticketing. So the completion of this project was affected by delays in township funding, as well as other products that took priority. It's our hope to have it implemented by fall of this year. E-ticketing is a very good thing, but it's one of those, it's not a necessity. So it got pushed aside by other things that we really feel are needed right now. And I think you guys would agree. So e-ticketing, for those that don't know, we require some hardware that goes in every vehicle. That hardware allows the officer, pretty much the ticket itself. You don't get the standard ticket that you may or may not have seen. Hopefully you haven't seen it. It's a specially printed summons. It actually allows the driver to pay the summons before they even leave the stop. As the officer puts in the information, it automatically puts in his location because of GPS. We scan the license in because it has a barcode. Registration has a barcode. Very little typing for the officer to do, and he issues the summons. On top of that, multiple summons go on one sheet, so you're not handed 5 or 6 tickets. It's just one summons with all the violations listed out. And if the driver wanted to, they could just from their car pay them and be done. So it's a lot less labor intensive for the court office, but it's a very good program, and it speeds the whole situation up, and it requires less and less reporting and keeping files, and it's all done electronically. That is, again, by fall of this year. Our fifth goal for 21 is state accreditation. So the department has been working on this project since 1989, as embarrassing as that might sound, but it was not given the attention it needed to get fully completed. Former administrators, unlike the current one that's online right now, did not believe in the value of the accreditation credential. In 2018, the current police administration made it a priority to accomplish this long sought after goal. So unlike most police agencies, we did not hire the services of an outside vendor to do the work. Most departments, our neighbors included, hired a company to come in and write policy for them. We felt it's much better off that we do it ourselves. So the entire very labor intensive process is done in-house. The accreditation product is nearing completion. We held a mock assessment in December. The notes we got from that mock assessment are going to be revamped, looked at, and we're going to make changes as we need it. And we're scheduling our final assessment by the state. It should be scheduled before the spring of this year. So accreditation means that the Holmdel Police meets the Credentialing Commission's best practice standards regarding policies and procedures. The results of accreditation include greater accountability within the agency, reduced risk and liability exposure, stronger defense against civil lawsuits, increased community advocacy, and more confidence in the agency's ability to operate efficiently and respond to community needs. F, what was that? A, B, C, D, E, 6, IT technician. There's obviously too much work for one IT person to handle the needs of the entire township. I listened to you guys earlier asking Jason who his backup was. Well, most of the time, Jason's backup is Jeff Ackerson, who's our IT guy. He's a police officer that just happens to know something about IT. He's not at the level of Jason, but he tries his best. Jason does need a backup person. So it is our request to look into hiring at least one part-time IT tech to not only assist Jason, our full-time person, but the second person would serve as a backup when he's away or otherwise unavailable. Right now, my guys handle that. Jeff handles it, and then you guys met Dave D'Arcy earlier. Dave's kind of like the backup to Jeff. So I think it's long overdue that Jason, our IT person, be given some assistance. But that's something we definitely should talk about. CRG mapping is our 7th. So CRG is a mapping program that allows the command post at an incident to see exactly where each officer is during an emergency. So in 2020, for example, it proved to be invaluable during the protest rallies and the 2 missing persons incidents that we had, which were major events. One who we eventually, they were both deceased when we found them. One was found in Bayonet Farms. The other one was found in Holmdel Park. So you could see where the officers are at the current time. You can see where they've searched, where they've been, where we need to put more officers, all done on an overlay that this company does. That's for outdoor stuff. It also is invaluable for indoor stuff. So we've been working with the school for the last 2 or 3 years. I can say the interim superintendent was very into this. He purchased it for all the schools. Prior, we had some problem getting it done. So the schools are now online. St. John's and St. Benedict's are online. Town Hall, we put in our 20 budget to get Town Hall done, get it mapped, as well as other township buildings and Bayonet Farm. So currently, private businesses are responsible for the cost of the mapping, and we're going to continue to work with them to move forward, because Bell Works, Bayshore Hospital, Vaughn's, these are all places that are going to have incidents, and it's something that is a necessity for our emergency services to have access to this mapping. We don't know, nobody knows the building as well as they need to and this all comes out of, just a little history, comes out of the NFL. The NFL got rid of their playbook, and they now train in pictures. They give you a picture of the play. They give their players a picture of the play. They don't write it out anymore. The playbooks are not 5-6 inches thick. They say people learn best when they're taught in pictures, and that's what we provide. So when officers from other towns and agencies from other towns, like when we have the missing person, you're bringing in people from all over, first aid squads, fire companies, you all meet at a location and you send them out. We'll be able to send them out with a map, with a grid. You check section AC or A1 or C3, and then we check them off. The computer automatically updates and checks off the box where they were. So all public and private schools are now complete. Town Hall, Community Center, and Bayonet are in the process and will be completed first quarter of 21. Our goal for 21 is to map Bayshore, Bell Works, Vonage, the houses of worship in town. And again, this, as the mayor will remember, at one time with our radio systems, they were very difficult to hear inside buildings, like Bayshore. So we had to work with, it was expensive. It was like 20 or 25,000 for each of these places to put in a system to allow the radios to be heard outside the hospital. We only were able to get this done through an ordinance. We passed an ordinance mandate. I think Mike Collins wrote me the ordinance mandating that these certain size buildings had to have these repeater systems so that we can, public services can hear. Something like this might need to be done in order to get the mapping done. And finally, under buildings and grounds, a couple issues with ours. First of all, our cells. In 2019, we received a warning during our annual Department of Corrections inspection that our 3 holding cells were out of compliance for suicide risk. 2 cells have been updated as required, but we're still waiting for the 3rd, which is our female cell. The company doing the renovations is located in Maryland and was unable to complete the project due to COVID travel restrictions and quarantines. If we were willing to pay 4 times the price, they would have come, because they have to quarantine their crew for 2 weeks. We didn't think that was appropriate, so that's been on hold because of that. Our evidence lockers was another product we paid for in 20. This product was delayed due to COVID. All materials and equipment were ordered and received. However, no work could be started because of the quarantine. Contractor has now been selected, hired, and scheduled. Our next one is the locker room. So I'm sharing the screen, and can you guys see that? Can you see that, Mayor? It says locker room.
Chief,
is it up?
That orange square, drag that over to the other screen.
Okay.
Should show it there.
Can't.
Okay. I'm just gonna stay there.
Can you see this? Okay, thank you. So our current facilities were put, I'm gonna give you a virtual tour. So this is the women's locker room. Very small. Obviously, when the building was built in 1980, the town had the forethought of putting some departments that were built around that time, didn't even put in women's locker rooms, believe it or not. But it could fit 4 lockers. There's one hidden behind that pole there. Haven't been updated since the building was built. That's the bathroom. These facilities don't get any attention at all. That's the shower. As you can see, it was freshly cleaned. It just can't be cleaned anymore. The grout's coming apart in all areas. The men's room is much worse. The men's room is shared by 50 officers who currently work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's the door. That was something. It's an ice box and a stove that needs to be removed. If you see the towels hanging on lockers, there's no ventilation down there, so nothing dries. So we don't, so one thing officers can leave out is their shoes and their towels, because nothing dries. We moved in an industrial fan to blow air around. Doesn't do much good, and it clogs up with lint and dust. It's tight corners. This space here is like 2.5 feet wide. Probably would not meet code, but we had to squeeze lockers in. That wall tends to drip something. We don't know what it is, but like I said, the place does need some attention. That's the locker room. That walks into the bathroom. The bathroom's very reminiscent of something you might see on an abandoned highway. That's the part, the privacy petition. There's just some tiles missing. The heater is not working. That's the shower stall that was installed. That's an upgrade. We fixed that in probably 2000.
Chief, you made your point.
Oh, you want to see? I think they're good. Hold on, a couple more pictures. That toilet. That's the vent that takes the bad stuff out. There's a shot. And yeah, I was saying that the shower stall, for some reason, is only 2 feet wide. Now, the room to expand the locker room, we're taking away a current. It was originally a break room. So behind that wall, you see, is the locker room, and then behind this kitchen here is the bathroom. So all we want to do is break this down. This room hasn't been used in years. As you can see, I think the green was in style in the late 60s, early 70s. Doors have fallen off. They're not replaced. There's, I don't know what that is. There's holes in the wall that were patched with tape. And so that brings us to, so that's our locker room renovations. I'm sure I beat it to death, which was my plan. The next thing was our fuel pumps. Just to get it on the docket, we've always maintained our own gas pumps. In the 90s, this was done through a shared service agreement with the Board of Education. When the Board of Ed stopped using their own buses, the pumps were offered to the township. That offer was declined by the then administrator. Instead, we began purchasing fuel from local gas stations at a much higher price. So relying on retail vendor leads to problems during storms, power outages, other emergencies, as none have generators and often close due to lack of help. If the kids pumping gas can't get to work, they just close up. That doesn't do much for me when we need gas. So moreover, when gas supplies are limited, there's no guarantee that a retail station will get deliveries. So the township did install a diesel tank at DPW, but we didn't do one for gasoline. Maintaining our own pumps improves public safety and will pay for itself in about 2 years. The cost of a 2,000-gallon tank with all necessary equipment is about $80,000. On average, we purchase 70,000 gallons of gas a year. Gas prices change daily, but using recent numbers, if we purchase from Exxon, the cost would be $1.77 a gallon. If we purchase from the Morris County Co-op, it would be $1.27. That's 50 cents less. At those rates, it would take about 2 years and 3 months to pay for installing the system. And then the rest of it is just money savings. I saw Lindsay brought up archives. Wendy brought up archives. So our PD was designed with a firing range in the basement. In the late 80s, the town asked the then chief if this area could be used temporarily for storage. 40 years later, and that our range has become a disorganized mess, unsafe and unhealthy. We've found mice, rats, snakes. We've had broken water pipes, have all been issues down there. The shelves are overflowing with things that should have never really been archived. Our request is that the town needs to construct a temperature-controlled archive in the basement. Each department needs to purge the current storage area, and I have some photos of that. So this is the current room. Well, this is how you're greeted. Somebody just put maps in the doorway. This is what the room looks like. This on the left here was a hallway that people just started putting stuff there. Those are the construction maps on the right. I don't know how you find one. The boxes are some labeled, some not. Like I said, that hallway, just whatever was left over just laid there. Yeah, I think that's on the right is a vintage Gateway computer box. I think they went out of business. So that brings us to that. Okay, so that's our goals. Our goals, very easy, to take care of that for 21. I know I took a lot of your time, so if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer.
Chief, this is Prakash. I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
So first on the renovations.
Yeah.
Instead of looking at each item and saying what needs to be done, would it make better sense to have the town review possibly redesign the whole area?
Yes, if you're talking about the locker room, yes, we already met with the architect.
Oh, you already have a plan?
Yeah, this is just to show you why we went and did that. We met with the architect. Our goal is to make the women's locker room a little bigger, take some space for that, get rid of that break room, and make the men's locker room bigger as well. Upgrade the lockers, upgrade the ventilation, change the lighting, and really for the amount of officers we have. When we moved in this building, I think we had 17 cops. One toilet, one sink, and one shower probably worked then. It doesn't work anymore. So I like to put double up, have two sinks, two showers, two toilets. That way, because they inevitably go down, something breaks, a pipe leaks, we don't lose the locker room.
Yeah. So you've got an estimate that could be potentially part of the a capital improvement?
Sure.
Yeah, just to clarify, so the department met with the architect to put together what the plan would be, and the architect will put together a proposal in terms of what the architectural work will be and what an estimate for the work will be. So that's the first step to figure out if it's going to be $50,000 or $500,000. That the only people that could tell us that would be the architect.
Okay, so it's in the process. That's good.
Yes.
Second question on.
Still need the money.
Yeah. Second question on the archive storage area.
Yes.
So does it have to be at Town Hall or could it be somewhere else? Because there are third-party facilities, temperature control facilities.
We had used both for a while. When this thing got so crowded, we were using an off-site facility. It really is not the best way to do it because if you need a document, then you have to. Actually, ours was in Shrewsbury, I think, at the time. So you had to drive to Shrewsbury to get a document, which was just crazy. There's plenty of room downstairs in the basement. The library was a location we've already looked at, the old library, I should say, to build at least part of it. It doesn't need to be the whole thing because a lot of that stuff that's in the archive is going to be thrown away. Going forward, most stuff, anything that's created electronically can stay electronic for the life of it, for its life. So you don't need to make copies of things. So going forward, we shouldn't be collecting as much nonsense. But so we have a space spec'd out downstairs. We do have architecturals on that. The biggest expense of that product was the shelving. Building the room is not a big deal. And since it's in the library, it already is ventilation controlled or temperature controlled.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question, Chief. On the keeping the officers healthy, which is a primary concern of mine, how are we doing on the vaccine front? And is there anything we can do to motivate to get to 100% compliance or close there?
Yeah, I think we're actually doing really well. There are a few officers that you're not going to convince to get the vaccine.
I'll beg.
I begged, but there's some guys that have legitimate concerns. A lot of it comes, I'm not going to say why, but whatever the reason.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we're close, and
okay.
95% of our guys have already, are in the process of getting vaccinated.
That's fabulous. 95% is tremendous.
I have two. I have my 2 shots, so I'm already finished, and a couple guys are in that same predicament.
Okay, fantastic. That's great.
Just for the record, Mr. Vitelli just joined the meeting.
Hello.
Chief, I just had one question. There's not a fuel tank. I mean, I'm sorry. There's not a gasoline tank at DPW. Only diesel.
Correct.
That's all right. That's odd. Right, but I agree with what you're suggesting there. But thank you. That's it.
No problem.
Or was the old tank removed from? It was next to South School. Was that removed?
Yes.
Oh.
We were offered that tank. It actually was 2 tanks. We were offered the whole thing. We could just take it over. We had the ground checked. There were no leaks, but the concern from the previous administration was that we would be liable for anything that, that tank had been there for over 20 years, and anything that did to the ground, we would be liable for since we took possession of it. I don't know if that was true, because quite frankly, you would sign a document as we had nothing to do with the maintenance of that tank until 2015. So, but either way, it's gone. So
is there an opportunity for shared service either with the state police for that or with other towns?
No, we've looked into all that. The state police have no interest in sharing. The county does offer a program that's not very good and not very close. Guys need to gas up their car at the end of every shift. So driving to the nearest county, like Castle was using the county over on Union Avenue, and they stopped because it was, they charge a fee for every gallon, which having your own would be much easier and much more cost effective.
So, Sharon, I'm sorry. Currently, how does DPW fuel up, the mowers and all their equipment, they travel back and forth getting fuel?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it does definitely make sense to have something that you guys could share between the police and DPW, right? I mean, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Not only us, but the fire trucks, the first aid rigs, the construction vehicles, everything needs gas. And
well, not everything. I think most of them are diesel, but you still have generators and I guess a lot of the equipment at DPW is gasoline still.
Right. And a lot of their vehicles are gas too. I mean, not every truck is diesel, but
right. Yep. Thank you.
And just to note, as it relates to, you've heard a couple of the presentations today overlapped in archives and different things. Public Works, had they presented today, adding a gas tank is also one of their recommendations for the year. And as the chief said, it does pay for itself in a little over 2 years when you factor in the savings on the actual cost of the gas, because you don't have to pay the premium on the retail. We get it cheaper than they do.
Chief, great job on the presentation. Appreciate you hitting home the point about downstairs. So I think from the downstairs perspective, we heard Lindsay and the judge talk about the court and some of the things that they're looking to do. I think with space and archiving, we need to try to figure out what's the best use of that space, so you guys can actually have an acceptable locker room and facilities to use. And then we also cover anything we may need for the courts. We talked about having spots for the public defender to have conversation with his clients when court comes back in session. Clearly the courtroom that we built 40-ish years ago, it just really is struggling to meet the needs we have today. So I think we need to try to figure out best utilization of downstairs space. So looking at an overall project, Sharon, with an architect to see, what we can do, what our options are, and kind of everybody put in their wish list of what they'd like to have, and then see what we can financially afford and try to make it useful going forward. Because the way the building is, I don't think we have much room for expansion anywhere anytime soon. So we try to use the space we have. I know we talked about years ago, Chief, using the moving some people off-site to another facility. I prefer keeping people together. Talked about moving recreation, and maybe a while ago to the facility over on Bayonet Farms, using the house there as offices for them, give it some utilization. So I really think we need to kind of figure out what makes the most sense and try to look at this thing, holistically, rather than just doing, one-off items, for each particular need that we're trying to plug right now.
Agreed.
Sounds good. Any other comments or questions for the police department?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
No problem. Thank you.
Chief. Okay, so that brings us to the roll up our sleeves portion of this meeting. And I'm going to try to share my screen again. I think this is where we are, yeah. Okay. As I mentioned before, just so everybody knows, or if anybody's joined us new, we're gonna go through some goals and priorities. There will be a time for the public to add comment at the end after we wrap this up. So if anybody in the public wants to make a comment, you can just put your hand down until we get to that point. So obviously I had there we go. Okay, I had a little bit of a preview of both what all of the department heads were going to say. And as the members of the Township Committee know, we've reached out to you to ask what your priorities and what some of your goals were. So what I did is, these are just some word balloons to see some of the things that were, that kept coming up in the responses, whether it be between department heads, just general comments that we've received over the past year from the public and members of the Township Committee. And so what we've done is created categories of priorities. And what I'd like to do is
walk through them with the township committee. We created essentially 5 different categories, and then we'll circle back and go through each one of those categories, and that's where we'll get the feedback from the township committee, and I welcome an open dialogue. I do have some questions to try to get the conversation started, but I kind of want to give you an overview of what we're looking at and how we laid it out, just to kind of categorize it and get things moving along, and then we'll go back. So the first thing is, it goes without saying, and there's not much to discuss. The one thing that I think everybody agreed upon was the importance of the tax rate and maintaining flat taxes for the whole township committee. So that kind of goes without saying, and it's one thing that we'll consider as we move forward and move along with the budget. Aside from that, as I said, we identified 5 additional overall goals. So one is targeted services enhancements, and I'll go into each one of these. The second is community relations and how we can better community relations. Recreation, which we spent a lot of time on earlier this morning, and I think we're going to spend a lot of time on this afternoon. Open space, which kind of ties in with recreation, and then buildings and infrastructure, which I think the chief just did a really good job of teeing us up for that one. So when I talk about targeted service enhancements, the first 3 things we put under this category, and there might be more, and when we get to the discussion, if you guys have more things you want to add, we can add that to this category. But the 3 things that stood out were the library and learning center, what we want to do with that as a township, fire safety and the issues around our fire department and how we can better assist them, and then just public online accessibility. And you've heard a lot about the efforts that some of our departments are doing so far with that. When it comes to community relations, the broad topics, and again, we can add or take away on any of these. I just want to put it out there so everyone knows what we're looking at. With community relations, the relationship with the Board of Education, the social justice issues that have been prevalent in town, our general overall response to the pandemic and how we're working with our residents, and business recruitment. And business recruitment really ties a lot into stabilizing taxes, because if we get businesses into our town, we're better able to stabilize our tax rate. When it comes to recreation, the overall categories that we identified, the swim club, what are our next steps? What do we want to do with the swim club? The improvements from 2018, what we've done and what we want to do with what those projects that were identified. General park improvements overall. One of the things that Bob Ward pointed out earlier today was the improvements we're planning on doing with Alaco Park, but there's some other parks that are out there. And then just general, new courts, new fields. Is there anything else in recreation that we should be thinking of? Open space, it kind of, it's just a very broad category, but everybody on this township committee and a lot of people in the township in general really are supportive of open space. This is our current map of open space in the township. Just wanted to give everybody that visual. We can talk about what we want to do with next steps and how we want to continue to preserve open space. And then finally, buildings and infrastructure. These are a list of projects that have come up. I think every single thing on here you have heard about at some level today. They all take a lot of work, or most everything. The public works projects you really haven't heard much about, but I'm happy to discuss them more. They take a lot of work and they take a lot of planning. We want to know what the township committee wants us to even begin the first steps of looking into, so that we can get cost estimates and we can move forward. So that's kind of the overall, the 5 categories. And now we'll go back. We'll start with the targeted services enhancements. And I'm going to turn it over to the township committee at that point. The 3 different categories with targeted services enhancements, we will talk about separately. I have a separate slide for the library, the fire safety, and the public online accessibility. But are there any other areas for service enhancements that the members of the township committee would like us to focus on that I didn't mention already? Is there anything additional that you'd like to see there? And I can type right on this screen if anybody has ideas or thoughts. And this is anything that I hadn't already talked about. Everything else will be discussed as we continue to move forward.
Sharon, would, and I know we can't talk about personnel specifically in terms of individuals, but would technology staffing be under here?
We can
Or
definitely add that on
technology,
the-
like I don't see that listed anywhere.
Yep.
You're safe,
Technology
Kathy, to talk about an employee we don't have right now is perfect.
Okay, good.
Perfectly okay. That's a great one. That doesn't necessarily fall into one of those categories, but
Right. But
that's
it
a great.
is related to service because we
Really
are
is.
more dependent than ever in this pandemic on IT.
For sure. And actually that might in a way tie into the public online accessibility. The more programs that we have, like Steve was talking about the SDL and the portal that we're going to open up. With Wendy's office, there's opportunity, the spatial data logic program has a lot of opportunities even outside of the construction department. So if we want to open it up in the clerk's office, maybe save Wendy some Oprahs, I'm sure she'd appreciate that. That's all going to need to be supported by some tech staff. So for sure. Any other service enhancements that we should be looking at or thinking about that I have not already listed? No? Okay, it's easy enough. So moving on to the library. The two questions that I have, and again, this is open up, this is a dialogue, this is a discussion with the members of the Township Committee. But these have just come up at some point, they've come to me. Does the township want to consider establishing its own municipal library? We're currently part of the Monmouth County Library Consortium. Is that something we even want to consider? The second question, are there other specific requests of the Holmdel Library Foundation that we want to, you want us to explore to see if there's anything else that we want to look at with the Library Foundation?
So what are the benefits of being part of the consortium? And what does it cost, and what does it cost us?
Sure. So there's a separate library tax. Give me 1 second. I will get that sheet of paper. In 2020, the residents of Holmdel, the library tax levy was approximately $750,000. So that went to the Monmouth County Library Consortium. The benefits of being part of it is you're part of a much larger library consortium. It's a member library. The county runs it. The downsides, we don't have any control over it. So the staffing, the hours, that is all dependent on the Monmouth County Library system. So it's our facility. We technically have the lease on the library space, but the contents and the staffing, we don't have any control over. So the benefit of bringing it in-house would be, we can coordinate efforts with the library system. We might be able to increase the library hours. Right now, I don't have the library hours off the top of my head, but I don't think in normal hours, normal times, they don't open until I think 1 on Mondays, that kind of thing. We'd also be able to do additional programming that is more Holmdel oriented as opposed to more general. We could possibly coordinate that programming with things that we're already doing or our recreation department. So essentially, it's a long process. It takes quite a long time to actually leave the county consortium. But if it's something that we want to look into, we're happy to do that. Essentially, that county tax levy would eventually come back and go into the municipal tax.
And if we were to do it on our own, would we be able to reduce the cost from 700 to something lower?
Could it be possible? Of course. There's two ways of looking at it. Do you reduce the levy potentially? Do you increase? It depends on what the priorities are. So if you're looking at increasing hours or increasing programming, there's going to be a cost to that. But you have a little bit more flexibility in the budget. I do have to note that the libraries, regardless of how you set it up, they would have to have their own autonomous board. If it was a municipal library, the board would be appointed by, I believe they're all appointed by the township governing body. There's some statutory, I think like the school superintendent has to be on the board. But that board would control what that budget was. There is a minimum library tax that every community has to contribute, and then certain communities choose to contribute more.
And are there any negatives to the residents if we are not part of the consortium? Would they not be able to go to other libraries in the county?
You wouldn't have the sharing relation, like right now, the Monmouth County Library System, you can go to any of the libraries that are part of the Monmouth County system. So this would be the township's own separate library. What most likely would happen is that the township would join some consortium of libraries. I'll give an example just from my own personal experience. I live in Long Branch. I'm a member of the Long Branch Library, which is a member of, I believe it's the Middlesex County Consortium of Libraries. So if I want a book and Long Branch doesn't have it, they can go to their consortium of libraries and order that book.
But Sharon, you can still access the county libraries at the other locations.
Yes.
But you have to pay a fee as a resident, I presume, if you're not part of the consortium.
No, no.
You're a Monmouth County resident.
You're a Monmouth County resident. You can use any of the
So
Monmouth County
there's-
libraries.
So there's no negatives to a resident from us not being part of for having our own library. Let me put it
Well,
that
the
way.
only negative might be is right now, because the library is run by the county, say you wanted a book and we didn't have it in Holmdel, they can get it from another county library for you. And so they wouldn't be doing that if we were our own library. They'd have to get it from whatever library consortium we were part of.
So Sharon, I guess my only question would be, what would be the major negative, if we were to separate ourselves from the Monmouth, separate as an independent library versus being with Monmouth County? Like, what would be the other side of it? Not the,
Right. Right. So I think a big factor is that the Monmouth County system would be bigger than our system. So there would be, they just have access to more resources than a single individual library. Again, we would most likely join with some other consortium, but we wouldn't have just a larger system. There's the potential that the cost, depending on how the budgeting went, there's a potential that the cost could increase. It could not. It depends on what the library chose to do and the staffing and the hours. I want to confirm there might be a fee if you're not part of the library consortium. I can get that answer confirmed. But the big downside would be you're just a smaller system. The positive side of it would be that you have us as a township, Holmdel, would have more control over what happens at the library.
Right. It would be our staff, our
and
program.
what department would oversee it? Is it?
So technically, as I said, there has to be an autonomous library board. There and Mike, feel free to jump in, or if you can. There's a separate library board that doesn't necessarily prevent us from being able to enter into an agreement with that board, just like we work with the fire department, which is a separate entity, and the first aid squad, which is a separate entity. My recommendation, just off the cuff, and again, this is so preliminary, we haven't even explored it until I got direction from the county, from the township committee, if you want us to explore it. I think it might be a good fit working with the rec department in some sense because of the programming that the recreation department does, and libraries in general. When we were all growing up, libraries, you went and you took out a physical book and then you returned it, and if you returned it late, you paid your 5-cent fee or whatever it is. Libraries these days they're not really libraries like we used to think about them. They're more media centers and learning centers, and we have a beautiful, beautiful facility. I mean, it's probably one of the nicest libraries in New Jersey, and the location is kind of an interesting location. It's housed in Bell Works, which has a lot of technology technology companies there. So you could do a lot of programming and learning with the library, and I think they could do that in conjunction with our recreation department. Would my natural gut would say that would be make the most sense.
Thank you.
Sharon, I think this is worth exploring. We obviously need a cost benefit analysis, the pros, the cons, the options. And like you said, this is a multi-year thing. This is not something that happens overnight, but it's certainly worth information gathering from my perspective.
Jim?
So I'm going to jump in here, and I agree with Kathy 100%. This is something that prior township committees have kind of scratched the surface of, and then we never really dealt with it. I think it's important that we look at it, and we do need a pro forma to see if it makes sense. I guess we were talking about this a couple of months ago, and if we were going to do something in that way, we needed to give them notice by now, right? I think we're late we just have to stay on for 2 years.
So it would be 2 years. So we would have to pass a referendum. We'd have to hold a public referendum, and it seems far away if we're going to hold a public referendum in November.
A referendum or a resolution?
No, it would have to be a referendum to leave the library system.
So wait a minute. The whole community has to vote on it?
Yes.
Oh, well, then there's a lot of work that would have to be done.
Right. That's why if we're doing that for November, I'm bringing it up now. Is this something we want to look at? Because once that referendum is held, then the county gets 2 years notice, or it's 2 years following the end of the year that you give the notice. So in theory, if the referendum in theory passed in November, and we immediately gave the county notice, the township would not leave the system until 2024.
I don't see us being ready for a referendum in November with everything else we have to do in terms of I think we should gather the information, but it may be next November, 2022, just realistically.
But I definitely support doing the cost benefit, because that's something we need to do anyway. That's step one. Whether we go to step two or not, step one is essential, and we should start that as soon as possible.
I think when the library was first built, and the inadequacy of it made the movement to the county library system an easy decision, right? You wanted to give your people access to resources and not put them in a basement with there's no meeting rooms, there's no space. And now the dynamics have changed. So I think that it's an opportunity to see, when you're spending $750,000 a year every year, what are you getting for that in return? Some neighboring towns run their own libraries and do a great job and run their own programming and have expanded hours. And I think ours is I agree with what Sharon said. I think ours is one of the nicest ones in the state, and really can have more activity going on in there, up into including, after school tutoring and classes in there, or adjunct work being done, which an article I read in one of the New Jersey municipal magazines actually had a robot, artificial intelligence. I think they was using down in Virginia, Washington, D.C., where they actually programmed the robot to teach a geometry class or geometry refresher class. So children after school go to the library, and you could actually ask questions, and it presents on a board with PowerPoint presentation. So there's a lot of things that I think we could do and offer, because it's natural, right? When we were planning this out, we put in a sidewalk path from the high school right down Crawford's Corner, right into Bell Works, and then it kind of weeds through the Bell Works community right into the library. So on a nice day, you could walk or ride your bike or get dropped off there, or even run a school bus after school from the schools to the library, and offer other programs, which I think could benefit the teachers and the students in the community. So, I think there's things we could do. The biggest challenge is the cycle of time that we need to give notice to make any change.
It's definitely a long cycle. I just want to note, just got some information. If you're not a member municipality of the Monmouth County Library System and you want to join that library, it's a $100 annual fee. Veterans get a 25% discount, so it's $75 per veteran. If you're not part of the member library, just wanted to throw that out there.
So the only other thing I would say, Sharon, is that I would support looking into this and seeing the benefits of it, not necessarily saying that I would be for it, but I think it's important to look into this. So I agree with that. And then are we on this other topic yet, or should I wait?
Happy to go to the next one. Keep the meeting moving. So the Library Foundation, are there any specific requests or anything you want us to look into?
So my only request would be just to get to know more about it, and like to get a report of the financials, or see how much money they have, where it's been spent, so that at least we know. I don't know how to make a suggestion on something that I just don't know what they have, you know. I don't. So I guess there's more transparency for the TC.
So the libraries, I mean, the foundation's an autonomous agency, so I know. We can make a request. They don't have to. But in the past, and like last year, we made a request of the foundation for for screens, and they're if you haven't been to the library since we put them in, they're amazing. And so we made the request of the foundation, and the foundation approved the request and purchased the screens for the library, which were an enhancement. One of the things that I know that these members are aware of that was suggested was a new drop box, and making that request for the Library Foundation. I will just say other things that an idea that has come up and quite honestly in this office was the idea of a maker space, which is a new thing that is developing that's coming in some libraries, some cutting edge libraries, where it allows for various it allows people to come in and have access to either software or hardware, technology that might be too expensive for them to purchase at their home, but they want to explore and see if there's an interest. A good example would be a 3D printer. The individuals would have they would pay for the material, the plastic of whatever they're printing, but they would have access to a 3D printer that might otherwise not be available to them. Some coding, and I can't speak code, that's the IT, but some libraries offer coding programs, website design programs, poster printing. So these maker spaces, it's a whole concept that has come out. Again, we can put something together, a proposal for the Township Committee to consider making that request of the foundation, or anything else that you guys would like us to look into. And again, just get you information to figure out whether or not you want to request it of the foundation.
So I'd like to recommend that we look into the Amazon Kindle ebook rental program. They have a program for local libraries.
They do. Our current library offers that.
Oh, he offers that. Sorry, I'm a little slow.
Our current, the Monmouth County Library System offers that. They actually also offer, this was news to me and I found it interesting, Rosetta Stone. If you're a member of the library, you can have access to the Rosetta Stone.
Excellent.
Sharon, I don't know specifically, but I know one of the concerns about the library when it first opened was the lack of a warm, child-friendly type space. So I think there may be a need for more manipulatives, toys, child-sized chairs that are maybe upholstered or comfortable, you know, that cozy reading area kind of feel for young children.
Okay.
You know, manipulatives, learning things that they can do and play with.
Learning, yeah. Objects, I don't,
Yeah,
toys.
you know what I mean.
I don't. Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Educational, yep.
Anything else?
No.
So do the people that work there, are they employees of the county or employees of the town? They're employees of the county, sorry.
County.
Okay, because I mean, they would be the people, right, that we should be asking, but I guess it's like not, I don't know if it's conflicting, but I'm just saying, like, you would normally want to ask the people that work there, well, what do you guys see as a need more than us, you know, but I don't know, is that something you can do, or is that like, I don't know, is that conflicting?
I'm more than happy to make a phone call. More than happy.
They know best.
Is our librarian retired yet? Ms.
She
Karen?
has not, however, she has indicated to me that she may be retiring soon.
And actually, we did ask for a list of things at one point, DJ, because I was trying to run down some of this library stuff. And the list request was, how should I say this kindly? Nominal at best. Let me put it that way.
Why don't we ask her for an updated list? I don't know if I agree with you, Kathy. I remember a couple of years ago when I was mayor, I got a lot of complaints about equipment that wasn't working, and maybe the foundation would consider supporting it, and for all sorts of reasons that didn't happen. But I think we should ask her for an updated list and let's at least be able to consider it. If it's nominal, maybe we should just get it taken care of.
Yeah, but it was nothing, how do I want to say? I'm trying to look for it in my email right now to find it. But it was, the list was insufficient, in my opinion, of suggestions. So, you know, and I got that like last year. So maybe there's some more, but there was, you know, the sum total of the list was like, I don't know, $5,000 or $10,000. It was nothing earth-shattering.
I can definitely reach out and see if they can update their list. Would you like a proposal on the makerspace idea or not, or? No? No? Okay. Anything else? Okay.
Good.
Moving on.
Sorry, Sharon, there's an interesting set of questions from a resident on the Q&A on.
Can we hold those till public comment, Prakash?
Yeah.
No, I just wanted you to make a note of that, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, fire safety. And the questions that I have for you guys are, you know, what practical way, or that have come up, what practical ways can we increase membership? How can we improve ISO ratings? And those are just starter questions. What else would you guys like to see as it relates to fire safety and our fire department?
The first goal, in my opinion, should be how can we improve the response time so no property burns to the ground? Because almost every year we've had at least one property going down to the ground. So the goal should be to see how we can prevent that, which everything leads, I mean, everything comes out of that goal, right? Increased response times, better coverage, better equipment, better training, all that. So the ultimate goal is how do we prevent major fires in our town? That could be even education.
Like community education?
Community education.
So Sharon, you know, after having, we're listening to Dave DeArce's presentation, I think that the focus should be less on now the, you know, how do we increase membership, seeing how many new members we got this year, but it would be more retaining, you know, retention and training, I think should be more of a priority at this point. You know, he said we have 51 total members, 41 certified. I don't know if those numbers are where they want them to be, but if they are, you know, again, I think that, you know, the focus should be more on retaining those people and training those people. That would be my opinion.
Okay.
And in terms of membership, Sharon, I would like to see us do some outreach to large employers in town, Bell Works, Vonage. Back in the day when Bell Labs was in that building, Bell Labs actually, my understanding was, provided volunteer firefighters and first aid squad members and actually even trained them. Now that was different because it was one company and they had the resources, but the employers, so in other words, it's to Bell Works' benefit, it's to Vonage's benefit for us to have an active, well-trained fire department, right? So their building doesn't burn to the ground, or they don't have a something happen in their building. And if they can, help us promote and encourage volunteerism amongst the ranks of their employees. And what the labs used to do is, if you were a volunteer and you got a call, you had the support of the company to leave work and take the call. So this is how you get daytime people, which is the biggest problem, because most of the volunteers have day jobs. And so that would be my thought in terms of membership.
So in that vein, I'd probably also, I know this idea has been tossed around before about our employees, whether it's public works or whatever it is, to see how, if it's even conceivable to.
You can't offer employees anything different than what you would offer any member of the public. It gets into a hairy area because then they become like fire employees. So any employee could join as a member of the public, and if there's an incentive that way, they can. But it can't be something
I'll
different.
also note that there are some legal hoops that we faced when the incentive topic came up in the past, and we could certainly look at it further and chat about it in closed session. But there are some issues, and under the current structure, your fire department's a volunteer one, and it's its own independent nonprofit essentially. So it's really a separate entity from the township. And when the committee, for instance, votes on firefighters, it's really just the township regulating a nonprofit's operations. It's not approving an employee of the township.
Okay, thank you. Because I actually agreed with Prakash on that. I thought that was something that we could possibly explore.
You mean the public works? Yeah. Could I also ask another question related?
Of course.
I know we need to get another pumper.
Yes.
That's a pretty big expense. The interest rates are very low right now. Maybe will continue to be low for the next 6 months, 8 months easily. I know a lot of our bonds are coming off next year. Maybe a good time to bond a new fire truck. But could we look at it in the aggregate and see what other expenses we may need to, what other things we may need to buy for the fire department for the next 3 years, so that we're not doing this every year?
Well, not just the fire department. I mean, we may have capital expenses across the township, right? We should look at everything at once and then see what we need to bond for versus what we can manage in our budget, and a plan for what might be year 1, year 2, year 3. Because I know there's also first aid issues, and clearly there's town hall issues and police department issues of things that need to be done on the capital side. But I think I agree on some of these things that we absolutely have to have, not nice to have, but have to have, that it's going to be prudent to move on it while we can get a good rate.
Yeah, the interest rates are pretty low right now. This is the time to do big capital improvement projects. Because you pay pretty much the principal with very little interest.
We are currently getting very great rates. What about the incentive program and or the recruitment campaign that were discussed during that presentation?
We need some guidance, because from what David said, he said it was wishy-washy, to use his words. So I would rather go on better data than waste money at something that may not work.
The problem is there isn't data out there.
I understand.
I'm sorry?
I understand, but I'm saying for us, given we are a unique town where we don't get volunteers locally, we have to get volunteers from our neighboring towns, and we know why they would want to come and volunteer. Maybe a survey of some sort, maybe using the marketing department or the third party to find out what would help us, as DJ said, not only to recruit, but to retain them. So if we go that route, we'd want to know we want to do some analysis to say, okay, would this help us not just to recruit, but to retain as well? And if that's the case, then I think we should look into it.
So what's the direction from the TC on that? What would you like us to, are we reaching out to a third party to create a survey? Are we?
What about, I'm sorry. No, I was going to say, what about meeting with the leadership of the fire department? I mean, I would expect that they know best, or at least they would have the most honest opinion of what they want or what they need. Is that something that's been done already?
The fire department wants an incentive program. They want, and they proposed an incentive.
Okay,
program.
so you have
I don't
like a
see
proposal?
how that's going to get us more daytime firefighters. So that's what I need the case on this, because I'm not convinced that if people are at their day jobs and so they're getting incentives, I don't know that that's going to, you know, they're going to leave their day job because they're going to get $50. So I need more information and why that makes sense. I think we could get more firefighters, you know, and put more effort into, you know, they've already done an incredible job of recruiting this year, like DJ said. And our numbers are not bad. They've gone up a lot, but, you know, I don't want to throw money at something that's not going to get us the answer that we need. I think we need to be a little more thoughtful about it. And, you know, if we're trying to recruit daytime people, we need to get people that are in Holmdel during the day and can leave their job. And I don't know that an incentive will do that.
No, and this is not unique to Holmdel. Every town is having similar types of issues, especially ones that are similar in the dynamics and geography that we have. I think the guys have done an incredible job recruiting, and when you go down the route of the incentives, you need to be careful, because then whatever we do with fire needs to be treated equally to first aid, because those guys are extremely dedicated. And those guys are going on, you know, I think during the pandemic, they're going on a dozen calls per day. And that's a lot of trips and a lot of time out, away from their job, away from their family. So I think that the movement of the new firehouse, or the next to the first aid and the centrally located, is going to change the dynamics. I think that's going to attract people. I think having a great leadership team in place right now is going to help drive more than you're going to be able to do doing market research or surveying people. I think it's a lot of his word of mouth, and these guys are attracting people through friends or friends of friends. And I think Chief Fernando is going to understands the role very well, and he's going to do an incredible job. So I would not move that aggressive on this. I would be there for supporting these guys right now and help them in what they need. We should take some direction from them, because like the attorney said, these guys are a separate 501c3 entity, and we just provide them the resources in order to do their jobs in town.
Okay, so we're holding.
Greg, I agree with Greg. Let's sit back. Let's get the firehouse built. Let's let the recruiting process continue. It's working right now.
So we're going to complete the firehouse. We're going to look into a new fire truck. We're going to hold on other things at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to put the fire truck on your board, Sharon, at whatever cost is, with everything else that we want to do, and then prioritize those 5 or 6 or 7 projects and see what the overall cost is. Money is cheap right now, Prakash, is head on. I mean, we're getting, you know, below 1%, but I just don't want to spend money for the sake of, because the interest rates are low. We got to make sure that we're hitting the things that are the most important to this committee right now.
But the incentive program won't be out of the capital infrastructure, right?
No, correct.
Incentive would be, but we're holding on the incentive program at the moment.
Okay. Yep.
So the one question I have, I mean, forget the incentive program for the time being. the one metric we want to monitor is coverage across different times, whether it's the morning time, afternoon time, evening time. So that's something that we would like to see on a regular basis, to see where the holes are, where we are very vulnerable.
Yeah, so part of the problem is, Prakash, I don't think they have that many calls. So it's hard, it's a little tricky to measure. I mean, they're doing 300 or 400 calls a year. And a lot of those are not for real fire. So, you know, I don't know we're going to get the ideal data that you want, but, you know, they should have something now about when they've responded to calls and that sort of thing.
But even before we go into calls, could people normally say I'm available, right? That's logged somewhere. So let's say I'm a firefighter. I presume I tell them the times when I'm available on any given day. And so do the other volunteers. So based on, there's probably an attendance sheet somewhere that logs times where people are available to answer calls, whether it's at the facility or from their house, from their homes. So I think that's the metric we want to see.
Okay, so we can discuss the information you're looking for offline and kind of maybe clarify what you need. I want to keep this going as quickly as possible. We have a lot of ground to cover. So a reminder, just we're high level. What are the general high level things? The what's, not the hows. So in terms of public accessibility and our online presence, is there a what that the township committee members would like to see more of? Is there some gap that we're missing that you would like us to dig into more? Again, not the how, but the what overall, is if there's something out there.
I very much like the idea of mobile app-based activities for all township related work or activities, basically. So in other words, if I'm a resident and I do X, Y, Z with the township, it has to be through an app. That way, you know, I can make payments, I can ask for Oprah requests, I can communicate, I can watch your Facebook videos, YouTube videos, everything via the app. A complete mobile, let's call it mobile township, or whatever it is.
So along those lines, and I don't know if it has to be an app per se, because I know there are hurdles sometimes with getting an app. But in the social media sphere, some way or some one-stop shopping where people can say, my street hasn't been plowed yet, or are we having trash pickup today, or recycling, when is recycling coming, as opposed to like 52 different ways. Because what I find happening a lot, I'm on that Holmdel resource page for residents, and that's where everybody's going and posting all their stuff. And then I turn around and text Sharon or whatever, to say, what about this? What about that? But it's not efficient. There should be some way. And I think of, and again, like New York City, call 311 with whatever your problem is. Like what, people have a question, problem, concern. What's the easy one way, thing? And it not necessarily a 311, but, that we can really push out there so they know to check that. And along those lines, and again, I'm not sure how difficult this would be, but the more that we can put online to get ahead of those questions, i.e. leaf pickup. Leaf pickup always gets delayed because there's weather, there's a storm, there's whatever. So they put out their schedule and then they run a week or two behind. Every year it happens. And I understand it happens. And I'm not saying it, I understand that. But why don't we have something that says in real time, these are the streets that we're doing today. This is the section we're in now, and we're running behind. Therefore, the next section will be a week behind or something like that, like real time info.
Exactly what you're saying. I mean, that's basically Twitter. To just, have a more robust Twitter account, and that can be live actual time, but somebody has to somebody has to maintain it. That's all.
So that gets back to our tech, some of our tech needs, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, for example,
And he started this year, I'm sorry.
no, that's okay.
No, go ahead.
No, it's just like, for example, like at a golf course, you know, when it got cold, it was like a frost delay, right? Or if it's raining and you can't have a cart, they eliminated that. So you don't call up anymore and say, oh, is there a frost delay before I leave my house? Or, you know, or can you take carts today because it rained last night? They eliminate all that now. You just go on the Twitter account, and then it's like, you know, at 7:05 a.m. there's an update, and you just see it. So these are things, I think, like for Kathy's point about the leaf pickup, those are things that they can do in actual time, actual updates by the minute. It's really,
this year
I mean, I'm not a big Twitter guy, but that's what it is, you know.
This year we implemented Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, and we're much more active already in 2021. So maybe we can tie all of these together. Okay, moving on, community relations. These are 4 issues that have come up as it relates to community relations. Are there any additional areas? And do you have any suggestions when it comes to these areas that you'd like us to work on, or, you know, next steps for this is your way to task administration and the rest of the township to move forward or to work on things. So.
Well, why don't we talk about each one?
Sure.
Board of Education. Kathy, you're the liaison?
I am. And so I understand now that window of opportunity may be open to better speak with the board president. So I'm, you know, willing and able to reach out to her. I actually have from my traffic and bike safety committee, which is going to fall under open space proposal, something that we might be able to work collaboratively on. I think we have to find something that's like a win-win that we can both feel good about. And that I'm happy to reach out to her and see if we can maybe start that conversation. I'll go into it more on the traffic and bike safety thing. But that's, you know, I think we have a, you know, green light now to be able to do that where we couldn't last year.
So one thing, Kathy, I want you to be aware of, if you're not already, so that when you talk to the president, the shared services agreement that the township committee signed in 2018 that deals with school security.
Yep.
Calls for a annual conversation and discussion about the costs of that the security guards, and those are police officers under SLEO 3, I believe.
Right, we pay, my understanding is we're paying for 3 of them right now.
Not only that, they got a grant from the government, from the state, but for $177,000, if I remember right.
I'm just pointing out, I don't know what we're paying for or not paying for, what grants they've received. I'm just pointing out, and Sharon, you may want to send Kathy the agreement if she hasn't seen it already. It just requires us to meet with them once a year and discuss whether what the costs are to run the security program. In 18, just, you may already know this, but you probably do know it, Kathy, because you were very active when I was mayor as a public commentator. Prakash, you not so much, but DJ, you not so much either. But in 2018, we agreed through a shared services agreement to participate in putting armed security officers in all the schools. And Greg will remember this clearly. The township absorbed the cost of recruiting, paying for uniforms, paying for guns and ammunition, training, and supervising those officers. We were not willing to pay for the cost of those officers in 2018. Our rationale back then was that they had, I think they call them hall monitors. Greg, correct me if I'm wrong. You were the only one, I think, on this call right now that might recall that. But they had a couple of $100,000 in costs in their annual budget to pay for monitors. We were putting security guards in there to protect the children, and to replace those hall monitors. In 2019, Eric Hines was the mayor. We met with them because we were obligated to, Eric and I went over to meet with the superintendent of the schools, the president and vice president of the board. And they asked us to pay for the security guards at that time. We brought it back to the committee and the committee chose not to. In private session, we discussed it at length. I'm not sure what happened last year. I don't know if Greg met with them or not, but I think it's our responsibility to meet with them and have a conversation. So that's the one thing I think you can do when you do reach out to the president.
Happy to meet with you.
Note, I believe that contract has expired anyway, so it needs to be addressed. And just so everyone's aware, by law, the township has to pay the Class 3 officers have to be employees of the township. As of the current agreement, they are reimbursing us for those expenses.
Right. Prakash, just so you're aware, the SLEO 3 is a special legislation that was passed in Trenton. We don't pay any benefits. They just work on a hourly rate. So
They're mostly retired officers, I think.
And it's not much. From what I looked at, it was less than 50,000, if I remember right, the cost.
Per officer.
Per officer.
Yeah, that's about right.
So I have a basic question. So it eventually boils down to, I mean, I'm supportive of shared services, coming up with more shared services with the Board of Ed. I absolutely support that. But we have to keep in mind the fundamental problem we have, and we need to figure out a way to address that. And as you saw when, was it Eric who showed us how much we get in tax revenues versus how much is going to the schools, and how we've been fairly prudent. I've done a lot of analysis on this to show that we've been prudent on the municipal side, but I'm not saying they have not been prudent, but they still have wiggle room that they could probably cut down. Specifically in the area of plant operation and maintenance. I've done a lot of work on this. So the goal is, the request I have is, how could we convince the Board of Ed that there are opportunities where they can potentially cut costs and not go with a flat 2% increase in tax revenues each year? Because at the end of the day, if we had more money, we could simply give it back to the residents as tax cuts. But I think it'd be better, to your point, Tom, to do some shared services, because net, it'll have the same effect while helping the schools. But the fundamental problem I have right now is figuring out why is it that, or at least sitting down with them and showing areas where they could cut costs. And if they're able to do that as well, and I think it'll be a win-win for everybody, for us, for the Board of Ed, and for the residents, because taxes keep going up. And no matter what we do on the municipal side, it hardly makes a dent. And that's something that we need to look into.
The police chief's here in case there's specific questions on that. And I was wrong, the agreement expires in June of this year.
Yeah, and also I just pulled it up myself, Sharon, and it has a provision that the parties shall start discussions about it 90 days prior to termination. So I think Tom's absolutely right. This is
So it's a good time to reach out.
Exactly.
So anyway, Kathy, going back, since you're the liaison, I'm happy to sit down with them, show them all my analysis, show them exactly where I think there's discretionary funds that they could help cut, or costs that they could help cut. And if we can achieve get some kind of an agreement with them, I'll be very supportive of shared services, not just policing, maybe even other types of shared services.
Okay. Moving on, the next item on the list.
Social justice. So I'll take that one. Everyone should have received the ad hoc committee report from the Committee on Human Relations. I hope you've had a chance to read it and review it. That committee has been working incredibly hard weekly meetings, a minimum of an hour and a half, and putting a lot of effort into it. I would very much appreciate any feedback, response, or questions you have. Their request is that we share this and discuss it in our next public meeting on the 9th. And they're prepared to present an overview to the committee. And then they'd like their report, to be able to post their report and get any feedback to the Human Relations Committee from the public as well.
So Kathy, I have a question on.
Yep.
So the first item on that list of recommendations.
I don't want to cut you off, but just there's a lot to cover today. I don't want to get into
we can take off.
Let's not get in the weeds now. But yeah.
I think if globally we can agree that the next step would be what are we in agreement with what their request is for the next meeting, or do we have any feedback?
Have them presented at the next township committee meeting?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Anything else on that topic? No. Okay. Pandemic response. Is there anything that we need to be doing better or differently that we can, operative words there, that we have the power to, as it relates to the pandemic? Is there anything that the Township Committee wants us to look into?
Yeah, I think we need to talk about the use of the.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Who's that? DJ? Go ahead, DJ. You can take it over.
No, I just wanted to say, I don't think there's any more we could be doing. I think collectively the town is doing a fantastic job and has done a fantastic job. My assessment would be the code red messages that are going out. I understand what the mayor is trying to do is relay the information, but my only problem with it is I think it was two or three of the last messages. You're promoting these certain different business entities to get vaccines, and unfortunately, they're not taking any registrations, or they don't have these. So I know I've been getting a lot of frustration from residents and even myself that we shouldn't continue promoting or encouraging people to go to these different places currently because they are not taking any registrations and they don't have the vaccine. So, I think we should not continue repeating this until we know that the residents can actually register and get on board and get signed up for the vaccines. That would be my suggestion.
So DJ, to clarify that, the one thing that I think we should recommend people do is register on the Monmouth County wait list, because you can register on that.
Yes, I agree. And I think most people have done that.
Yeah.
Either with the state
but beyond
or with the
that,
county.
you're right. Like sitting there looking at Hackensack and BNA and all of that,
Right.
you're not going to get in, right?
No.
So I would say kudos to Sharon for setting up a way for our isolated seniors that don't have tech skills to get on a wait list and reach out directly. And I think we can take that to the next step or two, Sharon. So that is fantastic. And I'm really, really happy you did that, because we had people that were just beside themselves.
I can't take credit for that. That was the mayor and Brian, then working with Brian in my office. We've had 37 residents that have been assisted with it so far, though. So
fantastic.
Great job.
So that's great. I think the next thing we need to start thinking about and partnering with the VNA or someone else, they're just the one that happens to come to mind, is preparing for when vaccine is available, in particular when the J&J vaccine is available that does not require the refrigeration. What can we do to get pop-up vaccine centers in our senior communities? Cedar Village, what's the name of the one by Dearborn, DJ?
Village Grand.
Village Grand.
Village Grand.
I think, but Kathy, I don't know if that's necessary. I mean, as soon as these other entities get the vaccine, I think it's going to happen, you know.
But DJ, if we could, there are pop-up mobile clinics that some of the
Sure.
bigger cities are doing. And if you can set up in their community room and vaccinate, you know, a couple hundred people in a day and just boom, boom, boom. And not everyone in those facilities is mobile or easily mobile.
No, I agree. So once it becomes readily available, then yes, I do agree with that.
Yeah, so just again, starting to think that through instead of being behind the 8 ball and saying, oh, now maybe we could do this. Let's have that conversation and say what's involved now, because I know big cities are doing that. The other thing is, and again, we need something like the VNA, but maybe we can help facilitate. Is there some people that the vaccine is going to have to come to them? Either they're going to have to be delivered to their home, or we're going to have to transport, you know, they're going to need transportation. And I think particularly too of the Crepe Myrtle senior apartments, you know, where we have vulnerable seniors who may not be mobile. So I'd just like to think all of that through more now. I don't know that I have all the answers, but I'd rather have us kind of have some options ready to roll when we have availability.
Yeah. So let me just jump in real quick then. So the communication that went out on Friday wasn't to share the locations as much as it was to communicate that we now are the only town that actually has a process in place that if people who are qualified that are unable to get the vaccine or get registered, that we, through our CERT team, will register them, and then we will put them in queue to get the vaccine. So they don't have to do it on their own, nor they have to worry about getting through on a website. So what Sharon referenced was a number of people that already did it. There are many more that are still emailing us that really didn't get that message. So we need to find a way to communicate this out to the seniors who are very scared to leave their home, that we will do that for them. In essence, they are going to get put in a quote, like if you went to Disney, kind of a fast pass example where you're going to kind of get in queue and be able to get on the ride. They're going to get in queue to be able to get the vaccine. Some of the locations that have condensed seniors in one location, we do have the ability to bring a site to them, and we're already discussing that. The challenge is, it's the vaccine. It's supply and demand. No one has a supply to be able to do it. We now, at the beginning, we didn't have the people, the vaccinators to distribute it. Now we have the vaccinators, we don't have the vaccine. So until we get access to the vaccine, or until the people, the two that are in town, right, the hospital or the VNA, get the vaccine, then we could put more potential plans in place, and they are willing to work with us to do that. But in the meantime, we have a pretty good option in queue right now that can help out any senior or anybody in town who's on the list of the ability to get the vaccine that can't get it on their own. We reach out with the number to call, and someone will reach out to them, and then you have to go through a physical, in-person meeting to be able to get the questionnaire completed, and them to physically sign off on the tablet or iPad, whatever they're using, to capture signature, which is required in order to get the vaccine. So Brian and team put that in place very quickly last week with Sharon and Allison, and I think the snowstorm kind of slowed things up because no one's expecting us, this disaster hit us Monday and Tuesday, but we are still getting the message out, and we're putting people in queue, and they were shut down for 2 days because of the snow, and they're operating. The VNA is 6 days a week. I think the hospital's 7 days a week. So as vaccines come in, the list will increase, and we'll be able to get even more people vaccinated. So everything we kind of touched on, we're already looking to accomplish. But again, it's going to be determined by the supply that's needed to get the amount of people that want it in their arms.
Okay, anything else on the pandemic? How about business recruitment? Is there anything in particular? I mean, it's a constant, but is there anything in particular that the TC would like us to work on or work toward?
I just have a question. I know we've reached out to see if we could get a FEMA site here. Any word on that? Any?
No, we did. The mayor wrote a letter to Congressman Smith to try to work on that. We have not gotten any response to date.
Thank you.
I also spoke to the chief of staff and nothing yet.
Moving on to new category of recreation, the swim club. This has been a big topic, and there's been several ideas, and I know Bob threw out a lot of information today with some of the things to consider at the swim club in general. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see some ideas that have been thrown out there. What I'm looking for today from the Township Committee is what would you guys like more information on? What do you guys want us to start exploring? Again, we're not going to get the answer today, but I need to know direction from the Township Committee on all of this. Will take experts that none of us are in terms of putting together numbers and whether or not things are possible, but I need those ideas on what you want me to look into. Nobody has any ideas for the swim club?
I have lots, but I was going to wait for somebody else for one.
This is something that I was looking a little bit bigger on, and my ambitions might be, or my thoughts may be too ambitious for what the town or the TC has an appetite for with this. But I would love to see a study done or some type of a report to see what we could put there, not just architecturally, but financially. What type of revenue, how we can increase revenue through memberships. I think at the least, adding a spray park, adding some type of water rides, maybe for the older kids to do, like a water slides, modernize the pools, and then additionally, I totally agree with adding the tennis courts and maybe some more basketball courts. But I would envision I would like to see a more modern facility where we can retain more membership, with our residents as the children get older. That's what I think would really. I would love to see something like that, discussed further, at least.
I had a question. I don't disagree with anything that you said, DJ. What's the capacity over the last several years? Kathy, you may know that. Are we close to capacity every year, or are we lacking?
So the swim club used to be at capacity about maybe 10 years ago.
I think it's been lacking every year, right?
Yeah, no, it's picked up again. So it's gone through waves as the population in town has gone through waves a little bit. So back when my kids were younger, if you didn't sign up by March, you'd get closed out because
Same with me. Right? Yeah.
And then it
just invited Bob to a panelist.
And before Bob got here, we're a couple pretty sorry years in terms of everything. The facility, the membership, was just kind of like, oh, this thing is in trouble. Since Bob got here, he and Allison have done a fabulous job of generating interest and traffic again. Yes. And in 2019, the numbers were not at capacity, but they were definitely the highest they'd been in quite some time. But I think there's a twofold issue with that, and this is the dilemma, right? So the club would get pretty busy or pretty crowded, but a lot of it was day guest passes and not people that were actually members. And so where the members, the family memberships are where you really bring in your revenue, right? So I am going to kind of go down the road DJ is going down, is we need a comprehensive plan for that swim club to keep it,
Sustainable.
to keep it current. It's 50 years old, and we've basically been putting Band-Aids on it to hold it together. And as part of that, besides the shiny things, is we fundamentally need to look at the infrastructure, the renovations with the filters, the showers, the snack bar is 50 years old. I mean, think about it, like these things there's a lot of things that need some renovation. And I would kind of like to have somebody come in that does this, recreational kind of thing, and give us a, plan A, plan B, maybe even a plan C, right? Here's the minimal things that you really have to do, or you're going to end up with nothing, the whole place shut down. Here's what you can sort of do that would, like maybe you replace the playground with that wet, dry playground thing that Bob mentioned. That'd be an intermediate. And then here would be the like state of the art, where you have, water slides and a spray park, like DJ's wish list, right? Maybe an ABC kind of plan, bare bone minimum maintenance that has to happen, some nice things that could perk it up some, and then what would a really modern swim club look like? That club, when it was built, was state of the art. That location is unbelievable. I mean, that is a phenomenal location, and we have a lot, to work with there. So that's kind of what I'd like to see. And I know there are people that do recreational design that could give us, I think that kind of estimate for hopefully not too much money.
Yeah, because I think, Kathy, the key is appealing to the children when they get over a certain threshold, and I think with my children, when they hit a certain point, they just completely lost interest in going there. I mean, you can only just, jump into a pool so many times.
Right.
And I think that would be key. If there's a way we can enhance the experience there, and when kids, get over 10, 12 years old, I think we could increase revenue and just expand our membership, and I would like, if maybe we could do, like you said, like what is the top tier. Maybe that would even include some type of an indoor facility where you could play basketball or, or have some type of, and the whole community can use it. If you're a member there, maybe you have exercise classes in there in the mornings or certain things all through the year. And something where if you're a member and your kid's 10-year-old birthday party, well, maybe your kid's birthday is in February, right? So you're a member. And then, maybe you have access to the facility all 12 months of the year. And it's a way to, to just have more revenue.
Yeah. So the indoor facility part is like an ideal, but just order of magnitude, DJ, because Township did look at this 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
When you start talking about an indoor facility, you're immediately talking, it was $10 million. You go into double digits of millions.
Yeah. So again, I'm not suggesting that, but I mean, I'm suggesting it, but I don't think it might not be reality, but
right.
Again, with this, and I'm not aware of what what study that was, where I would like to.
There was one done, T&M did one, I think it was a couple of years ago.
That could be like
an ABC
reaching for the clouds maybe, but at the least, I think just modernizing what's there. I don't think we need to put a bulldozer to it, but if you gut out the locker rooms and the snack stand and just modernize it and bring it up to date, I think there's a lot that can be done aesthetically to really make it, something special again.
And a spray something would be good.
I think you have
on the
to.
Playground
that's what keeps kids busy,
Yeah.
And
then
DJ.
The tennis court area was leveled and flattened, but we haven't decided what we're doing with that, correct? Because I could see, tennis courts and/or basketball courts.
Yeah.
Up there as well.
One thing I'm hearing consistently is tennis courts and basketball courts.
Yeah, I think they should be
the
moved by
facility.
the tennis courts. So like this basketball courts are now, I think they should be together, you know?
Putting the tennis courts with the basketball courts.
Yeah, like, you know, that's what I would
So,
suggest, you know?
and what I'm
Wait,
hearing
DJ,
is to put
sorry,
together.
Sharon.
Go ahead, Bob.
DJ, what are you, when you talk about relocating the because we have the one basketball court at the swim club when you first come in, you see it on your right, and then the tennis courts are all the way back in the far corner.
Right.
So you would suggest putting the new courts by the current swim club courts?
No, I'm sorry. So I'm talking about the basketball courts that are all the way at the end, down the bottom of the, you know, past the pools. There's a couple.
Yeah, there's not property down there to do what you're talking about down there.
So you know what? I don't want to get into the nitty
Yeah, let's
gritty
not
here.
get into it. All right, never mind.
I want to get into the overall. So what I'm hearing is the township committee would like a
New basketball courts and new tennis
menu of options on what could be done up there, but the township committee is willing to possibly invest what could be significant. I mean, even option C, the bottom of the barrel option, is going to cost some money, but the township committee's looking for potential options to invest in the swim club. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Willing to invest.
Yep.
Need options. Okay. Bob, we've got work to do.
Well, hey, you give us some money, we'll spend it.
Okay. No, we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna spend it first.
Doesn't work that way there, Mr. Ward.
Oh, come on.
Moving on. The 2018 improvements, this has come up. These are the items that were in that original plan that have not been completed. Are we keeping any of them? Are we eliminating any of them? Do you
So we
need
just said clean up, rehabilitate land at Old Tennis Center. So the cleanup and rehabilitation just happened, correct?
Part of it, what we really just did was we did a little bit of the cleanup, not necessarily the rehab. And that just was because we moved soil from the current firehouse plan, firehouse site, clean soil that we had. We moved it up there. So whatever we're going to do up there, that's a good first step. It's not completely rehabilitated yet, though.
Right. So we did just say we wanted to look at basketball and tennis courts for that.
Yep. And so that will be
cross that off the list.
So cross this one off.
So what are the thoughts on the village school lacrosse fields? Because I know that whole program had to be moved to Indian Hill, right? Because the fields were so bad. That's where my kids.
At Ackerson now is my understanding.
What's
Bob?
that?
That was just for the fall, DJ, that we moved over to Ackerson. Okay. I don't know why we were actually talking about this yesterday. I don't know why they chose not to use Village in the fall. I think it was because the Board of Ed was not allowing anybody to use any of their facilities.
Okay, yeah, because that wasn't ideal over at Indian Hill. It was, you know, it wasn't a lacrosse field. So.
Well, we created what we could for them to play.
I know. You did what you could. Absolutely.
And
what exactly needs to be done at Village with those? This is the rehabilitation. What does that consist of?
I believe the ask was to fill in. It's a rolling field over there, so fill in divots, level it out, top seed it, overdress it.
That doesn't sound like a big thing, is it? Or is that something we can do?
Yeah, that sounds.
It was $100,000.
$100,000.
That was the estimate for it.
I'll do the grass seed.
It's not just grass seed; it's top seeding, it's leveling it out. So it's a little more intense than just throwing seed. But
a fair amount of work to do back there.
Well, if that's going to happen, that field's got to sit unused then for a good 6 months. You can't do that and then have people playing on it in the spring.
Let me back up a second, okay? So we're all clear on this. These are 5 bullet points of improvements that were bonded for already, where the money is set aside for recreation. So it's not coming out of a future budget or needs new bonding. We're talking about money that's allocated that we're going to repurpose if we choose not to do certain things. Just so DJ's familiar with that.
Right.
No, thank you, Tom. I wasn't aware of that. So, I mean, with that said, you know, I don't see any reason why we can't move forward with these projects.
But didn't we repurpose this for a loco?
So wait, back up. didn't yet. So Sharon, how much money is left in that bond?
There's currently about a little over $900,000 that is unencumbered. That does not include Alaco. We have not encumbered the money for Alaco yet.
And how much is Alaco?
The township's portion of Alaco is about 200,000.
All right.
Maybe 250.
Now, as I recall, these items, some of these were not, I mean, this is hard to tell without the price tags, but the village school one was relatively, I mean, a shed is nothing. And
that was about $3,500. I will say the village school, from the top to the bottom, the T-ball was about $120,000. The old tennis center rehab was about $175,000. The lacrosse fields was about $100,000. The soccer fields number 1 and number 4 were about $430,000. And the shed for the lacrosse program was $3,500. Again, these are all estimates. We don't have actual quotes on these.
That comes up to close to 900,000 if I do my math correctly, correct?
Right. It's right about that unencumbered amount.
Gotcha.
I mean, I would say at the least we should, I mean, the lacrosse program in the town has grown a lot, and they don't have a lot of facility to do what they do. So I would say that should get done.
Okay, so here's the deal.
That's my opinion on that.
That's actually Board of Ed property. So we're going to renovate their, I just want to be clear about this. We're going to renovate their property, correct?
Right. That's what we agreed to.
Why is it
I'm
our
just saying, this is an example of us working with, you know.
But I'm sorry. I have a fundamental question. Why are we doing that and not the Board of Ed?
Because it's the recreation user groups, Prakash, through HYAA use these facilities. They use Cross Farms Park soccer fields. They use the village for their lacrosse programs. And we just had a pretty good relationship with them at the time, where they were going to allow us to make some improvements to some of the fields so that the general kids in town who use those facilities will have better surfaces to play on.
Right.
But don't just give me 1 second. I just have a couple of questions. I'm just trying to understand here.
Oh, one other thing before you go there. Being involved in recreation for close to 30 years, maybe not. I haven't been that active in the last decade because my kids are older. The Board of Education has a well-documented history of not taking very good care of their fields.
100%.
So forget about what they spent on the new project that they just completed on the back of their properties. Whether we were using soccer fields or we were using baseball fields behind Indians Hill School, or we were trying to play ball at Village School, they never really maintained them. And it's not a criticism of the Board of Ed. It's just they didn't have the focus and the manpower to do anything other than to cut grass.
Right, because for them it was just a field for kids to run around on recess.
Right, correct.
Right.
Correct. So you just need to know that. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Yeah, so a couple of questions. So shouldn't we charge them for this, Tom? If they're not taking good care of it and we are willing to do this, shouldn't we charge them for this? That's number one. Number two, you mentioned that we do this because other HYAA groups use the Board of Ed facilities. They also use the facilities at the schools, don't they? So what's different here? Why are we treating this differently?
Are you saying charge the school? Because the school's not going to reimburse us to make improvements to their fields, because the schools aren't using those fields for specific sports. The
HYAA is using.
So if you want to charge HYAA, you'll end up having a mutiny on your hands at the next.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I mean, this is part of shared services, right? So we'll do this for you. We'll maintain the fields.
But we're not doing it for the school, even though they own the property. We're doing it for HYAA.
For the school kids.
Okay, so Prakash.
What I will say is there might be nuance. There are, not might be, 100% there are nuances if we're doing any type of improvement on property that's not our own, so we'd have to look into that. But that takes work and time and effort, and I want to know if that's a work and time and effort thing that we should be doing. So again, which of these do you want us to proceed with? If all, great. If none, great. Where do you guys
So
want us to?
let me just go down the list quickly, and then I'll let you guys take over. You know, we agreed as a township committee in 18, after hearing for months, if not years, that we don't maintain the fields. We never put any money into recreation. That's where this list came from. And there was universal, if not unanimous, support to spend up to $2.5 million. I will tell you, as the leader of that effort, and Kathy, you can comment any way you like. You're not going to hurt my feelings. I believe that there were some things on here that were wish lists that maybe didn't necessarily need to happen, but there was no pushback. You got $2 million, fine. 2 million, fine. 3 million. Everybody was like, we got to do something for recreation because we've let them deteriorate so much over the last decade. I was surprised as a baseball guy. Okay, I'm a baseball guy. I was a commissioner of baseball, in charge of baseball for decades. I never thought we needed T-ball fields. You can play T-ball anywhere on any outfield grass. So and some of these guys I know pretty well, when they're listening, although it doesn't sound like many people are listening, I'm not so sure we need to spend $100,000 down at Cross Farms Park to put T-ball fields out in the back, in the corner, which might disrupt some of the larger baseball fields. So I think there's $100,000 that can be saved there. The baseball commissioners might disagree with me and they might come out and lynch me at the next meeting, but I personally don't know if that's necessary. The cleanup and rehabilitation of the land. I went up there bike riding with my wife multiple times this summer. It was shocking to me that there was a price number associated with that. After looking at, really, there's a little bit of concrete and there's a couple of light posts that we probably want to leave anyway, because we may use it for tennis one day.
And it was just done for nothing. We just did that.
Well,
already.
most of it was done. The grading was done, correct.
Right.
The concrete might have been taken out, correct. The only thing I'd suggest we do there is we put in some screening of pine trees from at the very entrance to block maybe all that dirt. How much could that cost if we want to spend any money at all up there? The village school improvements, I agree with DJ. These guys need a good lacrosse field to call their own.
That's all they have. Yeah.
We can't move them from, they were at Village and the fields just were just terrible. And then we moved them to, I think somebody said Indian Hill. And then
Indian Hill, which are terrible.
Which were terrible. And then we moved them up by the senior project on the other side of Indian Hill. And it's just too tight there. So if it's $100,000 to give them good, clean, open space on school property, I think that's a must. I really would be disappointed if this committee didn't support that.
Is there any place to put it on township-owned property to give them a home on something we own so we can control it and continue to maintain it for them?
On Cross Farm,
I'm
agree.
open to that, Greg. I'm open to that. You just got to find the right property, okay?
No, I mean, because we had an option, Tom, we looked at a while ago, which was we're going to swap land with the sod farmer guy who's going to give us sod, and we're going to give him other piece of property. I just, because we have some space back there. I don't know off the top of my head, but maybe, there
are sod fields there.
Wait.
So there's two fields that they play that Sats uses for field hockey. I don't know if that could be. I'm sorry. Yeah, Sats uses for field hockey. I don't know if that can be multi-used. I don't know.
So can we put a field and give them a shed on Cross Farms so they have a permanent home where they could be, and it's their place. We'll maintain it. We'll line it. And then it's done, and they should have a home. Right? I didn't know they were being bounced around like that.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's worth pursuing. I don't know why it wasn't brought up 2 years ago or 3 years ago. If we have property down there, I don't remember that. Bob Ward, if he's still on the phone, feel free to chime in.
We have to discuss it now, but I think you can come back to us with a feedback and say, hey, we have option. Here's another option you guys can look at, and this is what it'll cost.
Fine.
So we're going to look into options for the lacrosse field and the lacrosse shed.
Um,
How about,
the,
can I just throw something out there? How about can I reach out to the lacrosse commissioners and see what they have to say about it too? If they have a suggestion?
I don't get in the middle of it. Let Sharon do it.
No, I'm not getting in the middle of anything. I'm just asking if they had an opinion on where they would, if they would.
I will
the cross-
commit to you that Bob and I, or Bob or I will reach out to them
Okay.
for sure.
So here's some thoughts. This T-ball field in the outfield across farm, instead of doing that, why don't we just fix the field at Alaco, which is rusty, disgusting backstops, weeds, disaster of a field. My kids all played T-ball there and they loved it. And it's like, well, HYA doesn't want to have to go there. Well, we're putting a lot more people in that northern end of town between the Middle Road project and the Palmer project. And to have a nice little T-ball field there makes way more sense to me than adding one at Cross Farm. So I'm with, was it Tom that said that?
Kathy,
And
I had my coaching debut at Alaco Park, 1993. My son was 5 years old. I think it's a great idea. I didn't realize that field isn't used by anybody.
Yep, it's not used. It's run down. It is embarrassing, Tom. I went over there, I looked at it and I'm like, my kids loved playing T-ball here because as soon as they were done with T-ball, they got to run to the playground. And now we're going to have this beautiful new playground there. It is perfect for the little ones. So that's my thought on that. I support doing a lacrosse field and a shed. And if we can do it at Cross Farm, that makes more sense than the Board of Ed to me. If we can't, I'm going to go back to my traffic and bike safety committee. We would actually like to run our bike path through behind the trees and before the parking lot fence across Village School. And I would love the Board of Ed to allow us access to do that. So that's a thought for something if we have to negotiate. The only thing that I can't support really on this list is the soccer fields 1 and 4 at Cross Farm. And I will tell you why. It's not because I hate soccer. It is because I watched them try to grow grass at Cross Farm and T&M stripped 1.5 feet of topsoil off that entire park. And it took 20 years to grow grass there. And the best thing that happened to those fields was the pandemic. Because right now, and I talked to Eric about this. I met Eric up at Cross Farms and we talked about it. And he even said, yeah, these fields have never looked so good. My fear is if we strip the grass off of there and try and lay sod in, I got news for you. It's not going to grow. It's not going to stick. There's not the, I mean, instead of $500,000, it might cost you $1 million to get grass to grow there again. Those fields are in really, really good shape right now. And if it's not broke, don't fix it is kind of my attitude about that. But I think we should do the rest of the stuff on here with the exception of looking at the T-ball field at Alaco instead of Cross.
Yeah, I agree.
Kathy, one of the things in that number for soccer, just something to consider, again, this is totally up to you guys, was running the irrigation to soccer 4, even if you don't do the sod. Just so you know, I'm saying again, I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I don't think you need it. The fields are beautiful.
Okay.
Thoughts? Anybody in disagreement? Anybody have a different idea? I'll let that sit for a second.
I'm in agreement with what you wrote up on here and with what Kathy's just said.
So what else? So are we all in agreement? We're gonna cross out the rehab of 1 and 4?
Unless there's a burning desire to fix any of those fields. I mean, I'm basing it on Kathy's comments, and she lives down there, that they're in better shape. I haven't heard any complaints that they're not. So maybe they did, regentrify themselves or rehabilitate themselves.
Well, what we need, and I did mention this to Bob, is, I would really like to see a field maintenance rest plan. So in other words, don't wait till the field is, on its last legs, But the way you keep natural grass fields looking good is you have to pull one out of service every now and then. You know, you have to rotate and pull them out. And if we need to put one more grass field out there to increase the rotation, fine, but not, do you know what I'm saying? Because clearly this spring, when no one was on them, they did better than they've ever done.
Okay, so we will look into moving the T-ball field out to Alaco and costs associated with that. We'll work on talking to the lacrosse commissioners and seeing about finding a place on our property to put that. And yeah, and then we'll hold on everything else on this list and move on to the next thing. I'm trying to move this along because of time. We don't get together like this often, so we have a lot packed in here. These are parks, identified parks that need some work. I think part of the conversation, we've already answered some of this. The Alaco Playground, I think we're moving forward with. We have some funding now that we're not using on the fields 1 and 4. We're going to look at putting the T-ball field at Alaco Park. Ackerson Park has been discussed as needing some TLC. Bob, I know you feel passionately about that. I know we need some repairs to the Red Barn, and talking about park connectivity and the TABS committee, Committeewoman Weber, just want to jump in. What are our priorities and what do we want to look at doing for 2021? I think we all can agree on the Alaco improvements, correct?
Yes.
Fix it first is my motto. At anything that needs maintenance, whether it's Red Barn, Ackerson, bayonet trails that are like knee deep in mud, fix it first. So I'd like to see a real maintenance plan so that none of our parks look sad and sorry, and they're all in, you know, that we're maintaining and keeping what we have in good shape first. Then we can talk about anything above and beyond that.
On that topic, Kathy, since I've become an avid bike rider in the last 10 months, we got to do a better job with the walking paths that people use for bicycles now down at Cross Farms Park. They've really deteriorated. And I just think that if we go back to some of the money that we saved on the other side, or in this slide, we should look at, you know, either repaving or patching. There's a lot of bad areas down there where somebody's going to get hurt. So I'd like to see that as part of the improvement.
And Tom, that segues really nicely into the park connectivity. So what the Traffic and Bike Safety Committee has done is come up with a, I think, incredible plan that, and this could segue into the library issue that we talked about earlier, to take people from basically Holmdel High School or Holmdel Park. If you're coming from the Holmdel High School direction, we would run a bike path along the back of F&F and across. There's actually land there already that's noted as part of the Raminescent Trail.
Right.
You would then cut over to Bell Works. You would pick up their loop around the oval where they have a bike path. You take that out to the end of, it's called Bell Labs Boulevard by American Way there. You literally pick up the bike path off-road there, turn the corner, and you're on Bayonet Farm property. And I walk this, the bike committee walked it. You can walk along the edge of the fields, and we would put in a quarry stone path through Bayonet Farm, cross on Middletown Road, go through the Bayonet Farm on the other side of Middletown Road, come out on Blue Hills, and then you can come down Blue Hills to McCampbell, and ideally go right down that path of trees through Village to Cross Farm. And when you do that, you could then essentially bike from F&F Nurseries to Bell Works to Bayonet Farm to Cross Farm to Thompson Park. And or you could go Holmdel Park. And I think the county will partner with us on this, on some of the design work. And I think we can get state and or federal grants to make some of this happen. And it will pull the whole thing together end to end.
I like it. I told you when you first mentioned it to me, I'm 100% behind it.
Are we all behind that park connectivity?
I think it's a good idea. We talked about it, I think publicly when you mentioned it a couple meetings ago. I think the town needs it, and we could probably, this is just the beginning of what could be potentially even more, and to build off this.
So would it be fair to say with all of these items listed on the left-hand side, the committee's in favor of getting proposals to rehab everything on the left-hand side and create this connected bike trail? Again, it takes some money to even get the cost estimates behind it. So as long as
Sharon, what was the rehab on Ackerson Park? Because I was there not that long ago. I thought it was in pretty good shape.
Bob, I'm going to ask you for that one.
EJ, it's a basketball court. There's huge cracks running.
Okay.
Running down the middle of the court.
Like the play area was nice. Okay, so
yes, the play area is in great shape. The swings, we just fixed a couple of swings.
Okay.
But there are huge cracks, and I can send you pictures of it.
Okay. No, I got. Thank you. I
There's
didn't know.
huge cracks running down the middle of the court.
Well,
And that's a problem we have on all our asphalt surfaces around here. So the sport tiles have worked out well. That could be an option if you choose to go that way. Like we have at Phillips Park and at the swim club. So that's an option that's worked well to alleviate it. It can crack underneath and doesn't affect the playability of it.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
I apologize, Bob. What's up with that? What's up with Bayonet? What's on the list there? I missed the presentation this morning.
Oh, Bayonet. Well, Sharon said the red barn. We have the cupolas on top. There's 4 cupolas on top of the barn that are starting to rot out. And we have a price on that to fix them. And I would ultimately like to get the barn painted and some of the windows fixed because it is being used a lot for weddings, and we want, people are paying good money. So we want to have a good presentation for them for that as well.
Got it. Okay.
And then Tom, on the trails, because I've been hiking those trails too, they're literally knee deep in mud, and they've tried to build some wooden bridges over some of them, and the little wooden thing is like sinking in the mud. So we need to get some serious, at a minimum, wood chips over there, and or some additional,
We
thing over
have
the
some
mud.
Eagle Scout projects that are going to be working on the trails coming up in the spring.
Yeah, but Bob, just relying on Eagle Scouts isn't enough. We need to do.
No, I understand. I'm just letting you know that there will be some trail
Yeah,
rehab
that
going.
helps, but we need a maintenance plan as well. And Bayonet, I can tell you right now, the usage on that has skyrocketed with the pandemic. And once that dog park opens, it's going to be busier than it's ever been before. So we have not paid a lot of attention to Bayonet. I think we're going to have to start paying attention to it.
Okay, moving on in the interest of time, as interested as we can be. Just general overall, is there anything else as it relates to recreation that the Township Committee wants your staff, us, to explore? Just explore. We don't have to get the nitty gritty. Is there anything out there that you want us to start working on that we haven't already talked about? Okay, gonna keep going. Open space, which kind of relates to rec. And my 2 overarching questions are, do you even want to consider potentially an increase in the open space tax? That again would have to go before the voters. And so yes or no, do you want a memo on what that process would be? And 2, are there specific potential properties that you would like us to explore the possibility of preserving with open space?
Let me kick this off real quick, because this is a hot button for me right now. There's only a couple, I'll call very desirable plots of land left in town that are sizable, that if we don't do something that we've learned during the last decade will be acquired by developers or tagged by developers for open space, for affordable housing. So I think this, we saw Middletown did an open space referendum in November, overwhelmingly passed. I think 66% supported it. I think we could do the same thing. I think there's probably 3 sizable properties that are that are still available. I don't know, available, would they be willing to speak with us? Possibly. But there's also potential money we can get from the DCA under grants for farmland preservation or open space or passive recreation. But this is probably the last chance any township committee is going to have to preserve open space in Holmdel before it's all acquired. And so I'll leave it up to you guys to let me know your thoughts.
If I may just put things in perspective, in terms of the open space tax, if we increased it 0.5 cent from the current, based on 2020's valuation, it would increase the levy to $1.29 million. So every 0.5 cent can bring in a lot toward open space.
What is the tax now, Sharon? How much what's the open space tax?
We are at 2.5 cents per $100 of assessed value.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. 2.5?
2.5 cents per $100 of assessed value.
So I would love to see a list of the properties that we should explore preserving, and I'd like to do everything we can to kind of make that happen. I also, it's my understanding, Sharon, that some of our open space original bonds may be up soon. I'd like to kind of know where we are with that, because that might free up some open space funding. And I have to tell you, I was surprised that the open space tax passed in Middletown, because I don't see them as being as open space inclined as Holmdel. So I found that extremely encouraging. And I think it might be an opportunity for us if we're talking about, trying to preserve the last available land that we can. I think, we have an opportunity here. So I would definitely consider increasing it 0.5 cent. And I would love to have an exact conversation about what properties we might be able to preserve.
So I have a question on that. Yeah, you mentioned increasing it 0.5 cent, but you also mentioned there are 3 parcels of land that we need to purchase. Is that, have we estimated how much it would cost to purchase the 3, and would the 0.5 cent be sufficient?
I was using the 0.5 cent as an example. You could choose to increase it by 2.5 cents. I mean, it's currently 2.5 cents. You could double it.
My question is, why don't we? Yeah, my question is, why don't we estimate what would it cost to purchase those 3 parcels? Because those are the 3 remaining, and figure out whether it has to be one bulk tax increase or a tax increase that's phased in.
But we also have bonds that are going to expire. So yeah, we have to figure out all the funding because we will have money available. But that we have to do an exact.
If I could just make a couple of observations just for everyone's benefit. One, I know that over the past decade, a lot of the open space dedicated revenue is basically funded debt service. So I think that you certainly would want to look at whether that forecast is going to change based on what the deputy mayor is saying. 2, with respect to any specific properties, we'll obviously discuss that in executive. But 3, I think in terms of, and 3, if you're looking at any properties, either specific or in general, you also are going to want to look at the ability to get a cost sharing from either the county or the state, which we've certainly utilized in the past with the Callan Farm and also.
And to that end, it is my understanding from that Green Acres is going to be offering 50% match on land preservation this fall. I have that on good authority. So we may want to really hop on that. Affiliated with this is getting land on our Rossi registration of open space. And Sharon, I don't know who's working on that. If the Environmental Commission is, and the land that comes to mind is some of the land at Cross Farm. I don't think ever made it on the Rossi where those old farmhouses are. And some of the land on the other side of Middletown Road never made it on the Rossi. I'd really like to see a list of that and where we are with those properties. Or I think we need to have a conversation about the Cross Farm, Sod Farm with the historic buildings, because the land swap seemed to get nixed with the county, but I'm very concerned about preserving those historic buildings in that land. And I think we need to have another discussion about, do we want to talk to the county about some other option? Because I know they're very interested in that land because of its location to the reservoir. It's adjacent to Thompson Park, and the ability to preserve the historic buildings, which they can do and will never have the money to do.
So first step, are we looking at possibly attempting to increase the open space tax?
Just to clarify, Sharon, I guess we're saying presenting to voters that option.
Right. I'm sorry, that's what I meant. I thought I said that earlier.
Based on the
And
cost
to
of.
clarify what I said earlier, I'm sorry. An additional, let's say penny, it's easier than half a cent, would increase about $430,000 to the 1.29 million. I just wanted to clarify.
So I'm sorry to go back to this. I'm a little confused. We are talking about tax increases without actually figuring out what the cost of the purchase is going to be, and is it going to be one bulk tax increase, or is it going to be phased in to support the cost? So why don't we say at a high level, first, we would like to purchase those 3 parcels and make it open space. And second, we'll figure out a way to fund that and come up with a plan to say what would be the appropriate tax increase, and leave it at that.
I think we could certainly explore, and if there are any specific properties, we could do it on an exact basis. Because if we're going to have to enter into negotiations, or if you're potentially talking about, for some reason, any condemnation, if you were dealing in the affordable housing context, that's all something where you'd have to negotiate with the homeowner or the property owner. And we have to be careful about what we say publicly on that. But obviously the proceeds of the trust fund could be used for any open space purpose. It wouldn't just be earmarked for any specific properties that may be contemplated at this time.
I have to agree with Prakash here. We're looking to go forward and raise taxes or do a referendum to raise taxes, and we haven't really identified what we're going to be spending that money on. And we are collecting $1.2 million already.
So I think we have to get all our ducks in a row, right?
Yes.
So we need to see what properties we're talking about, find out what costs there are, find out what open space money debt service is retiring, what bandwidth we have, and if there's a differential. If there's a differential, then the question is that something we want to put to the voters for an open space tax?
Yes.
So it has to happen in kind of that sequence of events, right?
I think this is just getting the agreement that we're all interested in possibly pursuing the acquisition of open space with the help of grants from the state or the county, and then looking at the properties and seeing what the price of the properties would be, and what makes, do we want 1, do we want 2, do we want 3, and what do we want to do? Because this is, let me tell you, this is pretty much going to be it from what I'm.
And if we can get some of this under Green Acres and get half of the cost covered, that's huge as well.
100%, Kathy, 100%.
And then I still also, Sharon, I want that issue of what to do with the open space that we have that is not on the Rossi, and in particular, the sod farm, historic farms on Cross Farm. Sod farm, historic houses on Cross Farm.
Kathy, I'll revisit the county was interested in taking that over from us. That was right when the pandemic started last year, probably around the April timeframe. Never heard back, so we'll try maybe.
So Greg, here's where, again, I would love to here would be my deal with the county, is maybe we work something out where they help support this bike path, across town, and we do something with the land. I mean, I think there's still a way to do something that makes sense, but let's partner, how can we partner, right?
Okay. Okay. I think we covered that one. Lastly, buildings and infrastructure. These are not necessarily the sexiest of ideas, but they're things that keep us going. So this was the list that has come up today through the various departments. If there's anything else that you want to add, if there's anything else that you guys don't think we should be exploring at this time, otherwise we're happy to get some additional information and quotes on all of these.
So my number one priority item on this list is the flooding at Palmer Square. Given there's not just construction that's likely to happen at Barclay Square, there's Middletown construction at Middletown. This the road obviously was raised as well. So there's going to be increased flooding at Palmer Square, and we need to take a really good look at it and see what we need to do to alleviate.
What makes you
flooding.
think there's going to be? What makes you think there's going to be increased flooding over there? I thought they raised the road last year.
They raised the road last year, so the water that's going to run off is now going to be squeezed into Mahobrooks Creek.
Right.
And not only that, upstream, they're building this whole mega complex in Middletown.
Right.
There's runoff from that area. So, and we've seen increases in rainstorms and severe storms. So there's no
Prakash,
doubt.
my understanding since they raised the road that there hasn't been a worse problem, that it's been better.
On the road, but not.
Yeah, but I don't think it's been worse in their homes either.
So let me Prakash, let me just share with you a little information I have. Again, when I was mayor, I was actively involved in that water issue. And it actually went back to 2015 when we finally got the county to agree to do the improvements, but it took 4 years, close to 5 years, in order for them to get the work done. The road was raised. The flooding's not nearly as bad today as it was 2 years ago, I'd venture to say. But you're right, more water is going into that creek. That creek needs to be maintained by the DEP regularly. And Sharon, maybe you could dig up an old report or some communications from your predecessor. They refuse to maintain that creek as it goes northeast under Middle Road. And because of the snagging that goes on in there on both sides of Middle Road, it backs up and eventually spills over onto Palmer Avenue. That is a point that should be addressed. If we can get some sort of regular maintenance on that area, that whole area will drain a lot better. I'm not an expert on drainage, but I've lived through my own fair share, as you all know, and I'm also in the real estate development business. The DEP is responsible for keeping that stream flowing, and they're not doing it.
So that's great.
Take a look at that. Please take a look at that if that's something you feel passionate about.
Yeah. So whatever, that's maybe a good starting point for our town engineer to look at and come up with a plan, whether it's with the county, with DEP, whoever it is, to address that and have an ongoing maintenance program.
So my top thing on this list after the chief's presentation, he really nailed it, was the disgusting locker room situation. I mean, those are health and safety issues between the locker rooms and that basement. I would really like to see what it's going to take to get that taken care of. That would be my number one. I think the gas thing makes a lot of sense, especially given that there's a 2-year payback on that. But I would put the locker rooms and the basement thing above that.
Okay,
Yeah,
anybody else?
I totally agree, Kathy. The only thing on here that I hate to do this, but is I don't think is a major priority would be the first aid building renovations. I'm not saying not to do it. I love the first aid people. I'm just saying that if there are some constraints here financially, that may be something that we could maybe push off a little bit, until next year or something. But everything else on here, I think is obviously important and, should be a priority.
Yeah, so the
I said that right. I don't want that to come off like I'm not supporting the first
Yeah.
aid, but you know what I mean?
Yep. The one point about first aid, I know last year at least, we learned that their whole heating system had some issue and we weren't supporting, paying for it or something to that effect. That's something that we could look at. I'm not sure, something related to the heating or air conditioning.
Not that I
I mean,
recall.
go back and ask them.
Yeah,
No?
I don't remember.
Right. My understanding of this, Sharon, was after the fire department vacates the building, they're going to expand, right? So, that might not be a priority this year, but obviously it will happen, just, that would be my only suggestion.
Their expectation,
but then again,
the first aid's expectation is this is on our agenda for 2021. They need additional space. They need the expansion. They need the storage. They have, I think, 5 or 6 active trucks. The one excavation truck. They do training there, and like I said, they were doing up to 12 calls daily with the pandemic going back to earlier last year. So I think that would, for me, the first aid has to stay on, and not sure that, because these are some significant projects, guys, and we haven't taken on. We've not taken on this many projects in any one year ever, right? With our small budget, we don't have a gigantic budget.
Yeah.
So these things got to be staggered, right? You could start planning some of the stuff this year, but you only pull the trigger on a handful of these things this year, and some are going to flow into next year and some the following year.
Yeah.
It is what it is. We're not raising taxes, right? I think we're all in agreement on that.
A 3-year plan would be a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
And I will say the one thing I'm still opposed to is the concrete pad at Bayonet Farm. I'm just opposed to that on principle.
Anybody else
That's
on
something
that
you want, though?
topic?
Kathy, isn't that something that Bob thinks we should have because of erosion?
No, it's for events and things. And my attitude is if people are renting out Bayonet Farm, then they can pay for a wooden floor to put down for their dance floor for their wedding. Like,
I think the concern with that is that the floor constantly being placed there kills the grass, and so it becomes a big muddy area when the floor is not there.
but I don't want cement at Bayonet Farm. It just isn't in keeping with the whole aesthetic of that facility. So that would be last on my list, and I wouldn't do it. But
So I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about concrete pads at Bayonet Farms, but you need to be practical here. We're talking about a facility that gets used more and more frequently, at least once a week, possibly in the spring and in the fall. And if it's becoming a mud pile, it could end up being a safety issue. So I really think you should reconsider that.
I don't think it's that bad, Tom, but like
I didn't witness it. I'm just going based on what I
low
heard.
on my list.
You know what? In an effort to move forward, is the township committee in agreement that we can begin looking into all of these items, getting cost estimates to kind of move forward, because it does actually takes money to get to figure out how much money it's going to cost. So
yes.
Okay.
So could I ask a question there? Would this be all considered capital improvement as part of capital improvement budget?
Pretty much everything. Maybe the courtroom speakers. That might be something that could be handled out of the IT OE. The pad at Bayonet in theory could possibly be covered. under operating expenses, everything else on here, we'd have to do it would be a capital expense.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm saying is, I mean, as I said earlier, this is the year to think big on capital improvement, simply because of the fact that you almost pay 0% in interest. Not next year. So think big this year, and then you have to taper off starting next year.
We can definitely put together estimates for, I'll engage our professionals to get estimates on these items, and then we can make a determination once we look at the budget. Okay. That wraps up those 5 categories. If that wasn't enough time for you, then you're a glutton for punishment. I don't know if there's any other additional comment from the committee members.
I just want to say, Sharon, thank you to you and your entire staff. And I feel like we put a lot of people through the ringer today, but I don't think this has been done in a while, and having this whole soup to nuts kind of picture, hopefully we can start to do some multi-year planning with some of this. It doesn't all have to happen, like you said, this year, but we can start to get some vision and strategic direction and move forward. So again, my thanks to you for the time and effort I know you put into this, and to all of the staff. I really appreciate getting to hear from a lot of them directly, because I've seen names but not faces in some cases. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your
Sharon.
Yeah.
Sharon, you want to open up for, can I take
Yes.
public discussion right now?
Public comment.
Carrie, you on?
I'm here.
Wendy?
I'm here, guys.
Okay. Are we good?
Yep. You can open it up.
So open up for public comment. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name, address, and up to 3 minutes for any public comment and or questions. I ask you, if you have questions, to just state everything, and then we'll try to answer it at the end after your time is up.
The first public comment is LL.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, how are you, everybody?
Good.
Good. All right. So I've tried to listen to most of this. Obviously, it's been a long.
You state your name and address for the record, please.
Lance Loopy, 542A Line Road.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So I tried, like I said, I tried to listen to most of this, but I've missed a big portion of it. One of the things that I was actually concerned about, and I was so surprised and happy that someone brought up, was the gas tank issue. I think that's a good move for the town. I see, all the police cars getting gas at the Exxon, which I look at the pricing. I guess you get some sort of discount from what I heard. But I still think great decision to move that in-house. As far as some of the capital improvements that you guys, everyone was discussing, I wondered about the courtroom, and the only reason I brought that up is because I just wonder if everything is virtual right now, then, maybe there's less of a priority. I don't know if everyone, all these things are going to be reprioritized as to importance. Prakash did bring up a great point about the, low interest or zero interest loans. So maybe, to take advantage of that might be a good opportunity. But I just, I wonder if things being virtual, what, maybe that's not as a high a priority as some of the other items on the list that you guys had. I wish I had more to add, but I just didn't hear enough of it to really comment further. But keep up the good work, everyone. I'm glad that everyone is here, spending their whole day, sacrificing their day to get all these things out there and help make the town even better than it already is.
No, thank you. Appreciate the comment. Yeah, I think the part of the courtroom is going to be contingent upon what the court presentation was. And if we do shared services with other towns, we're going to bring more people in. Eventually, the pandemic is going to be over. They're going to bring the courts back in person. We have the resources to accommodate that, and then the revenue sharing with that be able to cover the costs that we'd have to finance over 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 years, whatever it is, for whatever reason, whatever needs are identified to be met. So all our options, everything is just being put on the table as potential, and we will just continue to discuss going forward, as you'll hear at any of our future TC meetings, anything that we look to move on, adopt, or take any additional public comment on as well. Carrie?
There are no other hands up at this time, Mayor.
Anything else from the Township Committee?
Nope.
Sharon and team, thank you. With that, let me close public comment since there's no other public comments. Sharon and team, thank you for putting this together. You did a great job. Everybody did a great job presenting today. Really brought some good value. I think it kind of gets people thinking, right? You're not going to solve everything today, but at least going forward to future meetings, we can continue to have discussions on what we're looking to do and why we're going to do it, and why we're looking to spend money if we do decide to spend any money, and what the benefit is, for the town and the residents, and as trying to continue to improve. And I think everybody has the best interest at heart to try to make the right decisions to improve the town. So do I have you have anything you want to say, Sean?
I just want to thank everybody, all of the department heads, the entire staff, everybody that helped. A lot of people put a lot of work into getting the information to you guys today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Third.
Aye.
Aye.
You good, Wendy?
Yep, I'm good.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your
Bye.
time. Have a good
Bye.
day.
Everybody.
Good night.